8 point.
Good morning, DepEd Zamboanga del Sur Division. Welcome to the fifth day of our fifth Division Research Festival.
My name is Brian Delefros.
And I am Kathleen Joy Padilla, and we are your hosts for today's event.
Of course, our warm salutation goes to the members of the Division Research Committee spearheaded by our school's Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto Sesusix.
Of course, we also would like to thank the involvement of our chairs, our ASDS Romeo M. Daligdig and ASDS Raymond M. Salvador.
Good morning also to our co-chairs, our SGOD Chief, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo, and our CID Chief, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes.
Of course, this event would not be possible without the brain of our SEPs in planning and research, the one and the only Dr. Lito P. Bahian.
Together with our Accountant 3, Ma'am Pichi Shane Karandan.
Of course, we also would like to thank the involvement of our CID representatives and SGOD representatives.
We will not fail to recognize also the remarkable effort exerted by our platform and link in charge and service program delivery spearheaded by our ITO in this division, Sir Chester Don Bayugat.
Yes, a very good morning also to our on-site training in charge, PO3 Sharon Gay V. Cadelinia.
We would like to greet a happy morning to all the research coordinators in all the districts here in the division of Zamboanga del Sur. Maayong buntag sa tanan.
All right, this morning is, we are very lucky to have with us also our protocol and online activity, our SEPs, Ebenezer B. Malilay Jr. of the HRD.
Oh yeah, that's our SEPs in HRD. And of course, radio information dissemination spearheaded by our SEPs, Nila C. Villarubia.
All right, we also will have this morning our documentation in charge, Sir Kremer A. Alikaway, and Nelsie J. Obejero. Good morning.
To all the parts of this program today, we would like to thank you for joining us. And of course, we're expecting a lot of things today since we
Yes.
will continue the presentation of the researchers from the field.
Yes, yesterday was a blast.
It was actually.
We have quality researchers, and quality board of judges.
Of course, we have just invited the best board of
Yes,
judges to
indeed.
critique the work of our researchers from the field, knowing that the quality outputs deserve quality judges.
Yes, of course. To name them, here is our research panelist. We have Dr. Ismael N. Talili, Dr. Chuchi P. Garganera, Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, Dr. Ernesto F. Tordo, and Dr. Filma Catalan.
But joining today or this morning are the three panelists, and later in time we'll be joining Dr. Ismael N. Talili and Dr. Chuchi Garganera.
Absolutely. So I believe everyone is ready. Our researchers have burned candles last night, I believe.
I also believe that their efforts will be paid off today,
Yes.
as they will successfully present their work for the benefit of their own schools.
And in advance, we would like to congratulate you for a very job well done. Congratulations, everyone.
I'm really so excited, but partner, let's go forward.
Yes, to formally start our program, let us pay respect as we give our,
Prayer.
as we have our opening prayer.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, becomes successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
All right, I know everyone is already excited to start this ball rolling. So we have 26 26. Again, we have 26 researchers for today. So we are limiting our time to 1 minute per Q&A per researcher. So this would be the sequence. One researcher, one judge, one question. And yes?
And our first presenter will be asked by our first judge, who is Dr. Filma Catalan, and she will be asking only one question for 1 minute, and that would gonna be enough because we are informed that since our two other judges will join this convergence later, and they have assured us that all the manuscripts are already read and already reviewed by our judges. So don't be pressured. Don't worry, because all of your manuscripts are read and already given with appropriate comments and suggestions.
Absolutely. So let's start the ball rolling. Let the battle begin with our first researcher to present. We have a researcher from Mid-Salip National High School, my very good friend, Ma'am Crislel S. Andaya.
Virtual greetings to our school's Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, to ASDS, Dr. Romeo Digdig, and Dr. Raymond Salvador, Chiefs Dr. Ernesto Tardo and Dr. Juliet Magallanes, Dr. Lito Bahian, and Ms. Sharon Gay Cadalina of the Planning and Research Division, research panelists and experts, research fellow presenters. Good afternoon. It is indeed my privilege to be a part of the Division Research Festival, to which I will be presenting my research anchored on disaster risk reduction management theme. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your master teacher researcher of Mid-Salip National High School, Crislel Sangrenes Andaya, Mid-Salip 1 District. And I will be presenting to you my action research entitled Mental Health and Psychological Support Services Poster, Aura in Enhancing Resiliency in this New Normal Time. You might have noticed that I have set in bold capital letters the words poster, aura, and resiliency. That is because I'd like to put emphasis on the implication of the definition of aura means invisible emanation or field of energy that could radiate from someone or an object. And this time, I consider it my poster being used as my intervention to enhance the resiliency level of my chosen respondents. You're probably asking, how did it come to a point that the researcher decided to propose for this research, and what was crafted to address the goal of this research? To answer these questions, let us look at this video. For some people, life is labeled unfair, but for others, it's fair, because it has been unfair to everyone. At present, the world has been exposed to chaotic incidents that has awakened everyone's concern for safety and protection. Routines were disrupted, chaos has started, and infected families abide with IATF protocols. Just like in education, teachers were now doing virtual works, working on mountainous answer sheets, and other tedious assignments around the room. Good thing, webinar on mental health was conducted by the central office, to which I am blessed of the inputs shared, and I believed it will be on others too in uplifting their resiliency level in a very special way it did to me. So, the researcher crafted a poster to concretize the experience. I hope everyone now is in tune of the reason why I did this research. These are now the steps I did to gather data. First, I got the roll of attendees in the MHPSS webinar. Their ages were collected, sorted from least to highest, and divided into two, the lower and higher age bracket. These form part of the suggestions given by our PSDS during the district research appraisal. After the letter of approval from the superintendent was received by yours truly, the researcher, a letter to conduct the study in our school was also crafted, and a letter asking the participants to be part of my research was also done. Then resiliency level was diagnosed using the adapted tool, and their responses was sorted, tallied, and subjected to frequency values. If you're wondering how does my poster looks like, it looks like this, and I will be very happy if the copies that I have submitted are already in your hands. These are now the salient points I've learned from the mental health webinar, and truly the contents of my poster. First says that we need to smile. We don't just exercise our zygomaticus muscles, but we also feel good and look good. Next is that we maintain healthy lifestyle. How do we do that? We balance our eating and sleeping issues. Next is that we reflect on ourselves first before we look at others, or else we'll do the opposite. Next is that we handle our emotions properly. It's okay to talk about our fears. We never exaggerate. And also, very we need to have self-care. We balance different aspects of our life. We manage pressure, achievements, and connections. This one struck me when I got a conversation with a fellow, and she said she really needs to establish her mood for work or else she will not be doing very important thing. We need to have self-care. We balance different aspects of our life. We manage pressure, achievements, and connections. This one struck me when I got a conversation with a fellow, and she said she really needs to establish her mood for work or else she will not be doing anything throughout the day. Next is that we stay connected with others. We feel that we are with them, may it be in social media or the face-to-face mode. We also have to manage stress and stay positive. How do we do that? We pray, forgive, and take gratitude. And the last one is my favorite part. Why do I say it's my favorite? Because it says we need to recognize feelings. It's okay not to be okay. We just don't get lost into it because that's a time we forgot the beauty of life and we just focus on the negativities of it. Pictures I was able to secure during data gathering. Table 4 shows the results on the resiliency classification of teachers in the lower age bracket. Along with this table presented are the numerical values that are associated to each level of classification in the lower age bracket. This also shows the percentage distribution of teachers' resiliency in the lower age bracket. We can see in the figure that it shows in the developing level, we had 26.32% and much higher rate on established, 36.84% and 18.42% goes through with exceptional level in the lower age bracket. In table 5 of my manuscript, you can see the resiliency classification of teachers in the higher age bracket, and presented on screen are the numerical values that are associated to each level of classification. In the percentage distribution of teachers' resiliency on resiliency classification in the higher age bracket, we see that there is no data recorded in the developing level, while much of the data is associated to exceptional stage. That means they have 44.12%. Figure 3 shows a comparison of the resiliency level between lower and higher age bracket. We can see in the figure that more teachers coming from the higher age bracket are already exceptional, and more teachers coming from the lower age bracket are already established, maybe because it could be associated to the reason like these teachers which are of a higher age are experienced enough, they have been pruned by the tough times they've been through, and these teachers coming from the lower age bracket is trying to cope up with the demands of the society and trying to build up themselves as they socialize with others. Stump me if I am too ambitious enough to pray that this poster will be adopted by DRRM division office, because really I'd like this one to be given to other teachers in the entire division, because somehow this is my way to inject positivity into their lives. If I am not with them during their struggles, my poster would speak in behalf of me. These are the feedbacks coming from the respondents.
Para nako, gamit ni nako karon labi na sa ko edad, swak kaayo ni siya.
Kaya naa pa man ko sa developing na stage, it reminds me to imhan ako, pero I still have to work for more.
Experience really matters.
Kung mature na ka, mas matimbang nimo ang mga butang.
Daghan man jud kay ko problema no, pero kinahanglan mapabiling ko positibo.
Human ko nakabasa ni ini, ako aging nakita nga dako pa jud ay kaay kong kakulangon sa akong kaugalingon.
Na-realize na ko nga dili pa gyud tanan enough.
I sincerely answered this one and there I found out na exceptional na dahil ko. So nadala na din akong smile ang tanan despite sa mga challenges.
Pressure ko gamay, but then when I took the mental health na gihatag sa katong sa actually research, it really matters. You can manage pressure. As you grow older, you can manage a bit of pressure. But we have to mind rather our mental health here para safe and sound, nourish it in the right way. Tinuod jud.
Balancing yun dapat ang tanan.
I practice the habit of praying, so I learn how to forgive.
I stick to what I believe is true and real.
Stay positive is what I've lived up to.
Balanse gyud ang tanang aspeto sa kinabuhi, labi na gyud ang spiritual aspects.
Dapat stay positive to attract positive vibes.
Kana gyung pagkaon bantayanan kaayo.
When I'm with others, I feel healthy.
Healthy communications, healthy connections.
Man's outstanding characteristics is our sense of value in the quality of our experiences and the tendency to seek enhancements of the value aspects of our experiences. Sometimes we consider our experiences interrelated in all other important transactions of our living, such as purpose, action, meaning, and social participation. That's who we are. Together, let us look at the beauty of life. I tell you, it makes sense. Creslia Sangrenes Andaya, the researcher, ready to address questions and receive recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Crislil S. Andaya of Mid-Salip National High School. Job well done for the presentation.
At this point, we will now welcome our judge number 1, Dr. Filma Catalan of the Regional Office for the question.
Take note, you have 1 minute to answer the question.
Good morning, ma'am and
Ma'am Andaya, ma'am.
Ay, Crizel Sangrines. Okay, good morning. Sorry. Good morning, Ma'am Crizel Sangrines. Congratulations for a very unique study. You are really developing the right attitude of life, to our learners, to our teachers, and to all our stakeholders. I was so amazed of the sharing of the lived experiences of your fellow teachers in school, So I could not see your recommendations in your manuscript. So my question is that what recommendations will you give to all of us so that these things will be put into practice in your school and even to other municipalities or other schools?
Good morning, Ma'am Felma. I think it is not really printed in my manuscript, but it was enlisted in my action plan that I really would like this one to be adopted by the division, and it will be an honor for me because again, I would like to reiterate that what I've said in the video, I'd like this one to be adopted because like to inject positivity to other person's lives, especially when they are in struggles. And if I will not be with them, I think my poster would do the task for me.
So, thank you, ma'am. This is just a follow-up question. Is there a way that this poster aura can be expanded? There will be an expansion like putting it in a classroom or any vicinity in the school or in the market. Hello, ma'am.
No, that's good.
Is there a problem in terms of connection in your place? I think our researcher is out of connection right now. Let me repeat my additional question. Is there a way that this poster aura can be expanded to different vicinities, like not just in your own school but in the market as well?
Okay, ma'am. During the District Research Congress, I was promised by our district supervisor that this could also be introduced to other elementary schools so that we will also be able to diagnose their level of resiliency, and so that I could also be a part of injecting right perspective towards life and especially towards work, especially in this new normal time.
Thank you. This is my last
And
question.
as well,
Actually, I'm just curious. Are you the one preparing the contents? Are you originally preparing the contents of the poster aura, or you made adaptation?
actually, ma'am, during the webinar on mental health, I really paid attention, and it was very timely that I came to a point that I came to a realization that I should also be sharing this to my fellow teachers, and right timing as well, because it's a call for submission in action research. And so I really decided to make this an action research and make a poster out of the salient points I've learned from the webinar. People or persons who are not in the room or persons who are not really paying attention would really be refreshed of the salient points of the mental health webinar.
So meaning to say it's just an adaptation.
Yes, ma'am, but these are the salient points really emphasized by the facilitators of the Psychological Association of the Philippines.
Have you cited the author or the author of a particular
I have enlisted in my manuscript. I think it's in the plans for dissemination during the research proposal, and I think it's still in my manuscript. The lecturers, they are the psychologists who are leading the webinar, and they are Ma'am Gatchalian, Sir Anicoche, Keith, and I think it's the other name, I forgot the other name, but they are three. And I've tried to get in touch with them so that they could also proofread the contents. I've also linked to our guidance counselor, so I could have also feedback coming from a psychologist who is the president of the Psychological Association in Zamboanga del Sur. But because of their hectic schedule, I wasn't able to have it, and I was not able to reflect it in my manuscript. But rest assured, if the poster will reach their midst and they will be paying attention to it, I will be very willing to adapt their suggestions as well.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. Sorry, I have exceeded my 1 minute. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma Catalan of the regional office, for the question, and also congratulations to our presenter.
Thank you again. We would like to reiterate that you have 1 minute to answer the question. Okay, let's proceed to our next presenter. Another one of the products of Molave. From the Polo Elementary School, we have Sir Kremer A. Alikaway.
Hi, my name is Kremer Alikaway of Molave West District. My completed basic research is entitled Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Practices of Molave West District school heads. Disaster can occur anywhere and anytime. The sudden occurrence of any form of disaster should be of great concern for everyone,
Sorry, no
especially school heads,
presentation.
who should first take full responsibility for occurrences of a
Moderator.
disaster affecting the school and the school
Dili
children
makita
in
ng
particular.
presentation.
Having a
Yan.
disaster risk reduction mechanism can reduce the casualties during a disaster. Such management can lessen the amount of possible casualties whenever a disaster happens.
Hello,
In
facilitator.
2017,
Moderator.
Typhoon Venta produced a flash flood which left lowland schools of Molawi West District saddened due to destroyed learning materials. Reminishing the event has triggered the researcher to implement this study, which aims to determine the level of disaster risk reduction and management practices of school heads of Molawi West District in the school year 2020 to 2021 as basis for an action plan for possible conduct of disaster risk reduction and management course for school heads. This study aimed to determine the level of disaster risk reduction and management practices of school heads in 17 public elementary schools of Molawi West District in the school year 2020 to 2021. Specifically, this study will answer the following questions. What is the respondent's profile according to age, civil status, highest educational qualification, years of experience as a school head, and number of relevant seminars and trainings attended? What is the level of disaster risk reduction and management practices of school heads on disaster preparedness, disaster management, disaster mitigation, response management, and recovery management? The participants are the 17 school heads of the 17 public elementary schools of Molawi West District. This study utilized a total enumeration technique as a sampling design. This study adopted a questionnaire checklist of Campilia in 2016. Several variables are considered in the study. In terms of age, 9 belong to the age bracket of 51 to 60 years old, and 4 who belong to the age bracket 41 to 50 years old. It shows that most of the school heads are mature and are more competent and skilled in management, primarily on disaster risk reduction. Moreover, they are the most experienced group of teachers. In terms of gender, 14 out of 17 school heads are female, whereas the male school heads comprise 17.65%. Realistically, female teachers dominate the teaching profession. In terms of civil status, 14 out of 17 school heads are married. Such status can be a contributory factor for good performance and prioritizes safety and the premises. In terms of educational attainment, advancement of the degrees has been visible wherein 6 are pursuing their doctoral studies, while 4 are full-fledged doctors of education. 4 of the school heads are still pursuing their master's degree, while 3 have completed their master's degree. With this, educational qualification is one of the essential factors for promotions and could mean authority. In terms of years of experience as school head, 8 out of 17 school heads are serving for more than 16 years, while 5 are newly appointed school heads. It shows that school heads are experienced administrators and have served different schools in the district. In terms of the relevant seminaries or trainings attended, 11 attended less than 5, and 2 has attended 11 to 15 trainings. This shows that the school heads had attended the latest DRR trainings or seminars after the occurrence of Venta. As indicated in the table of level of disaster risk reduction and management of school heads on disaster preparedness, all indicators are practiced. The indicator 5 obtained the highest average weighted mean of 4, while indicator 1 got 3.59, which is the lowest average weighted mean. Boychuk of 2014 emphasized that the whole school approach mobilizes a shared responsibility within the school to support the wellness of all occupants through a culture of prevention. For disaster risk reduction management on disaster preparedness, the school has satisfactorily performed as manifested by the different indicators. As indicated in the table entitled Level of Disaster Risk Reduction and Management of School Heads on Disaster Management, all indicators are practiced. As emphasized in the School Disaster Management Plan of Meghalaya, School Safety Plan aims to ensure the safety of pupils and the teaching force. during emergencies. As the schools have many resources and are community nodes, they also have a responsibility towards the immediate locality. For disaster risk reduction management and disaster management, the school has satisfactorily performed as manifested by the different indicators. As indicated in the table of disaster risk reduction and management of school heads on disaster mitigation, all indicators are practiced. The indicator 1 obtained the highest average rated mean of 4.0. The DepEd Memorandum number 101 series 2016 reiterates the continuation and sustained the implementation of the student-led school watching and hazard mapping, revitalize the implementing guidelines in organizing a school watching team, and in reporting and submission and information dissemination of the hazard, and provide instruction to division DR and coordinators to carry out visual inspection to observe and document the conduct with school watching and hazard mapping. The disaster risk reduction management and disaster mitigation, the school has satisfactorily performed as manifested by the different indicators. As indicated in the table of the level of disaster risk reduction management of school heads on response management, all indicators are practiced. The indicators 1 and 2 obtained the highest average rated mean of 3.88. Occupational Safety and Health Center focuses on the preventive aspects of occupational safety and health in every public or private workplace, distinguishes hazard as a situation that threatens life, endangers the health, damages property or environment. A hazard can create an emergency if active. A hazard does not exist when it is not occurring. A hazardous situation that ended is called an incident. If hazard and vulnerability interact together, they create risk. For disaster risk reduction management on response management, the school has satisfactorily performed as manifested by the different indicators. As indicated in the level of disaster risk reduction and management of school heads on recovery management, all indicators are practiced. The indicators 1 and 15 obtained the highest average weighted mean of 3.71. NIDRIC encourage everyone in the educational system to do what is sensible to keep pupils safe and healthy. This includes making the school environment as safe as possible. There are several sets of guidelines setting out the good practice that can help schools meet their responsibilities. For disaster risk reduction management and recovery management, the school has satisfactorily performed as manifested by the different indicators. As indicated in the table of the overall level of disaster risk reduction management practices of school heads, all management practices are practiced. Disaster preparedness has the highest mean, followed by the disaster management, disaster mitigation, and response management. At the same time, recovery management has the lowest mean. As a whole, the school heads in the Mulabi West District satisfactorily perform the disaster risk reduction and management practices. The International Federation of Red Cross explains that disaster preparedness refers to measures taken to prepare for and reduce the effects of disasters. It prevents disasters, mitigates their impact on vulnerable populations, and responds to and effectively copes with their consequences. The statement above most likely explains why the school heads of Mulabi West District focus on disaster preparedness and that the area on recovery management is in the lowest rank because it needs financial allocation for every victim of disaster. Disasters affect everyone. They do not discriminate. Therefore, it is better to prepare and prevent than to repair and repent. That's from Thomas in 1856. The assessment of the school heads by themselves can be attributed to the attendance in seminars and trainings on this disaster risk reduction and management. The researcher recommends the following. DepEd may organize a well-managed development program on disaster management. School heads may continue and expand the good practices on disaster risk reduction and management. Design, formulate, and implement a more intensive training program to upgrade the skill and competencies of school heads in managing disaster risk reduction in school as well as in the community. And other studies may be conducted to work into other aspects of disaster risk reduction management using variables in the broader scope. Here are the references of this study.
Thank you so much, Mr. Creamer A. Alikaway of Dipolo Elementary School for successfully presenting your research.
Now to give you your question is our Judge 2, one of the pride of the Region 9 when it comes to research. Let's give it up for our ASDS, Dr. Romeo Daligdig.
Good morning, Mr. Creamer. Congratulations for your research, and thank you for sharing it to us. And I believe your anxiety level before the presentation was very high, and just keep calm and composed because we are not here to give you a circus life. Just enjoy the moment and reap the glory of your hard work after the presentation. I know you have been journeying with research for a long time already, and I am proud that you really prosper in your venture of research writing. So before I give my question, I am requesting the moderator to allow me to savor my time because this is one presenter, one panelist to also give suggestions. And because I just like to give my suggestions in a package, though I will write also some later as I continue reading your manuscript. But anyway, be that as it may, my suggestion is that map your anatomy, map your chapters, titles to the one prescribed by DepEd Order number 97, series of 2018. And then as to the chapter titles, and then you may to give more meat to your presentation. You can also include, because this is a basic research, you can include inferential method, like because you can utilize the data that you have gathered in statement of problem number 1, because there is no sense of presenting them if they will not be also utilized in your study. So that's very important, because doing your best is useless if what you are doing is not necessary. So better also integrate inferential method in your manuscript. And then I just have one question, because I went through also with your table presentation from the first table up to the last table. I'd like to know what is your basis of your recommendations. You have 4 recommendations. What is your basis in formulating your recommendations?
Thank you so much for that, Doc, and good morning. So one of the bases for my recommendations are the results of the survey that I conducted. So it seems that there are the indicators were only practiced, wherein the highest on the scale is highly practiced. So there is still a need for everyone, for every school has to be capacitated through seminars or trainings. So that's it, Doc.
Okay, thank you. If that is the case, Sir Kramer, I could not find a recommendation that will highlight the lowest value among the parameters you listed in each of the tables. Like for example, table number 2 speaks about the framework, but I could not find the framework statement in your recommendation. Maybe later on you can include that, because that's very important, because our recommendation should be data-based that you have gathered. And then I did not also see in your recommendation floodplain community mapping. That should be also specified because that is the lowest among the parameters you have listed in table number 3, again, I guess. And then you just find out the lowest rating among the ratings, and then that is your benchmark in formulating your recommendations, because as a finding in the study, you need also to focus on those lowest ratings to be articulated in your recommendations, so that your recommendations will be realistic, reliable, because they are all data-based. And that is the magic of research, where we can contribute to continuous improvement culture of the Department of Education. And then I noticed that you posted like satisfactory. Readers might be confused between the Likert scale that you use and also the rating scale because of declaring satisfactory. So maybe you can convert that into practices level that you use in your Likert scale to have the harmony of all your discussions from the page 1 to the last page of your presentation.
Yes, Doc.
So discourage the use of satisfactory because it's not found in the scale that you're using in your study. Maybe you highlight number 3 perhaps as to practice, something like that, because anyway, the descriptive rating is practiced, letter B, right?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
So, and then also in the summary of the results, and the lowest there in the overall weighted average is more on, I check with the table.
Recovery management.
In the summary, it's more of recovery management, the lowest. But I did not see it in your recommendation that you pinpoint recovery management. Maybe it's about the recovery management plan that you wish the school heads and officials of DepEd to design, so that your problem will be a help also for them to design their local risk, disaster and risk reduction management controls later on.
Yes,
so that's all, Sir Creamer. Thank you and congratulations. Hope to see you again in the next festival. Do not stop believing. There is always power in your capacity, Sir Creamer. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Doc. Good morning to all.
Thank you so much, ASDS Romeo M. Daligdig, for your very rich comments and suggestions for the work of Sir Creamer Alicaway.
I included recommendations in charge.
The other suggestions and questions will be posted.
We would like to inform our presenters that other comments and suggestions will be emailed to you because of our very limited time in the presentation, and that will be through our SEPs in Planning and Research, Dr. Lito Pibayan. Ma'am?
All right, to give you the third presenter, I'll do the honors to introduce our third presenter. He is from Tiguha National High School, Lapuyan District. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Jefferson M. Sanlao. Go ahead.
Good day, everyone. I am Jefferson M. Sanlao, head teacher of Tiguha National High School, Lapuyan District. I would like to present to you my action research entitled Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy. This is the context and rationale of the study. In the school setting, the researcher observed the following incidents. There are bullying cases, abuses like name-calling, vandalism, punching each other, and students bringing deadly weapons in the school. This prompts the researcher to conduct this study to determine the level of awareness of students on child protection policy, as this will also be the basis to make an intervention strategy to resolve the problem. To know the status of the students' awareness on child protection policy, a research question was formulated. The first, what is the status of the students' awareness on child protection policy? Second, based on the findings of the study, what intervention can be proposed? This is the result and discussion of the study. Based on the study results, the students responded moderately aware in the implementation of the child protection policy. In assessing the students' awareness on child protection policy, 10 indicators reflected in Table 2. This is Table 2, Awareness of Students' Child Protection Policy with the 10 indicators. The first indicator, I should refrain from engaging in discrimination or leading a group of learners to discriminate another with reference to one's physical appearance, weaknesses, and status of any sort. I should not do any act that is inappropriate or sexually provocative. I should not participate in behavior of other students that is illegal, unsafe, or abusive. I should not mark or damage school property, including books, in any way. I should not engage in fights or any aggressive behavior. I should not introduce into the school premises or otherwise possessing prohibited articles such as deadly weapons, drugs, alcohol, toxic and noxious substances, cigarettes, and pornographic material. I should not perform other similar acts that cause damage or injury to another. I should have good conduct in accordance with their levels of development, maturity, and demonstrated capabilities with a proper regard for the rights and welfare of other persons. I should respect another person's rights regardless of opinion, status, gender, ethnicity, religion, as well as everyone's moral and physical integrity. And the last indicator, I should always observe code of conduct for my peers and other students. In Table 2, grade 10 students indicates that the need to respect another person's right regardless of opinion, status, gender, ethnicity, religion, as well as everyone's moral and physical activity is interpreted as moderately aware with a weighted mean of 4.08. This means that there is still an absence of students' awareness in respecting another person's rights, and they are not sensible in this aspect. According to Berman, Hornbaker, and Alm 2000, students act the way they do because there is lack of family solid structure. Students come from different backgrounds, and the breakdown of the family structure can cause the students to be upset and display poor behavior. The indicator with the lowest weighted mean is on having good conduct in accordance with their levels of development, maturity, and demonstrated capabilities with a proper regard for the rights and welfare of other persons with a weighted mean of 3.06 and interpreted as somewhat aware. The data reveals that students lack maturity and slightly demonstrate proper respect for the rights and welfare of others. When a student is disruptive in a classroom or school setting, he or she is showing a lack of concern or regards to others. Marshall, 1998. This can be proved by Berman, Hornbaker, and Alm 2000 states that during the adolescence, a lack of maturity may also be the reason that students do not know how to communicate and express themselves in a way that shows respect. Furthermore, the implementation of the child protection policy awareness of the grade 10 students is moderately aware with overall weighted mean of 3.66. This means that students are not fully aware with the rights and protection of students and among others. And these disruptive behaviors may also be caused by the online and offline media, specifically television, movies, and social media sites. Television violence, even it is staged like professional wrestling, lures children and makes swearing, inappropriate gestures, and fighting seem acceptable. Also, parents do not always monitor what their children watch on television or what movies they attend. This can be supported by the study of Black Tau 2015 emphasized that due to exposure of media and knowing that the teachers are not allowed to use corporal punishment in the school, students became unruly. They do whatever they need to do, or even it is disrespectful to the part of their teachers and others. These are the recommendations of the study. Teachers may attend seminar or revisit and advocate religiously to improve the implementation of child protection policy in school, wherein a representative from DepEd can be invited as speaker. For the institution, the head of the school may strictly monitor, evaluate, and assess the salient features of the policy continuously. The Child Protection Committee in school will spearhead the implementation of the said policy. Parents may also be included in the discussion of the child protection policy, for this is not only done in schools. That is why it is also important to include the community in advocating and educating everyone to improve the implementation of the child protection policy. And these are the references of the study. Once again, thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Sir Jefferson. Job well done.
And of course, we would like to remind our participants, our presenters, that the comments and suggestions other than what will be mentioned by our panelists will be emailed to our SEPs, and you will be informed right after.
Now to give you your questions, Sir Jefferson, is our Judge 2, ASDS, Sir Romeo Daligdig. Sir?
Hello, good morning, Mr. Jefferson.
Good morning, sir.
Open your camera because the audience and the judges are really waiting for your appearance virtually. But anyway, thank you for your sharing and your hard work in conducting the research. Seldom we can find teachers who have really the stamina in starting and finishing and completing the research manuscript. And I'm glad you belong to those teachers because you are the researchers who are teachers. You are the people that really matter in this world of innovations and prosperity in research, development, and knowledge management. So I'd like to suggest, I will offer first suggestions before I will give you my question, before our time will run out of the way because we have already discussed so much on the points of clarification. So one suggestion is, please, again, as to technicality, please map your manuscript titles of the chapter or chapters to the DepEd Order number 43, series of 2015, Anatomy of the Research, because there is one title that I noticed that it should be already modified because your study is already conducted, just like the data analysis plan. It's no longer a plan because you have already used it in your completion or fall paper. So kindly check on that. And then also, please specify in your data gathering method as to what method you really use in your study.
Yes, sir.
Because it's not really clearly expressed in one of the lines in your data gathering methods. And then also, you also cite a reason why only use 48 out of 55.
Yes,
okay? So to support the decision why you only included this number when you have this total number. Okay, so my question now is, this is a common observation from the researchers who presented yesterday and today. What is your basis in formulating your recommendation?
Okay, the basis of the formulation of my recommendation was based on the findings or the result of my study. It was observed that the results showed that students are moderately aware on the awareness of the implementation of the child protection policy in school. So that's why the proposed intervention was a collective advocacy plan that will be designed for this advocacy. I'm going to include the parents in advocating this child protection because they are important in molding their children. And also this, the first recommendation was already addressed during this time of pandemic because there were already seminars. Uh, uh, there were already seminars implemented aligned to the child protection policy. So I believe the second recommendation and third recommendation will be also implemented during this after finishing this this after having the result, and that is the that's why the recommendation was being formulated because of the findings of the study. That's all.
Okay,
sir.
thank you, Sir Mr. Jefferson. But I'd like to recommend that your topics in the capacity building seminar later on should highlight item number 8 in your table 2, students awareness on child protection policy. If you would like to take note of the rating there, it's 3.06, somewhat aware. So you only work into this particular theme in your study so that the problem that you have observed will also be resolved in the conduct of your action plan. So because it is about I should have good conduct in accordance with their levels of development, maturity, and demonstrated capabilities with a proper regard for the rights and welfare of other persons. So aside from the Republic Act on Child Protection Policy, you can also include some activities in the school, integrate that in your maybe lesson plan as to activities related to the child protection policy issues and concerns. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Jefferson. You are already out of the coverage area. Where are you? I hope you are still hearing my suggestions for improvement while off screen. Okay, you are back.
Thank you so much, Sir Romeo Daligdig. And we forgot to inform you that the research theme of Sir Jefferson's study is child protection. So with our next presenter, Sir Bry.
All right, so I guess our next presenter, still under the child protection research theme, is now ready to present. Let's all welcome Genevieve V. Sumiog of Tabina Central Elementary School, SPED.
My virtual salute to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, CISO 6. My due respect to our two assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Raymond A. Salvador and Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, East GOD Chief Dr. Ernesto Eftardo, CID Chief Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes, our very innovative planning and division research coordinator, Dr. Lito P. Bahian, all division education program specialists, district supervisors and PICDs, members of the panel, members of the different district research committee, all research enthusiasts, and all dignitaries in this virtual room, have a pleasant day to all of you. I am honored and privileged to be part of this 5th Division Research Festival in order to present to you my completed action research entitled Challenges in Child Protection, a Mediation of Interactive Learning Environment Towards New Normal. By the way, I am Genevieve V. Sumiog, Master Teacher 1 of Tabina Central Elementary School, Tabina District. Republic Act 7610, 1987 Philippine Constitution, CRC or Convention on the Rights of the Child, and DepEd Order Number 40 SARS 2012 state to provide special protection to children. protection from all forms of abuse, neglect, cruelty, exploitation, discrimination, and other forms or conditions prejudicial to their development. It provides sanctions for their commission and carry out a program for prevention and deterrence and crisis intervention in all situations of child abuse, exploitation, and discrimination. CPP was created. However, this policy gives the children a freedom to become aggressive and violent. They do what they want, even fighting with their teacher, because they know that the power of the teacher is limited when it comes to discipline. This is the reason why the researcher has come up with this study in order to facilitate and to have interventions on the different challenges of child protection that can mediate in the interactive learning environment of our learners in this new normal of education. Since the whole world as well as the little municipality of Tabina is now facing this COVID-19 pandemic that greatly affect the learning of our learners. This study employed a qualitative research design with a survey and interview as the main processes in generating the necessary data on the challenges in child protection as mediation of interactive learning environment towards new normal. It aims to answer the following queries. How far do you know child protection policy fully implemented in your own school and in your own community or family in the midst of pandemic? And finally, does the government fully implement the child protection policy in this COVID-19 pandemic? How? During the gathering of the data and interview, the research participants gave and shared their experiences and perceptions of the protection of the child. The data gathered was analyzed and grouped by the researcher, and it came up with the following themes. This table shows the summary of occurrence of the theme based on the responses of the research participants. I have interviewed in all 20 participants in all levels or category, which means I came up with 5 teacher respondents, 5 parents, 5 grade 6 pupils, and 5 grade 7 to 10 students in the district of Tabina, which they came up with the following common implications: abuse, family time, moral support, and economic status. Abuse is one of the common responses of the respondents that they consider as one of the challenges. Abuse is to hurt or cause another person's emotional well-being, which can affect anyone. This can be seen to happen in every type of relationship, such as love, romantic relationship, or even in the family and community. For family time, only 13 out of 20 respondents mentioned that it can affect the learning of our students or pupils, since children from birth to adulthood need time and attention from their parents. The importance of family time is related to the maturity and emotional maturity of children, and it can build deep understanding with the family members as well. Out of 20 participants, 15 of them mentioned about moral support that can mediate the interactive learning of students. It means to say that moral support is a way of making you as part of somebody's feeling of conflict without giving any contribution beyond the emotional or psychological amount of inconvenience to individuals. Finally, as you have seen on Table 1 previously presented, that 19 out of 20 participants mentioned on the economic status. They said that this can greatly affect or mediate the learning environment of the children and students in the new normal of education, meaning economic status is a family position and their income distribution. They said that low income can hardly support to the needs of the children, especially the gadgets that learners shall be used to help to the development and the quality of education in this new normal of educational system. There were expectations that can affect on the transmission of genetic and cultural characteristics that contribute to the learner's educational needs. To conclude, family time and abuse were the top two occurrence of the theme. It is highly recommended to have a full implementation of the CPP. There must be an advocacy, symposia, and distribution of flyers about the child protection policy in, in English, Tagalog, Cebuano version to cater all levels of participants and recipient readers. So everyone, these are the common shared perceptions and ideas of the respondents with its common recommendations for the interactive learning of pupils and students in this new normal of education. These are my references. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending your time with me. Thank you to all my co-teachers, especially to Ma'am Jackie, to all my respondents, and to my husband, Eleuterio Isumio Jr., and to my only son, for all your support, and above all, to God Almighty.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Genevieve Sumiog of Tabinat Central Elementary School SPED. Job well done. So we would like to give an assurance to all our researchers that the other 3 judges have read your manuscripts.
And of course, we would like also to inform the public, all our viewers, both in YouTube and here in our platform, that our other 3 judges will be joining us anytime later because they have actually experienced difficulty in accessing our link today. But at this point, to give rich suggestions, critic about your presentation, we would like to give you our partner in this endeavor from the regional office, that's Dr. Filma Catalan.
Good morning, Ma'am Genevieve, and congratulations.
Good morning, Ma'am.
My first question, direct straight to the point, no? Can you give me statistics on the any related child protection policy issues that happened in your locality or in your municipality that really prompted you to conduct this study? Were there instances or cases, any related policy related cases that happened in your district or in your school? Or what prompted you to conduct this study? Was there a gap analysis that you conducted? Ma'am?
Yes. Yes, Ma'am.
Did you hear my question? My question is just very simple. Can you give me statistics on the any child protection related policy or cases that happen in your district or even your school? Just give me statistics that can prove that this is really a motivating it really motivates you to conduct the study, or what prompted you to conduct the study? Was there a gap analysis conducted before you conduct the study?
Yes, ma'am. Before I conducted this study, ma'am, I observed that many parents, even teachers in our locality, they did not follow strictly the policy of the child protection policy, because in terms of the moral support of their children, in terms of education, because in this new normal, we need to have a gadgets for their learning, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I would just like to ask the second question. What is really the basis of your recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. My basis of this, my recommendation is based on the results of my survey and interview during the conduct of the gathering of the data, ma'am.
Okay. So you have 15 respondents to include respondents from parents, teachers, and then from the students. No, you have 5.
20 part respondents in all in all, ma'am. I have 5 teacher respondents, 5 parents, 5 grade 6 pupils, and 5 grade 7 to 10 pupils students.
Okay. So I would just like to suggest to triangulate
Yes,
the
ma'am.
responses of your. My suggestion is to triangulate the responses of your teacher, learners, and then parents. This is to increase the validity and credibility of your studies.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I would like also to comment and give suggestion on to improve your attribution, no? Do more researches on most common cases, related cases on policy, child protection policy. Try to conduct further research regarding cases of child protection, particularly in Zamboanga del Sur, no? Do some kind of research and put it in your as part of your attribution that this is really the study is really prevalent, and it puts more awareness on our DepEd officials how to address this problem. Since I wasn't able to see the title, kindly say the title of your research kasi hindi talaga
Challenges in child protection and mediation of interactive learning environment towards new normal, ma'am.
So what are the challenges based on your study?
Based on the results of my interview, the challenges are the moral support, the abuse, economic status, and family time.
Okay. So the economic status is actually beyond our control. Family
Yes,
time. What else?
Family time, economic status, abuse, and
Abuse. Okay.
and moral support.
So what is your next step after having the findings? What are your action plans for this?
I have to conduct advocacy symposia, and distribute flyers in the selected barangays or schools.
Okay. That would be all. Congratulations, Ma'am Genevieve. Hope you will never stop doing researches in your district. This is not the last, but this is the beginning of a more challenging research to be conducted. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mom.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma Catalan, for your very wonderful suggestions and comments on the presentation that we have today. That is actually the last presentation for the child protection policy. So I guess it is now time to proceed to the next presentation in another theme.
Yes, and our next theme is teaching and learning research. So we'll have our first presenter for this theme, my very good friend, Sir Romel Robledo of Gipos National High School.
There is no sound. Ma'am Kathleen, I cannot hear.
week-long 5th Division Research Festival with the theme DepEd Zamboanga del Sur Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication. As one of the lovers of wisdom, I am very happy for this opportunity to share the findings of my completed action research engaging Generation Z learners in the new normal through Think Talk. Today, more than any other time in history, student engagement is a challenge, especially for science teachers.
Nawala na naman ang sounds.
Good day. I am Romel Robledo of Gipos National High School, Gipos District. I am very honored to represent my district in this week-long 5th Division Research Festival, the Think, where students are explanations on the topic using social media platforms. This study investigated the effects on the engagement of Generation Z learners with the utilization and intermingling of Think Talk in learning science. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. First, how do students perceive the use of Think Talk in learning science? Second, what is the students' level of engagement in the learning process? Third, how does the use of Think Talk affect students' engagement in science? This study used mixed method of research, particularly sequential exploratory design, which is characterized by an initial phase of qualitative data collection and data analysis, trailed by a phase of quantitative data gathering and exploration. A research instrument used in the qualitative part is an interview schedule for structured individual interview, allowing the research participants to express their thoughts, feelings, and opinions regarding the use of Think Talk in learning science. Interviews were done virtually for safety and health reasons. A validated student science engagement scale adapted from Barakia 2019 is another instrument used for the quantitative part. The scale was used to determine engagement of students on the learning process when they were taught with and without the reinforcement of Think Talk. The questionnaire was forwarded to the respondents through a Google form. As to the results and discussion, the analysis on students' perceptions on the use of Think Talk in science has emerged into 3 themes. First, stimulates students to think. Second, it makes learning enjoyable and exciting. And third, it is relevant in the new normal. Most of the participants in this study reported that Think Talk has stimulated their way of thinking. Illustrative statements from the participants are shown in the slide. This finding is supported by Rothman in 2016, who said that visual forms of learning are more effective for Generation Z learners. Students' ability to think critically is crucial to their academic progress, according to Halpern, Millis, Grazer, and Butler in 2012. Facts show that science subjects learning is mostly focused on information transfer rather than empowering activities that can develop students' scientific reasoning, according to Mainali in 2012. Hence, it is a challenge for every science teacher to select appropriate strategies that would stimulate students to think. The second theme is makes learning enjoyable and exciting. Based on the response, most participants highlighted how they enjoyed their science class utilizing the Think Talk. Many books have been written on the impact of feelings on learning. For example, White and Fry in 2014, Lawson in 2002, Hermig and Jaworska in 2018, and most of them that enjoyment and happiness improve comprehension, memory, and social behavior. If teachers will choose strategies that makes learning enjoyable and fun, students are not only happier, but they also remember more information. The third theme is perceptions on the relevance of Think Talk in learning science amidst the pandemic. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have impacted negatively on all aspects of society, including education. The shift to distance teaching and learning during the COVID-19 pandemic brought about a real change for both teachers and students, according to Lapitan et al. In 2021. To face these difficulties in teaching, it is a must to select strategies that are responsive to the needs of our students. Most of the participants in this study highlighted that internet connection is a challenge for them in learning science with the use of TikTok. A report by VPN provider Surfshark, the Digital Quality of Life Index in 2020, confirms these internet accessibility issues. However, it's good to note that students are finding ways on how to cope with the internet connection, such as moving to places where the signal is good. They also learn to save money so they can buy load for their mobile data. Table 2 shows students' level of engagement in learning science before and after the use of TikTok. The overall level of engagement in learning science even before the integration of TikTok is high, with a mean of 3.22 and a standard deviation of 0.19. With the utilization of TikTok, the students manifested a very high level of engagement with a mean of 3.39 and standard deviation of 0.24. Impressively, all constructs, namely engagement of science lessons in task, science learning involvement, and science effort in preparation, consistently displayed means interpreted as very high. This implies that a use of TikTok has increased the level of engagement of the Generation Z learners. This finding is supported by Kosnikov in 2020, who said that one way to engage students in the online classroom and promote learning is through emotional and cognitive interest. Hence, teachers need to apply a model of learning, such as ThinkTalk, that will lead students to improve their engagement by considering their interests and stimulate them to think. Table 3 displays the result in determining the significant difference on students' engagement with and without the use of ThinkTalk through paired sample t-test. Data shows that the utilization of ThinkTalk yielded a t-value of -2.077 and a p-value of 0.045, which is less than the significance level. Therefore, there is a significant difference on students' level of engagement before and after the use of ThinkTalk. This finding implies that the use of ThinkTalk has significantly improved students' level of engagement. As to the recommendations, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, educators worldwide are adapting to the new normal setup. As teachers, we have to ensure that we do not just translate what we do inside the classroom into our online teachings. Teacher-centered instructions and wordy lectures are no longer effective in this new normal time. Hence, teachers are encouraged to innovate in teaching online by using ThinkTalk, a strategy that stimulates students to think while enjoying, making them up for an exciting learning process, and found to be statistically effective in increasing students' level of engagement. School administrators may also consider conducting trainings and workshops on the effective use of ThinkTalk and challenge more teachers to develop more strategies related to increasing retention and improving the quality of distance learning. The results of the study have implications for teachers, instructional designers, and administrators who wish to enhance students' engagement in the new normal time. These are the selected references. That ends my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Sir Romel Robledo of Gipos National High School, and congratulations for a job well done.
At this point, we will give you our partner in this endeavor. For his comments, let's have Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, sir.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Romel.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for venturing into TikTok as our reference in your innovation introduced to your students and even to your other teachers or co-teachers rather. Before I'll give my question, I would just like to start with my suggestions for improvement. Anyway, our presentation is to really enhance your manuscript in order for you to really come up with much improved manuscript and paper. So in chapter 1, you cited abundance of literature pieces, but I'd like to see whether there was an incident in your school that pupils, students, or the high school students were also fond of getting into TikTok, so that you can use that as a reference and you can integrate that in your academic instruction. I believe you conducted this one before the pandemic, right?
During the pandemic, sir.
Okay. So also in your sources of data, participants in the study, I found out that there is a section or a class that has 0 participants. What's the reason? What happened? And you must have to also give a supporting reason why that is 0 respondent or 0 participant. And then another suggestion, map your chapter title with the standard based on DepEd order number 16, series of 2017, because there are bold chapter titles that you have included not prescribed by the standard. So I guess you can also polish some of the nomenclatures of the titles, because you have included one that is not found in the DepEd order number 16 series of 2017. And then I am convinced that you are using mixed method, right? Quali and quanti. And that's very good, because this is the most advisable method nowadays in terms of research preparation and presentation. But I wish to see the specific strategy under qualitative method that you have used in your study. Is it the most common, the thematic analysis? Okay, you have to cite that in your manuscript under data gathering methods. I did not see that you mentioned that in your manuscript. Please help me check. And then, just like the other presenters, I want to see also in your recommendation. I know your basis of the recommendation is the data that you have gathered from your research taking. So this is what I wanted to know from you as to what is the basis of your recommendations. Mr. Romel.
Okay, sir. So the basis of my recommendation is actually on the findings of my research, which says that TikTok is an effective strategy to be used in this new normal time. So I actually was listening to the presentations from yesterday's Convergence, and there's a group of researchers from Dinas District who studied about the impact of modular modality, and they were able to find out that pupils or students learning are half-baked in modular learning. So that finding also implies that we should not just be contented with modular learning. We have to meet the needs of our students. And according to a study in Singapore, this pandemic will actually last until 2024, and we could not afford that our students would suffer that long in modular learning. Through the findings of my study, I think it's about time that we should tap the help of our stakeholders. Just like what happened in Pasig City, the city government of Pasig continues to provide free learning gadgets to their students to assist them in their blended learning amid the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think we can also do that here in Zamboanga del Sur, so that our students here would have free learning gadgets, to assist them in the blended learning. And also, it's about time siguro that we have to intensify the free Wi-Fi for all. This is a free public internet access program from DICT in order for our students also to access internet connection, which has found out to be a challenge in the implementation of TikTok.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romel. I'd like to add in your recommendation to highlight on the science effort and preparation. I think you're referring to the teachers who will prepare the think talk in the integration that in integrating that in the classroom instruction, be it online or offline or face-to-face classes, because that's part of your findings that very low is among the teachers, very low in the based on the data gathered from the students. Some teachers have that science effort and preparation on the TikTok strategy or innovation that you introduced. So come up also with an activity on how to capacitate teachers in making also the preparation on TikTok activities when they hold classes in science. So
Yes,
to answer and address the very low value of that part in your survey instrument. So I found out that in your data presented in table 2, science effort and preparation accounted 3.33. Although that's very high, but that is the lowest among the variables.
Yes, sir.
So you need also to reinforce and encourage teachers, especially in the preparation of integrating ThinkTalk in their science classes.
Yes,
Okay?
sir. That's okay.
And another suggestion, inferential method is
Good day.
discouraged in research. But you included that. Maybe you can just reserve that for other ventures in research later on as your data baseline data. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So with these suggestions, I know you will have a bright future in research. As my usual advice, don't stop believing because there is always power in your potential. So continue also inspiring others to go with you in the research parade so that more of researchers from your district, from your school, will come out winners in the future festival. All of you are winners actually because you were recommended and you were chosen by your district research committee. But ours in this festival is to communicate the results of your study, and because we would like also to make this presentation a little bit with suspense and thrill, that's why we will also give special awards, but that will be announced later after all the presentations today. So God bless you and thank you, Mr. Romel.
Thank
I
you, sir.
hope you will take note of the suggestions so that you can improve more your paper. God
Thank you, sir.
bless.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sir Romeo Daligig. I know Sir Romel Robledo is now on cloud 9. Congratulations.
Of course, congratulations to our presenter. And now let's proceed to our next presenter. That is Janibir T. Malinaw of Bayug National Technical Vocational High School. Sir.
Good day, everyone. Good day to all lovers of wisdom, especially to all teacher researchers in the division of Zamboanga del Sur, as well as to the research panelists of this 5th Division Research Congress. My name is Janibir Tumarong Malinaw, your teacher researcher from Bayug National Technical Vocational High School, Bayug District. And today, let me share to you my research study entitled Embracing the Challenges in the New Normal Education Through the Use of Blended Learning. By using this intervention, we will all find out the satisfaction level of the grade 12 students and the efficiency level of blended learning, as well as the significant relationship of the two variables. But before that, let me walk you first to the context and rationale of this study. One thing I have learned in this pandemic as a teacher is that no virus can stop a teacher from passing the torch of learning to his students. Despite the emerging outbreak of COVID-19, the Department of Education issued a DepEd Order Number 7 Series of 2020, setting the opening of classes of school year 2020 to 2021 on October 5, 2020. However, the school opening will not necessarily mean traditional face-to-face learning in the classroom. Schools were forced to using distance learning to limit the tendency of mass gathering to avoid the spread of the said virus. DepEd Secretary Leonor Briones, in a press briefing, underscored that the COVID-19 pandemic will not prevent the department from ensuring that children will learn and continue their education under the new normal distance learning. In addition, Briones emphasized that the education department is prepared to transition from face-to-face learning to distance learning concepts which have been around for decades, so there should be no doubt as to the DepEd's preparedness to implement the said teaching and learning modalities. Meanwhile, the DepEd Division of Zamboanga del Sur has been printing modules for this school year as the main delivery mode of learning in this new normal education. However, these modules constrain the students to socially engage to their fellows and teachers. Subsequently, to meet the challenges for catering to individuals' needs, we need to adapt new technologies and exploring new paths of educational approaches to reach the goal of quality educational opportunities for all, while maintaining the health, security, and welfare of the students, teachers, and other personnel. According to Lalima 2017, blended learning is an innovative concept that embraces the advantages of both traditional teachings in the classroom and ICT-supported learning, including both offline learning and online learning. It has a scope for collaborative learning, constructive learning, and computer-assisted learning. In addition, blended learning is a combination of the three types of distance: the modular, video-based instruction, and online distance learning. This transition stage of our educational system in the time of COVID-19 compels the researcher to conduct this study to determine the students' perception of the use of blended learning, which would help the school in enhancing the learning continuity plan improvement roadmap. The participants of this study are the grade 12 STEM and tailoring students. This group of students have gadgets and access to internet that are necessary for blended learning. They are chosen using the purposive sampling method. The data for this study were collected through the use of a web-based questionnaire checklist. The distribution and collection of questionnaires was done online through the use of Google Forms to follow health protocol given by the Department of Health and other implementing agencies. The researcher just sent a link of the questionnaire to all respondents. Some statistical formulas were used in this action research to analyze the data collected, such as weighted mean and person R. The table illustrates the summary of the satisfaction level of grade 12 students of Bayug National Technical Vocational High School in using the blended learning approach during distance learning. The table reflects that students are very satisfied in terms of interaction with 4.22 mean in using blended learning. This implies that blended learning provides a high opportunity for students to interact with the teachers and other students, especially in times of doubts and queries. It also tightened the bond between the students and the parents because parents can closely monitor the progress of their children. On the other hand, the results also disclose that students are satisfied in terms of results, with 4.0 mean access with a mean of 3.98, and response with a mean of 3.91 in using the blended learning approach. This means that this innovation has helped the students to continue learning even in the time of pandemic. The next table illustrates the summary of the efficiency level of blended learning in the learning behavior of the students. Access has a mean of 3.75, interaction with a mean of 3.98, response has a mean of 3.78, and results has a mean of 3.77, which all means very efficient. Meanwhile, the efficiency level of blended learning has an average mean of 3.82, which means blended learning is very efficient in the learning behavior of the students. The data in this table discloses a significant relationship between the satisfaction level of grade 12 students in using the blended learning and its efficiency level in the learning behavior of the students. Closer scrutiny of the data reveals that the two variables are highly related as shown in the computation of person-product moment correlation. The result yields a positive high significant relationship based on the table of De Leon 1989. This implies that student satisfaction in using blended learning and its efficiency level to their learning behavior is highly related to each other. The result is positive in the sense that as the value of the y variable, which is the efficiency level of blended learning, increases, the value of the x variable relatively increases too. This is a clear manifestation that the efficiency of using blended learning as an intervention has satisfied the grade 12 students' behavior in learning in the new normal education. As revealed in the result of this study, students displayed a mean of 4.025, which means students are satisfied with using the blended learning approach. Along with this, the result of the efficiency level of blended learning has been marked as very efficient to the learning behavior of grade 12 students with a mean of 3.82. Thus, the utilization of this innovation, blended learning, responded to the learning needs of the students during this time of difficult circumstances. With blended learning, students were given a chance to access different learning materials that help them to expand their knowledge. Likewise, it also provides them the opportunity to interact with their teachers, parents, and other students, which eventually develop their social relations with others, even in distance learning. As an offshoot to the reflections and conclusions made by the researcher through the results and findings of this study, the following recommendations are forwarded. First, teachers may have meaningful teaching by truly addressing the learning needs of the students through the use of the blended learning approach. Second, teachers may not limit the learning delivery mode to modular learning. The use of blended learning provides equal learning opportunities to students who are in different situations during this time of the pandemic. Third, students who are in difficult circumstances may be considered in the development of the lesson plan by allowing them to share their learning needs. And fourth, school administrators may continue to expose teachers to various pieces of training through lab sessions that help them become more flexible in using appropriate teaching methodologies that are more applicable in the new normal education. These are the references used in this study. Thank you so much for listening, and once again, good day.
Thank you so much, Sir Johnny Burr. Job well done. Before we give you the judge, let us acknowledge the presence of Dr. Chuchi P. Garganera, the Director of Philippine Science High School, Soc Sargent Campus. Good morning, Ma'am Chuchi.
And now at this point, we would like to give you our research partner from the regional office to give her comments for the presentation, Dr. Philma Catalan, ma'am.
Good morning, Sir Juniver. Good morning, Sir Juniver, and congratulations. My first question, this
Morning,
is
ma'am.
a quite
Thank you.
personal question. What challenges have you encountered in the conduct of your study? Kindly share us your experiences in the floating of your survey questionnaire and the preparation to get the result of your study, result and finding of your study.
Um, Good morning, ma'am. Thank you. So the challenges while I am conducting the study is that first, while conducting the blended learning, of course, one of the challenges or expected challenges is the internet connection, especially when I conducted online classes to my students. And in the distribution of my tool, the questionnaire, it's easier for me to distribute or to give the questionnaire through online through the use of Google Forms. But the only problem is that there are some students who submitted or who answered the questionnaire twice or thrice. So I have to check again who among them has answered multiple um, in that tool.
Okay. So congratulations. I really appreciated the way you presented your data, your statistical treatment using the person R correlation. Or you correlated between the satisfaction level and efficiency level, and you found out as the findings, there is really high level of efficient learning. Now,
Yes.
based on your recommendation, what is your action plan for the improvement of the teaching learning in your school so that this will
Uh,
be put into practice in your school particularly?
um, First, ma'am, I would really disseminate the information or the data or the results that I gathered from my study, and I would really approach my head to conduct a training or a training and the use of online forms in LAC sessions so that
Okay.
they would also experience having a class online aside from the modular learning.
Okay, within the span of a semester, if this is something proven to be effective in your school that can be manifested to the performance of our learners, then probably as my suggestion, this can be communicated to other schools in your district, especially the effectiveness of your study, no? So congratulations for sharing your wisdom, for the efforts of coming up this very unique study. This is very timely and very relevant, especially to in the teaching and classroom situation in this new normal. So congratulations once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma Catalan. Okay, so this is for the information of Dr. Chuchi, who have just joined us, that we have revised the question and answer flow. One question, one judge, one presenter, ma'am. Yes, Sir Brian?
Okay, so we would like also to inform our presenters once again that all your manuscripts have been read thoroughly by our
Absolutely.
judges so that they can give rich suggestions and comments on your presentations.
Okay, let's proceed to our next presenter. Is none other than the director of Pisay Soxargen Campus, Dr. Chuchi Garganera. Our next presenter is R from Molave Vocational Technical School. My former colleagues, we have Sir Cornelio Calenio Jr. and Dr. Christina P. Garridos.
Warmest greetings to our highly competent and respectable persons who made this Division Research Festival a great success. Best day, everyone! Our action research entitled Lecture Capture as a Supplemental Learning Tool in Teaching General Mathematics. We, the researchers, came up with this idea lecture capturing years before the pandemic. We were then so motivated to use technology in solving the following common problems as far as teaching and learning is concerned. 1. What learning material can we provide to the students who missed classes due to trainings for athletic meets and academic contests, due to sickness, students at risk of dropping out or getting failed, or students in the open high school system and alternative learning system? Second, what learning material can the teacher leave his class while he is absent because he is assigned as athletic or academic coach and has to do trainings for his athletes or contestants, or sent by the school for a seminar trainings for professional growth and development? Then came the pandemic. As stipulated in DepEd Order Number 12, Series 2020, self-learning modules shall be made available in print and offline or online digital formats for use this school year 2020-2021. Now comes another problem. Self-learning modules stimulate only one of the senses of the learners. It is a famous theory and of general knowledge that the more senses involved, the higher the retention of information, thus increasing students' learning. Hence, to try to offer a solution to different aforementioned problems and improve teaching learning process in the Department of Education, we, the researchers, came up with this idea of lecture capturing. Lecture capture provides audio and visual realism of face-to-face classes where the students can see the facial expression and body language of their teacher, adding life to communication where the self-learning modules can provide in the new normal situation of our country. It can be stored in a disk, flash drive, external and hard disk, or any related gadgets. The same can be stopped, paused, reproduced, rewind, and repeated over and over again till mastery of the topic is achieved. With this new normal, the situation presents a unique challenge to every educational leader's decision-making process, TRIA 2020. In this view, anchored from the above DepEd orders and different aforecited researches, the researchers conducted action research on lecture capture as a learning intervention to test its significant effect on the academic performance of the students in the absence of face-to-face classes.
Research questions. Specifically, it's so to answer the following questions. What is the respondent's formative assessment score in general mathematics as exposed to SLMs and SLMs with lecture capture? What is the respondent's summative assessment score in general mathematics as exposed to SLMs and SLMs with lecture capture? What is the respondent's performance in general mathematics as exposed to SLMs and SLMs with lecture capture? Is there a significant difference between the respondent's formative assessment scores in general mathematics as exposed to self-learning modules alone and with lecture capture? Is there enough evidence to support the claim that a difference between the summative assessment score of the control group and the experimental group exists? Does the performance of the respondents depend on the implemented intervention? Results and discussion. Table 1 shows the respondents' formative assessment. This implies that the respondents with intervention had higher performance than those who had SLMs alone. Table 2 shows the respondent's summative assessment. As reflected, experimental mean score is higher and are closer than those of scores of the control group. This shows that the respondents who had a copy of the lecture capture, aside from the SLMs, had a higher performance than those who had only received SLMs. Figure 1 reveals 6 out of 32 of the experimental group are outstanding than in the control group, which has only 1 out of 30. On the other hand, the graph shows that the majority of the control group performed below the expectations. Table 3 shows the t-statistic value of 2.55, which is greater than the critical value of 2.01 and has a p-value of 0.01, which is lesser than the significant level of 0.05. This implies that there is a significant difference between the respondents' formative assessment. Table 4 shows that the statistic value of 2.68, which is greater than the critical value of 2.0, and has the p-value of 0.01, which is lesser than the 0.5 significance level. This means that there is enough evidence to support the claim that the difference between the summative assessment score of the control group and the experimental group exists. Table 5 shows the computed value of chi-square. Accordingly, it has a p-value of 0.03, which is lower than the significant level of 0.05. This result shows that the relationship between the variables was significant. Chi-square test result shows enough evidence to support the claim that the intervention lecture capture is an effective supplemental learning tool in teaching general mathematics. Summary of findings and conclusions. Respondents who had a copy of the lecture capture, aside from the SLMs, had a significantly higher performance in both formative and summative assessment than those who only received SLMs. Thus, results provide empirical evidence that the class with lecture capture, aside from the SLMs received, significantly performed better than the class with SLMs alone. Hence, lecture capture intensifies and efficiently maximizes learning and increases the academic performance of the students in the absence of face-to-face classes. Therefore, lecture capture is an effective supplemental learning tool in teaching general mathematics in the light of the COVID-19 health pandemic.
Based from the summary of findings and conclusions, the following are recommended. 1. Teachers may apply the knowledge learned during the National In-Service virtual training held last March 2021, particularly with the topic Video Editing Techniques in Producing Quality Video Lesson, and be acquainted with the Open Broadcaster Software or OBS for the video recording. Second, school heads must be aware of the positive impacts of the study to be integrated into the making of the annual implementation plan for the purchase of the necessary materials. Third, teachers handling alternative learning school or open high school system and about programs can also utilize the tool as an extension for their discussion in their students' respective homes. Fourth, local government officials, especially the Committee on Education, to extend the podcast to every corner of their municipality through barangay chairperson.
These are the following references used in the study.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Cornelio and Ma'am Christina Garridos of Molave Vocational Technical School. Hats off to you, ma'am and sir.
And now to give her comments about the presentation, let's all welcome the Philippine Science High School Director of Soc Sargent Campus, Dr. Chuchi Garganera.
Good morning to everyone and to our researchers. Congratulations for doing a good job in your presentation for your action research pertaining to lecture capture, which is a supplemental learning tool in teaching general mathematics. I would like to congratulate also you also because of for coming up of this action research, because we know that mathematics is one of the subjects which is dreaded, a dreaded one of the most feared subjects by our students. So thank you so much for coming up this study, and I hope that this will also be adopted and will be implemented also in other schools. I have two questions actually, but these questions are connected. I am interested of knowing the frequency and the duration of introducing captured lessons and SLMs all throughout the study, whether it was implemented once or twice a week, or for the duration, was it implemented in a quarter only or the entire school year? And aside from that, I would like to know whether how many assessments did you give after? Well, because as I understand, you conducted, you employed written assessment. This is what I have read in your manuscript. I asked that question because I would like to inform you that the answers to your questions, to my question, I mean, is that knowing the frequency and the duration of introducing captured lessons as an intervention or supplemental learning tool would help give support to your claim that lecture capture is really effective as a learning tool. Okay, that's all.
Good morning po, ma'am. Thank you so much for the questions. My first answer is for the duration of the implementation of the study. It was only conducted for 1 week lesson based on the distributed module SLMs from the division. And secondly, we use only 2 assessments. First assessment is for the formative assessment. The formative assessment was based on the assessment given in the SLMs wherein there was no answer key given in the module. And secondly, we use the summative assessment, which is the teacher's made test given after a week after the implementation of the study.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So I would like to recommend that you expand the implementation. Okay. To vouch your claim that lecture capture is really very effective. Okay, thank you so much. That's all from my end.
Thank you so much po, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Recommendation well taken.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chuchi Garganera, and congratulations to the both of you, ma'am and sir, from Olavi Vocational Technical School.
All right, so let's proceed to the next presenter coming from Leonardo National High School. That's Al Nino de Duerme. That's presenter number 5.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Al Nino de Duerme from Leonardo National High School, Josefina District, and I'm going to present my study entitled Contextualized Apple Writing ebook, Improving the Written Communication Skills in Application and Resume Writing Among Grade 12 TVL Dressmaking Students. One of the main objectives of the Department of Education and the senior high curriculum is to prepare the students for employment in case they will be enrolling in higher education institution. Senior high school students must market their skills, experiences, achievements in order for them to set apart from others in applying a job. Thus, the students must possess some degree of written communication skills. However, based on the observation and assessment done by the subject teacher in reading and writing, Mrs. Annalisa Asuncion, it was found out that 14 out of 28 grade 11 cookery students who are now enrolled in grade 12 TVL dressmaking lack the skills in writing application and resume. Thus, this motivates the researcher to craft a learning modality or an intervention that would address this problem. This intervention is what we call the electronic book or ebook, which is designed to improve the learners or students' written communication skills, especially in the time that we're facing today, where face-to-face is not allowed or limited. Moreover, this study attempted to address the problem in improving the written communication skills of the students. Specifically, the study answered the following questions. 1. What is the level of written communication skills in writing application and resume among grade 12 TVL dressmaking students in the aspects of form and content, function and effectiveness, and grammar and mechanics? 2. What is the level of written communication skills in writing application and resume among grade 12 TVL dressmaking students after employing the contextualized Apple writing ebook in the aspects of form and content, function and effectiveness, and grammar and mechanics? 3. Is there any significant difference before and after employing the contextualized Apple writing ebook? And 4, how does the program improve the students' written communication skills in writing application and resume? Based on the data gathered, this is now our results. Before applying the intervention in table 1.1 that shows the level of written communication skills in the aspects of form and content, it showed that the mean score, the gain score is 2.21, which is interpreted as poor. Thus, the students need to improve the form and content of their application and resume. On the second table, we have table 1.2. It shows the level of reading communication skills in the aspects of function and effectiveness. Again, the mean score or the gain score of the students is 2.43, which is poor. The students need to improve their function and effectiveness because some of the students do not have a professional tone and style in their resume and application letters, as well as their purpose and audience are not clear. In our third table, we have table 1.3, which is the level of reading communication skills in the aspects of grammar and mechanics. It shows that the students need to improve their grammar and other writing mechanics, such as proper capitalization, correct punctuation, correct sentence construction, etc. They have the gain score of 2.36, which is also poor. Now, if we apply the intervention, which is the contextualized Apple writing ebook, in our problem number 2, what will happen to the following aspects? In table 2.1, let us see. The reading communication skills of the students after employing the contextualized Apple writing ebook in the aspects of form and content from 2.21, which is poor, to 5.71, which is very good. That means to say that the students improve their written communication skills in the aspects of form and content. On the second table, we have table 2.2 that shows the level of written communication skills after employing our intervention in the aspects of function and effectiveness. The main score or the gain score of the students is 6.0, which is very good. That means to say that the students also improve their function and effectiveness in their application and resume writing. On our third table, we have table 2.3, which illustrates the level of reading communication skills after employing the intervention, the aspects of grammar and mechanics from poor to good. That means to say that the student also improved in the aspects of grammar and mechanics. How about in the third question, which is there any significant difference in all the aspects of writing from pre-writing activity to post-writing activity, starting from form and content, function and effectiveness, and grammar and mechanics? So based in our table, it shows that all of the aspects in writing have below 0.05 significance. Therefore, we could say that all of the aspects have significant difference. That means to say that the students had improved their written communication skills. That was also supported by the study of Collin 2020, who stated that business writing assessment and guide, which should always be part of a good business writing course, is always the best measurement in improving the written communication skill. And our last problem, how does the program improve the students' written communication skills? So based on the responses of our respondents, they said that this program had helped them create a better and standard resume and application letters. Also, this program is very engaging and interactive. It catches their attention, as well as it is not time consuming in learning in writing application and resume. Therefore, based on the results of the study, the researcher highly recommended that this program or intervention, the contextualized Apple writing ebook, may be utilized in the senior high school curriculum, especially in the process of making their application letters and resume. And also, the teachers may use this intervention as one of the guides and materials in teaching the application and resume. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Sir Alminio Duerme of Leonardo National High School. Job well done, sir.
And now we will give you our research partner, Dr. Romeo Daligdig, for the comments.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Al Duerme.
Hi, sir.
It's nice
Good
to see you
morning.
again.
Nice to see you too, sir.
I believe you are an English teacher because you concentrated much on written communication for your students skills. And it's very good because it's very relevant and timely, because in the 21st century education, we need to also guide the students to equip themselves with the communication skills. And the original two communication skills are written and oral. But this time two are added in that list, and that is interpersonal communication skill and electronic communication skill, like emailing and everything. So you highlighted in your research about the written communication skill, because one of the mandates of K-12 is after graduation, our graduates of senior high school should be employable. So with that note, our students after senior high school graduation are ready for work, ready for life, and ready for college education. And with that mandate, I know you are in that mandate by developing your students the communication skill. And part of my observation in your presentation, this is a suggestion for improvement. You mentioned in your statement of the problem three variables: the form and content, the grammar and mechanics, and what's the second one?
Function and
That is
effectiveness.
functions and effectiveness. Okay? But your presentation of data, because you're using qualitative and quantitative, in your quantitative, you presented your values as a whole. I'd like to see in the improvement of your paper, I'd like to see per variable. Like what's the rating, what's the value for, not rating, but value for the form and content? What's the value for functions and effectiveness? And what's the value for grammar and mechanics? Because from there, we can single out what's really the problem, what is the improvement area, specifically to address written communication skills. Is it in the form and content? Is it in the function and effectiveness? Or is it in the area on grammar and mechanics? So that we can be able to really see whether the problem you posed beforehand was really addressed by coming up with your study. And this is found in level of significance only, but not specified in your table 2.3 and table 2.2 and table I'm sorry. This is application resume in aspects of form and content. That's 5.71. I'm sorry, this is the first time that I look at your manuscript.
Yes, sir.
5.71, it's there. And then the function and effectiveness 6.0. And the lowest of the three is
Grammar and mechanics, I think so.
grammar and mechanics. So with these findings, thank you for providing me the manuscript for the entire paper. What is your basis of the recommendation?
Actually, sir, I base my recommendation on the results of the study and also the assessment result of the subject teacher. That's why I have recommended that one to be used in the senior high school curriculum.
Okay, recommendation from your senior high school teacher. And since the lowest among the three variables that you use in your study was the grammar and mechanics. So I want to see in your recommendation to highlight grammar and mechanics.
Okay, sir.
As part of your reinforcement and as part of your enrichment and enhancement of the written communication skills. Because your recommendation should be data driven, that it should be based on the results of the study. And I also appreciate the reflections of your students, because they really appreciate your effort of introducing this innovation. But part of the suggestion, you can also include incidents in your context and rationale that this is part of your observation, and even recommendation from other co-teachers in the senior high school to be included. So there should be a mention of observations, be it personal or from other teachers, that there is really a problem or a gap in written communication skills. Though that is your aspiration to improve the written communication skills based on personal observation, but to give meat on your desire to develop and improve their written communication skills, you can also cite some common observations from among your colleagues to be included in the context and rationale. So that will give credit to your interest in conducting the study. Okay, that's
Thank
all.
you, sir.
Your recommendation should be data-driven, should be data-based from your findings that you have
Copy, sir. Thank you so
noted in
much.
your manuscript. Thank you and congratulations. And I hope you will have more researchers in the future because we need more people like you who have the
Thank you, sir.
heart for the learners and for the country. And that is a proof that you are really a teacher and you uphold the nobility of the teaching profession to do extra mile even beyond classroom duties and responsibilities. Thank you, Sir Al, and good luck. God bless.
God bless you too, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation, sir, and also thank you so much to our research partner for your very rich suggestions and comments on the presentation.
Now let's proceed to the next presenter from Tulbong Elementary School. Ladies and gents, let's give it up for Ma'am April M. Sangrines with your research partner, Dr. Filma Catalan.
Due to COVID-19 pandemic, schools around the world were closed. Educators are adapting to new challenges. We know things are not going to be the same, but education is unwavering its resolve, unbreakable in its foundation, and stronger than we could ever comprehend. Schooling can continue even from home.
Good day, lovers of wisdom. I am April Magsayo Sangrenes, Teacher 1 of Tulbong Elementary School, Midsalip District, and this is my action research. Teacher compiled reading booklet, a tool in enhancing the reading fluency and comprehension among grade 5 and 6 pupils. Reading is the foundation of learning. According to Samantha Clever 2020, early reading experiences make the difference for kids as they prepare to be successful readers. It has been a perennial problem, and for quite some time, problems regarding reading become one of the major concerns in the educational system, which often causes bullying, difficulty in catching up with the lessons, child lack of interest in coming to school, and even drop out. According to Nevo Nussbaum, Brande, and Gambrel 2020, oral reading fluency measures all motivational factors and were significantly correlated with comprehension. It is for this reason that this action research was conducted to determine the reading fluency and comprehension among grade 5 and 6 pupils. Furthermore, this research aimed to improve the reading ability of identified pupils, which is 12 out of 18 were still in the frustration level, and better improve their performance in reading. This study utilized the qualitative type of research, specifically the pre-test post-test design with the aid of fill-eerie passages. Complete enumeration method was employed as sampling procedure. As shown in Table 1, the criteria for choosing the sample population, it shows a total respondents of 18. The study was conducted through a home visitation with parents' consent and permission from the school head. Health protocols were strictly followed. For the data analysis, it is adapted from the Phil Erie assessment. For oral fluency, the number of words minus number of miscues divided by number of words times 100. Its equivalent percentage in word reading has a corresponding value. For independent, it is 97 to 100%. For instructional, it is 90 to 96%. And for frustration, it is 89% and below. In order to determine their comprehension level, the number of correct answers divided by number of questions times 100 is the percent of comprehension. As shown, it has a corresponding value. For frustration, it is 58% and below. For instructional, 59 to 79%, and for independent, 80 to 100%. The learner's word reading score and the comprehension score should be taken together to determine the comprehensive reading profile. Discussion of the results. Number 1. What is the level of the reading fluency and comprehension of the grade 5 and 6 pupils? As shown in Table 3, it has a mean percentage score of 83.25% with a corresponding description of frustration. For the comprehension level, it has 35% with a corresponding description of frustration. For the grade 6, it has a mean percentage of 87.82% with a corresponding description of frustration. And for the comprehension level, it has 32% with a corresponding description of frustration. The intervention used in the study is a teacher-compiled reading booklet, quality assured in the district and in the division of NIS.
Para na ako, mas maayo magtagaan sila silang teacher o grading booklet para inig kuha nila sa balay, magbasa sila.
Nalipay ko nga gitagaan akong anak aning reading booklet para sa dito sa balay nga matudloan ko nako.
Salamat po sa teacher nga naghatag og reading booklet para makapalog sila pagbasa sa balay kung makinapos sila makatama.
As shown in Table 5, the grade 5 has a mean percentage score of 83.25% in the pre-test and 3% in the post-test. It has a gain mean percentage of 9.08%. For the grade 6, it has 87.82% in the pre-test and 95.42% in the post-test. It has a gain mean percentage of 7.6%. Table 6 presents the pupil's level of comprehension after employing the intervention. For the grade 5, it has a mean percentage of 35% during the pre-test with a corresponding description of frustration, while 63% on the post-test with a corresponding description of instructional. It has a gain mean percentage of 28%. For the grade 6, it has 32% during the pre-test to the corresponding description of frustration, while it has 61% on the post-test with the corresponding description of instructional. It has a gain mean percentage of 29%. The research trend revealed in this study is that pupils can improve their oral fluency and comprehension when they are given printed materials or printed copies of passages and other sort of reading activities that they can browse at home or go over with at their vacant time of the day. This study implies that hands-on reading materials are needed for pupils to gain fluency and in-depth understanding of what they read to attain literacy skills. This intervention may be implemented in a wider context because the researcher believes that this problem doesn't only exist in the focused school, considering also much for listening, and let us remember that social distance doesn't mean relational distance. Our pupils need us, and they will remember us as someone who was there for them in these dark times. I am now open for your queries. suggestions, and recommendations for the improvement of my study.
Thank you so much, Ma'am April M. Sangrines of Tulbong Elementary School. Congratulations, ma'am, for a job well done.
And now we will give you our research partner from the regional office, that's Dr. Filma Catalan, for her comments.
Good morning, Ma'am April. Congratulations
Good
for
morning, ma'am.
coming up this kind of teaching and learning tool, no? Part of our research agenda. I know that Zamboanga del Sur division has rich reading interventions, and this can be added as another intervention of Zamboanga del Sur division. Since I was part of Zamboanga del Sur division, and I know that they have lots of interventions in terms of reading. I have here very simple questions, no, in a series of questions. One, why did you choose grade 5 and grade 6 as your respondents? Was there a gap analysis conducted in terms of grade 5 and grade 6 reading performance? Why choose
Yes,
grade
ma'am.
5 and grade 6?
I choose the grade 5 and grade 6 as my research respondents because I am a multi-grade teacher handling grade 5 and grade 6, and for the gap analysis, their exit reading assessment for the previous grade was the basis in crafting this research.
If you look at the data presented, grade 5 has frustration level of 9.08, while grade 6 has 7.6%. What is the implication of this data?
Yes, ma'am. This data implies that even if they are already in grade 5 and grade 6, still they are in the frustration level, which is very alarming in the part of the higher grade teachers because this is the transition grade where they will move on to the next level of education, which is the high school level.
Okay, next question. Are the expenses of supplies?
My courtesy and respect to everyone. I am Venus Joy V. Muslares from Tukuran East District. Today, I will be presenting the completed action research entitled Localized Manipulative Materials, Tool for
Overlapping of the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are the expenses incurred personally or burned from your school MOE because you are in the production of your booklet? So how was the expenses? Was it coming from your own pocket or this is burned from your school MOE?
As to the expenses, ma'am, good thing that with the presence of the MOE, we are given our supplies, which are the bond papers and printer and ink, which is used in the printing of the materials.
Okay, congratulations to your school head, no, for providing you your necessary supplies for the preparation. So your school head is so supportive of your intervention, no, reading intervention. So extend my congratulations to your school head, no. Now, how was the preparation of this booklet since this is pandemic time? How was it done? Were you supported by your co-teachers or from your school head in terms of the preparation of the booklet?
As to the preparation, like I must say it was really lucky for me that the opening of classes for this school year was extended because I have given enough time to prepare the booklet. So I made it on my own. Yes, ma'am.
You prepared them by your own. Congratulations.
This is the sample.
My salute to you for that, for
Thank you,
your
ma'am.
initiative, for your effort. Very seldom to see teacher like you. How can we multiply? How can we multiply your effort, to the rest of the reading teachers of Zamboanga del Sur? So now that you have already found out that there is really a need, to conduct the intervention, what are your recommendations to your school head or even to the division office?
For the recommendations, I am very willing to work on the recommendation that is brought up during the district research conference, which is to make this one as the research intervention for our district, especially for teachers who have frustration readers. And for the Division of Zamboanga del Sur, I will be very lucky if they will adopt this one as one of the research interventions for our division.
Okay, congratulations, ma'am. God bless.
Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Phil Macatalan of the regional office for your very sound comments and suggestions to the presentation.
Now let's proceed to the next presenter from MV Lagare Memorial Elementary School. We have Ma'am Venus Joy Viraggio Moslares with your research partner, Dr. Chuchi Garganera, our Director of Philippine Science High School, Soxargen Campus.
My courtesy and respect to everyone. I am Venus Joy V. Muslares from Tucuran East District. Today, I will be presenting my completed action research entitled Localized Manipulative Materials, Tool for Numeracy Skills Development in Kindergarten. For kindergarten learners, the active interaction with the materials in the environment is the key to better learning. In this time of pandemic, where children are addressing distance learning through a modular approach, understanding numeracy turned out to be difficult for kindergarten learners. As a result, there are some numeracy activities left unaccomplished by the learners. In that context, this action research aimed to determine the impact of the localized manipulative materials as a tool for numeracy skills development in kindergarten. Specifically, this aimed to answer the following problems. First, what is the learning development of kindergarten pupils in numeracy? Second, what are the localized materials used by kindergarten learners in developing numeracy skills? Third, what is the learning development of kindergarten pupils in numeracy after using the localized manipulative materials? And fourth, what is the impact of the localized manipulative materials as a tool in developing pupils' numeracy skills based on parents' perception? The data presented in this part follows the arrangement of the problems as set in the action research questions. This first table presents the level of development of the kindergarten pupils in numeracy. It can be deduced from the data that out of 40 pupils, 10 or 25% belongs to the consistent level, 12 or 30% belongs to the developing level, and 18 or 45% belongs to the beginning level. These findings can be attributed to the transition period of kindergarten learners that results in difficult lesson comprehension, considering kindergarten is the first key stage in basic education. The study of Langa cited that the students are not always given an opportunity to explore and learn through math manipulatives to gain a strong foundation and understanding of number concepts. The second table presents the localized manipulative materials used by the learners as an intervention tool in numeracy skills development in kindergarten. The result presents that using stones has the highest percentage of 27.5%, using dried leaves with 22.5%, using twigs with 20%, using seeds with 17.5%, while corn kernels have the lowest percentage of responses, which is 12.5%. The results can be attributed to the abundance of these materials in the school's locality. The use of localized materials provides learners with the creativity to work on the math concepts instead of merely relying on worksheets. Consequently, enjoyably learn math, making connections between the concrete and the abstract. According to Mahabadi, the use of localized materials is valuing and appreciating the culture and the social identities of the students. This third table presents the learning development of the kindergarten pupils in numeracy after using the localized manipulative materials. As presented, out of 40 kindergarten pupils, 31 or 77.5% belongs to the consistent level of development and 9 or 22.5% belongs to the developing level. It can be noted that no one belongs to the beginning level. The result implies that most kindergarten pupils have understood the concept and are consistently developing their skills in numeracy after using the localized manipulative materials. With this, the motivation of children to learn math concepts significantly increased. This result conforms to the statement of Moore, who calls manipulatives as powerful tool for supporting classroom assessment. This fourth table presents the parents' feedback on the impact of the localized manipulative materials on pupils as a tool in numeracy skills development. As presented, the highest weighted mean of 3.85 with an adjectival equivalent of strongly agree belongs to item number 3 with the statement, the localized manipulative materials are inexpensive and are readily available. And the lowest weighted mean of 3.05 belongs to item number 2 with the statement, the localized manipulative materials give learners hands-on engagement. This result suggests that parents subscribe to the idea that the intervention introduced in developing numeracy skills is indeed effective. The overall mean of 3.36 with the adjectival equivalent of strongly agree can be associated with the study of Lindier, Powers Costello, and Stedulen, where they cited that meaningful mathematical experiences and strategies with the use of manipulatives can positively impact student achievement. From the foregoing conclusions, the following recommendations may hereby presented. First is to provide many opportunities for the learners to practice and demonstrate mastery in numeracy skills using concrete materials to help them see relationships and interconnections in math ideas and concepts. Second is to encourage parents to use localized manipulatives that are readily available in their environment rather than the commercial-made manipulatives. And third is to communicate constantly with the parents to keep track of the learner's learning. Here are the references for this study. And that ends my presentation. Thank you very much and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Okay, thank you. And hello, can I be heard? Good morning.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would like to congratulate Ma'am Moslares for this action research. And I would like to thank you also for coming up with this study because I believe that establishing a very strong foundation with our kindergarten pupils would lead to a successful transition from kinder to the elementary grades. And of course, with the help of their parents, as I understand that you have tapped the parents in the conduct of this study for them to be able to help you, especially in the implementation of the intervention with the kids. I just would like to ask, before I will give my comments, as to the frequency of employing the activity or conducting the activity, and also as to the span of time wherein the activities or intervention given were conducted. Is it for the entire school year or for just like the other presenter a while ago when I asked the question, they said that it's only for 1 week. So um, for how long did you conduct this or employ interventions to the pupils?
Good morning, ma'am. So this study was employed during the second quarter of this school year, where the total of 3.36 strongly agreed by the parents was turned out to be the result of this study, ma'am. So it turns out to be that this was agreed by the parents that this has contributed much to the numeracy skills development of the kindergarten pupils.
Okay, so congratulations for obtaining that result and the affirmation of the parents. However, what I would like to see, and perhaps this will form part of your recommendation also, that you're going to expand, the period, not only in one quarter, for you to be able to really get, how should we say it? A viable, no, a much viable results, and also to vouch your claim that, and the parents as well, that having this intervention is really very effective, especially that you're handling kindergarten pupils. So that's all for my question, and then I would like to point out one comment is. As I have read your manuscript, I was able to my attention was caught, um, specifically in how you drafted or you formulated your research questions, because as I can see and as what you have mentioned, the parents were involved in the conduct of this study. So I hope to see that will be part of, if not on the research questions part, but somewhere else in which the role of the parents are also emphasized. What did they do, especially when you introduce the localized manipulative materials and other things that they do in order to support you and help you um, conduct this study. Because it is understood that kindergarten pupils cannot do things on their own. They have to be assisted by the parents, especially that they are at home, not in the classroom. So that's one thing that I would like to be you to do, and I hope that will be seen in your manuscript. So that would be all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much to our presenter, Ma'am Venus Joy Muslares, and of course to our research partner, Dr. Chuchi Garganera from Fisay Suksargen Campus. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now we give you our next presenters, my good friends from Dinas National High School, Ma'am Alison A. Kapentilan and Ma'am Zenaida Antol, with the research partner, Dr. Romeo Daligdig.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, panelists and fellow lovers of wisdom. I am Alison Anggon Kapintilan. And I am Zenaida Antol. And we are from Dinas National High School. We are now presenting to you our research entitled Factors Affecting the Reading Comprehension of the Junior High School Grade 10 Students, Basis for Teachers Reading Intervention Program. Reading is one of the most important skills to be cultivated among students. The ability to read is very vital to learning. Reading broadens an individual's mind as he explores the vast confines of his environs, by Tobong Nawa of 2003. When one reads, there must be comprehension. Otherwise, no reading takes place. Comprehension only takes place when there is communication between the author and the reader. In plain language, it is the understanding of what the author has written. As per observation, in the laboratory school of Venus National High School, they are struggling whenever they are given a reading task. Basically, students find it difficult to understand the concept of the said subject due to the fact that English is not their first language. The mother tongue or first language of the students varies, which considerably interplays with their acquisition of skills in English. Venus National High School Care for Non-Reader or the CNR revealed in its 2019 data that 15% of our grade 10 learners belong to non-readers, have difficulty in reading, and eventually cannot comprehend, and that's alarming. Our low mean percentage score or MPS in academic learning areas would justify the said result, and even teachers' day-to-day experience in the class would tell the same. Thus, the researchers found out to have a compelling reasons to address these needs to fill in the gaps in reading and eventually prevent hiatus in the delivery of educalidad. Especially, we are implementing new mode of learning instructions to our clientele. Literature revealed that efficient word recognition played a functional role in the reading comprehension. On the other study, it uses the decoding for children with poor reading skills in designing preliminary tests. Another study put emphasis on morphological awareness as a key to understand poor reading comprehension and stressed that there is a relationship between reading comprehension and English vocabulary knowledge. Based on the studies mentioned, there are only few studies about reading comprehension and other determining factors surrounding it, and no expressed mention about intervention in times of determining factors in times of pandemic. Thus, it is undeniably noted a clear existing gap in literature, convincingly speaking that there is a compelling reason behind to study about the factors affecting reading comprehension, which is one of the bases in crafting the reading intervention program amidst pandemic that we are facing as of today, particularly at the researchers' locality. So we come up with these research questions. First, what are the status of participants in terms of the factors encountered affecting reading comprehension? 1.1, the availability of materials. 1.2, the person or persons assisting the reading. Interests and attitudes in reading. Distractions encountered in reading. And number 2, what are the insights and the strategies employed to grade 10 junior high school students of Venus National High School in the following reading comprehension skills? We have, getting the main idea, noting details, sequencing of events, drawing conclusions, supplying missing words, and interpreting figurative language. What are the remedies of the teachers in helping learners with poor reading comprehension? So for our methodology, our research design is equalitative. Participants, of course, are grade 10 students and 10 English teachers of Venus National High School. For our data gathering method, we've used the questionnaire, interview guide, and the proposed sampling. And that our data analysis plan is a narrative analysis.
Moving on to our results and findings. The results of this study are summarized as follows. Number 1, there was a scarcity as to the availability of materials of the learners at home. No one is assisting the learners in their reading journey at home due to the lack of education of parents, broken families, family feud, physical absence of parents by reason of employment abroad, lack of parental concern, and priorities of parents. Another result is that students nowadays shows lack of interest in reading. Another result revealed that technology advancements contributed to the loss of interest in reading, as gadgets were found to be a major cause of distractions in reading. Another one is that reading comprehension skills such as getting the main idea, noting details, sequencing events, drawing conclusions, supplying missing words, and interpreting figurative language are commonly less mastered skills among the participants. It was found out that the skills above mentioned are not essential in the reading learning journey and failed to recognize its importance. The students did not give attention on such skills because of lack of interest. Another results, teachers in previous years already adapted the following tools in helping learners with poor reading comprehensions. The following are the tools adapted already. The individual tutorials, the conduct of special remediation classes, supervised peer teaching. But unfortunately, these tools are not anymore feasible in this time of pandemic as we adapted the new mode of teaching learning process. The researcher also made this recommendation. The researchers recommend to follow the action plan designed to solve the existing problem and issues it is aligned with the new mode of teaching learning process. Aside from our recommendation, we come up also with the so-called special intervention program designed in this research. We come up with the so-called DCOM Reading Pantry, which means Dina's Community Reading Pantry. This DCOM or this Dina's Community Reading Pantry has the following features. Number one, it is a kind of reading hub-like place created with a partnership of local government of Dinas, Dinas National High School faculty and staff, and recognized NGOs. Another feature of this pantry is that the reading pantry will contain and must be equipped with reading materials, including audio-video materials and the like. Teacher also is assigned therein in a scheduled basis, as it could be also a DepEd teacher or a volunteer. Another feature is that it caters clientele with poor reading performance and anybody who wanted to avail the teaching service of the pantry. And the clientele can ask some reading materials from the pantry to be brought at home for reading. The reading pantry will accept donations from the constituents of Dinas and its neighboring towns willing to share reading materials and financial aid to support the objectives of our pantry. Generally, our Dinas Community Reading Pantry will fill in the gap and will solve the problem in reading and poor reading comprehension of learners in this time of pandemic, and will also encourage and develop the spirit of voluntarism, the bayanihan, and will promote the principles of giving and receiving as part of the Filipino recognized virtue. I guess that's all for our presentation.
Thank you very much, Sukran.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Allison and Ma'am Zenaida of Dinas National High School. Congratulations for a job well done.
And of course, we will now give you our research partner, Dr. Romeo Daligdi. Sir.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning, my dear teachers, researchers in Dinas. Thank you for sharing your research findings to this Division Research Festival. And I believe you have really invested your time, energy, and resources in completing your research manuscript. I'd like to start with your with the suggestions for improvement before going to my main question. I appreciate very much your effort of conducting this study. And the title of your study is is on factors affecting the reading comprehension of the junior high school grade 10 students, basis for teachers reading and intervention program.
Yes,
So
sir.
since you introduced DCOM Reading Pantry, for the purposes of giving art to your title, you can already mention the name of your intervention in the title. So DCOM Reading Pantry, a reading strategy or a reading intervention, basis for teachers reading intervention program. So you can have a more beautiful title by capturing the name of your intervention or innovation. That's one. And then I'd like to see in your context and rationale some data highlighting the reading comprehension level of your grade 10 students based on observation not only from you but also from other teachers. But there is data gathered, 15% of our grade 10 learners belong to non-readers. So this is already sufficient to prove and to vouch that you need to investigate this kind of problem. And then innovation, Dinas Community Reading Pantry, that's very good. I hope this is original. This is a product of your brainstorming as partners in research. And two of you have the same vibration in helping the non-readers among your grade 10 students to succeed in the reading journey. So reading pantry, a pantry nowadays is very relevant for not only for education but even for the local communities outside schools. In your action research questions, I'd like you to improve on number 1. What is the status? Because you're using the verb are and your subject is status, which is singular. Maybe you can improve that by having what is the factor affecting reading comprehension of the grade 10 students or the participants? Okay. What are the status? Kasi status is singular and then you're using are. So what is the prevalent factor affecting reading comprehension among the participants in terms of, so that could be stated that way. And then what are the insights on the strategies employed to grade 10 junior high school students of Dinas National High School in the following reading comprehension skills? I think you have a guided questionnaire for this, and then the answers are tabulated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a mixed method, action research like qualitative and quantitative. So you must also cite or mention that in your data gathering methods that you use questionnaire for an interview of open-ended questions given to the participants. So you have to make your data gathering methods portion of your study robust by discussing what kind of questionnaire, what is the content of the questionnaire, and how did you go about with the distribution of the questionnaire. So that should be all captured in your data gathering methods part of your manuscript. And then data analysis plan, this is no longer a plan because you have already executed that. That should be modified or revised as data analysis. And pair standard in DepEd order number 16 series of 2017 because this is action research. And then here is status of participants, your table number 1. So since you will modify statement of the problem number 1, so that will also be done in your table number 1. And then table number 2, you have that code 5. And how is this 5, 10, 9, 5, 10, 6 determined, no? How did you determine all these figures? It should be also discussed below. And then getting the main idea, noting details. All in all, only 10, only 5 students explored getting the main idea. Noting details explored by 10 students. This is how I understood your presentation. And how did you get 60%, 70%? Is that based on this data found in the table number 2 that should be discussed properly in your manuscript? Okay, so that the reader who has no knowledge about your conduct of the study can easily understand how did you get 90%? How did you get 10% of sequencing events discussion? So that should be always explained very well so that the readers will be guided when they journey from the first page of your manuscript up to the last page. Then racist reflections. And then since there are strategies that were less traveled or explored by the members or the participants, maybe you can also highlight a title in your activity in your action plan that is anchoring on the less traveled strategy found in your data, so that we can also increase the number of participants who will try the less traveled, the less explored, and the less applied reading comprehension strategy among the strategies that you included in your questionnaire. So I did not see any mention of the less traveled reading comprehension strategy found in your table number 2. And that is how we are going to consume our data, especially in formulating our recommendations. So your recommendation is all encapsulated in your action plan. But you need to also indicate what reading strategy you are recommending to be included in your activities so that the gap that you identified will be resolved and addressed properly. My question now. So I hope all the suggestions were noted down. I would like to encourage the next presenter to also designate a secretary to record all our proceedings, suggestions for improvement, so that you can update your manuscript after today. Maybe you have 2 days for the weekend to also spend in updating your manuscript, because our dream in this festival is to effect improvement in your manuscript presentation and in your data analysis and interpretation. So my question is, what particular reading strategy would you like to recommend so that the students will enjoy and will also realize learning in the English subject appropriately and properly? Thank you. What should be the most important reading comprehension strategy that you will recommend to all English classes in your school so that the gap will be properly addressed?
Good morning, sir. One of the strategies designed, especially we put this in our action plan, is the so-called Basa Mo Preview Mo program, which could be applicable to all classroom settings. It could be in the form of contests or challenges, because nowadays one of our findings also is that students lack interest in reading. So this strategy would motivate the students to read more. And the more they read, the more chances of having that prize. So it's about prize motivated reading, because it's the gadgets that difficult to track down because of this advent of new technology. So lesser on books. So that's why we utilize this program.
But not in the form of money. So we will just find ways, whatever the reward that we will give to our dear students.
Okay, basa mo, kuha ko program. Basa ko, kuha mo program. That is
Yes,
a
sir.
strategy, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
my follow-up question is, what comprehension skill would you like to tandem in that program among the ones you place in your data, like noting details? So what particular reading comprehension skill that you can have as tandem to that program based on your data?
So it could be,
It
sir, it
with
could be
getting the main
drawing.
idea, noting details, sequencing events, drawing conclusions, supplying missing words, or interpreting figurative language.
It could be, sir, we focus on drawing conclusions and getting the main idea, because that is one of the most very important skills in reading.
Yes, sir, because
What about-
nowadays.
Okay, what about in the status of the reading comprehension skills of the learners? Where where the learners are poor.
Actually,
Is
sir,
it also in
within
that area?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir, because
These
Okay,
are
very
actually
good.
these
So
are all
thank you and congratulations, Miss Ali and Miss Sinaida, for
Thank you,
sharing
sir.
to us your findings, and I hope to see you in the next festival, because in your own right, you are already winners, being
Thank
a
you, sir.
participant
Thank you so much,
and a
sir.
finalist in this Division Research Festival. So to all of you, congratulations, the two of you, and thank you for sharing your findings.
Yes, ayun.
Okay na.
Thank you so much, Dr. Romeo Daligdig, for your very rich comment and suggestions for the presentation.
Moving on, let's have the next presenters from Maestro Cornelio S. Minor National High School. Let's give it up for Ma'am Juliet G. Hinog and Ma'am Norhani D. Magindra. With your research partner.
Good day, everyone. I am Norhani Dakulang Magindra from Maestro Cornelio Minor National High School, Kumalarang District. With me is my partner, Ma'am Juliet Ginog, and we are going to present to you our completed action research entitled Reward System, Addressing Absenteeism of Care for Non-Reader Beneficiaries. Absenteeism is a student behavior grounded on physical and social reasons and affecting students' development negatively. That is according to Book Year 2012. There are 6 advantages of reward system according to Looney Renard 2017. First, students conform to appropriate behavior when rewarded either intrinsically or extrinsically. Second, increased motivation. Third, motivate students to become more productive because they create a feeling of pride and achievement. Fourth, boost self-esteem. Fifth, complete homework. And lastly, lead to improved outcomes. The common problem is the absenteeism of the CNR beneficiaries. For the previous school year 2019-2020, only 10 or less out of the identified 25 CNR beneficiaries attended CNR class every meeting. Absenteeism among the care for non-reader beneficiaries, if not addressed, could contribute to low academic performance of the school. To solve the problem on absenteeism of senior beneficiaries, we crafted this intervention entitled Reward System, Addressing Absenteeism of Care for Non-Reader Beneficiaries. Due to pandemic crisis, we utilized the convenience sampling method in identifying the respondents of this study. The 10 grade 7 beneficiaries of the previous school year 2019-2020 were the participants of this study. However, only 7 students completely attended the 10-day study period. A self-made questionnaire using the Likert scale approach was utilized to gather responses for research questions numbers 1 and 2. Moreover, we utilized the descriptive correlational research design to determine the relationship between students' attitude and interest toward the reward system as an intervention. Our study sought to answer the following problems. Number 1, what is the level of influence of reward system with respect to the student's attitude in reporting to CNR class? Number 2, what is the degree of students' interest towards a reward system as an intervention? Number 3, what is the average percentage of individual attendance of CNR beneficiaries? Number 4, is there a significant relationship between the level of influence of reward system to their daily percentage of attendance? Number 5, is there a significant relationship between the degree of students' interest toward the reward system as an intervention in their daily percentage of attendance? And number 6, is there a significant relationship between the degree of students' attitude and level of interest toward the reward system? For the results and discussion, conclusion, and recommendations, I'm giving it to my partner, Ma'am Juliet G. Hinog.
Good day, everyone. For the results and discussion, for research question number 1, the level of influence of reward system with respect to the student's attitude is moderately high, for it obtained a weighted mean of 4.29. This implies the students are moderately motivated to perform the tasks if they are rewarded. Research question number 2, the degree of students' interest towards reward system as an intervention was moderately high, obtaining a weighted mean of 4. This result implied that the students are moderately interested with the intervention. Research question number 3, the data revealed that 4 out of 7 respondents have 100% attendance, 90%, 1 obtained 80%, and 1 obtained 70% average percentage of attendance. Though the expected 100% attendance was not attained, the 91.43% average percentage of attendance is a remarkable one, especially when the students reported to school during the global health crisis. For research question number 4, using Pearson's product moment correlation, the raw value between the relationship of influence of reward system towards attendance of the students obtain a raw value of 0.30, which can be interpreted as weak positive correlation based from the correlational scale given. Hence, there is a weak significant relationship between the level of influence of reward system to their daily percentage of attendance, which meant that the students' attitude towards the intervention do not have any significant effect toward their daily attendance. Research question number 5. Using Pearson's product moment correlation, the raw value between the relationship of interest towards attendance of the students obtained a raw value of 0.1, which can be interpreted as very weak positive correlation based from the correlational scale given, which meant that the students' interest towards the intervention do not have significant relationship towards their daily attendance. For research question number 6, using Pearson's product moment correlation, the raw value between the degree of students' attitude and level of interest toward the reward system obtained a raw value of 0.84, which can be interpreted as strongly positive correlation based from the correlational scale given. Therefore, there is a strong positive relationship between the degree of students' attitude and level of interest toward the reward system, which meant that the students' attitude is directly proportional with the level of interest during the conduct of the intervention. For our conclusion, based on the findings, it revealed that there is no significant relationship between the attendance and the variables used in the intervention. However, the attendance of the students could be affected by other factors which were not within the scope of this study. It also showed that the attitude of the students towards the intervention is proportional with their level of interest. Based on the findings, we recommend the following. 1. To conduct a similar study having bigger sample size. 2. We also recommend to look for factors that could affect the attendance beyond the scope of the study. 3. We recommend also that parents must continue to provide moral support so that their children will be motivated in attending CR classes and in other classes regularly. And 4, we also recommend that the school may allocate budget from the MOE or other source of funds that will compensate the conduct of further study to determine other factors that could enhance students' attendance in CNR class. And these are our references. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Juliet G. Hinog and Ma'am Norhani D. Magindra of Maestrado Cornelio S. Minor National High School. Now, let me give you your research partner from the regional office, Dr. Phil.
Good morning, Ma'am Juliet Hinog and Ma'am Norhay Mangendra. I want to see you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Please open your camera. I want to see your faces.
Hi. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Hello, Ma'am Juliet. Nice to see you again.
Hi. Yes,
Your study is also very interesting, just like other studies presented. I am just so curious about the reward system. What is really the nature of the reward system in your school? Kindly elaborate further the nature or the feature of that reward system, because I could not find that it is thoroughly discussed in the part of your rationale. Just explain the nature of the reward system. How was it done?
Yes, ma'am. So being the yes, ma'am. I am the implementer of the said intervention, ma'am. And as for the reward system, the students are given activities. Actually, our springboard, ma'am, was the mystery puzzle. So the students will be given puzzle in which they are going to arrange it. And after that, whoever finishes first will be given a reward.
Okay. So my suggestion, as part of my suggestion, please integrate the process or the nature of the reward. Please capture the process or the procedure, how the reward is to be done, no, in the class, and how was the preparation? Who prepared the materials? The puzzle?
Me, ma'am. Me,
So,
ma'am.
As the pandemic time, how is it done in this pandemic time?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Actually, ma'am, before we conducted intervention, we asked our local interagency task force, ma'am, to allow us to meet the beneficiaries in school. So they have the consent, and after that, I met the parents during the distribution of our modules, and they gave also their consent. So the beneficiaries reported to the school for the 10-day study period.
Okay. So congratulations for tapping the potential of your local stakeholders. And again, as part of my suggestion, that will also form part in the integration of in your rationale, the participation of your local. Please highlight the participation of your local stakeholders, your local government unit, involve your stakeholders in the community, because this is very significant, especially in tapping the potential of our leaders in the community. No, this is one good initiative.
Yes, ma'am.
So now I am already enlightened how this reward system is done. So in this pandemic time, so how do you inform the learners about the reward?
Yes, ma'am. The learners were informed, of course, when they reported to the school. So every after the what you call this the activity given to them, they were rewarded.
So how is it done? Is it through a letter sent to the parents? Because in this pandemic time, the parents will just send the module to the school.
Yes, ma'am. During that time, the parents got the modules of their students. So that's the time that I have talked to the parents, and I made a parents' consent, and they signed it. And then after that, they promised me that they will send their children to participate the 10-day study period.
Okay. So I would also suggest that the methods used, or the procedures in the conduct of that reward system, including the procedure in the contacting with the parents, or the submission of the module, the time, this module, the frequency, this module, or the meeting with the parents and the teachers will also form part in the integration of your rationale, no, in your context and rationale. Now, my next question is, you have statistical treatment in your data presentation. You use the person moment of correlation. Now, one by one, you have 6 variables. You were able to answer all those variables in a data, no? What is the implication of this, these variables? One by one. Like, for example, level of influence, degree of students' interest.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
What is the implication of this data presentation of your findings? Meaning to say, what is your action next? You have already the findings and recommendation. What is next to this? What are your action plans?
Yes, ma'am. For your research, for the research question number 4, ma'am, so it implies that the student's attitude toward the intervention do not have a significant effect towards their daily attendance. And for RQ5, yes, ma'am.
Okay, go on, please go on.
For RQ5, ma'am, it implies that the level of interest of the students toward the intervention has no significant effect on their daily attendance, while on RQ6, it implied that the students have a favorable attitude and increased level of interest toward the intervention.
Okay, you have also mentioned there to conduct further study considering the size, no, the size of the population, just to provide validity and credibility of the research. So you are going to conduct further studies, related studies on the reward system. So we are looking forward on that, no? So I think that would be all. And have you stated already the action plan? What is your action plan? Your action plan. What is next? How can this be communicated to your school head? Your action plan. Is there a possibility? Can you hear me, ma'am? I think you have low internet connectivity in your area. I understand.
Hello,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. So thank you very much, the two of you. I'll just note down my suggestions here. Rest assured that this will be sent through the group the group chat no of our no to the paper that you have submitted to the paper that the manuscripts that are in the Google form or in the Google sheet. So rest assured that this will be integrated in this is to maximize the time or in the event of time, no? So thank you so much to the two of you and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma Catalan, and congratulations to you, Ma'am Juliet and Ma'am Norhani. Now let's proceed to our ninth presenters for the teaching and learning research theme. Let's give it up for Ma'am Saniata T. Repulye and Sir Ralph B. Repulye of Lantian Elementary School with your research partner, Dr. Chuchi Garganera. Go ahead, ma'am and sir.
Your presenter, Sanyata Tagyam Repulye of Lantian Elementary School.
And I'm Ralph B. Repulye of Tawagan Norte Elementary School, Labangan 2 District.
The title of our study is Communicative Language Approach on Oral Communication Skills of Grade 5 Pupils in Lantian Elementary School. For the context and rationale, this study investigated the perceived effectiveness of communicative language teaching (CLT) approach towards communication skills among grade 5 pupils of Lantian Elementary School. This is in support to the country's educational trusts for the production of globally competitive and competent Filipino graduates. The research is conducted to address the reading difficulty among grade 5 pupils. These pupils were supposed to be adept already in reading but are still classified as non-readers based on the guidelines stipulated in the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory (PhilIRI). The construction of meaning in getting knowledge is done primarily through linguistic interaction with others, including the proponent as their teacher. This approach, therefore, engages learners in authentic communication through interaction, making the learners more involved for them to develop their communicative competence. Finally, using CLT motivates my learners to speak accurately inside and outside the classroom. These results indicate that their participants of the study confirm that using CLT in classroom enhanced the learners' speaking skills and motivated them to speak fluently.
Statement of the problem. The importance of the communicative language approach in developing learners' speaking skills is to assess the effectiveness of using CLT, which enable them to speak fluently and accurately. The research derived from the following questions. Does communicative language approach significantly improve the oral communication skills among target participants? What percentage of learners shows improvement after intervention is employed? What is the effect of the intervention to the 20 students who are not identified as non-readers?
For the result and discussion, to improve the oral communication skills of the target learners, the table below show the pre and post assessment for the variables that are used to measure the oral communication skills of the participants. The highlighted text in Table 1 show the highest percentage improvement and the highest percentage relative to target. Note that item 6 and 3 has the same percentage of improvement from its pre and post scores, but relative to the target 100%. The measurement in item 6 showed that all the 35 learners were able to pronounce well the words learned in. From the result presented in Table 2, only 60% of the 35 participants were able to give personal opinion about gen rest orally. This is considered as the least improved indicator after the employment of the intervention. In Table 3, after the intervention was employed, 100% of the learners were able to define and provide examples based on the words that they have learned. The most improved indicator for this category is the ability of learners to use target language to appropriate situations, sentences, and context. For our recommendation,
this study aimed to determine whether or not communicative learning teaching approach can improve the oral communication skills among grade 5 learners in Lantian Elementary School. It was perceived to improve the learner's ability to answer every task in the exercise and grammar worksheets, pronounce well, and words learned in the class. Repeat the new word several times until it is learned, and define and provide examples from the words learned. While the result shows positive improvement for all categories: communications, task, and meaning. The highly subjective means of determining whether the learners were able to satisfactorily deliver or perform its task.
for our references, we adapt or borrowed from Brown 2000, Teaching by Principles, an interview approach to language pedagogy, second edition, New York Person Education.
Diana 2014, Communicative Language, Teaching and its misconceptions about the practice in English Language Teaching, ELT, Journal of Language Literature.
Juan and Lasatin, 2016, Relationship between Teachers' Education, Students' Oral Communication Apprehension in English and Their Academic Performances, International Journal of Literature and Linguistics.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Saniata and Ralph Repulye. Kudos to both of you, ma'am and sir.
And at this point, we would like to give you our research partner from the Sargent campus, Dr. Chuchi Garganera. Again, we would like to give you our research partner from the Sargent campus, Dr. Chuchi Garganera.
Dr. behalf of Dr. Chuchi Garganera, let's give the floor to Dr. Filma Catalan. Ma'am.
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
I'm very sorry, I was disconnected a while ago. Okay, good morning to our research presenters. I suppose you're a couple, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. and Mrs. Repolye. Okay, congratulations for your study. I can see that you really have the interest and the love for helping your students and seeing your students succeed, especially through improving their reading skills. And perhaps that's the reason why you would like to, you have conducted this action research for them to be able to improve their oral communication skills. Now, I have several questions, but I will just ask one perhaps. This is about the intervention you have implemented or employed, and that I believe that is the CLT.
Yes.
For how long from the pre-test to post-test, ma'am, that you employed the intervention? Is it for a week or for just a few lessons or in a quarter or the entire school year?
And the employment of our intervention, ma'am, it covers into the second quarter, ma'am.
Second quarter only.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you conducted the pre-test in this prior to the second quarter, and then the post-test after the second quarter. So that's 1 quarter only. Why, again, similar with same with other studies in which I have raised this question, because time is very is very important, in which we can make our conclusions that a certain intervention which we implemented is effective, and you claim in your study based on your results that employing CLP as an approach in improving oral communication skills with your grade 5 pupils is effective, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So part of my recommendation then is again to expand, no? Not only in one quarter, but perhaps you can consider the entire school year, or what is easier for you to do. But at least you can expand the period of time in which you will be employing or using this particular intervention or activities as part of your intervention, for you to really prove that CLP is effective as an intervention for the development or improving the oral communication skills of the students. Okay.
Yes.
Another thing is that um, I noticed in your manuscript that there are less literature cited, and I hope I can see more citations in your study. While you have presented in your presentation, you have given us some literatures which you have cited. But when I went through your manuscript, in fact, in one part, and that in one part of the study, I haven't seen any literature cited in that particular part. So please go over, your manuscript. Another thing is that I would like to recommend for the improvement on the entire manuscript. I would like to mention in particular in the context and rational part, because you use the first person, you use the word my. So I hope that can be corrected.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. And then part of your recommendation should be considering what areas, what
Hello, ma'am. We cannot hear you.
Hello again. I'm sorry. Ano, ang akong kuan ni internet connection ni ang problema, no, because here in our area medyo since yesterday medyo kusog ang hangin, tapos well, I do not know kung may bagyo, pero our internet connectivity is usually affected, no, here in our school pag ingon ani ang panahon. So sorry for that. Okay, but maybe I will just have to shorten my comment because I want you to capture what I have said earlier. The first one is for my comments, improvement on the crafting of your manuscript, particularly in context and rationale, and you have to go over your manuscript, ma'am, para ma-improve lang. Specific also to the literature cited, and even in the statement of the problem, in the formatting, and perhaps how you presented your statement of the problem. So I think that would be all for your study, ma'am.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much, and congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Repolye.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chusi Garganera, for your very rich comments and suggestions for the presentation.
Let's proceed to our next presenter from Antonio Vera Apostol Senior Memorial Elementary School. We have Michelle L. Manta.
A pleasant day to all. Reading disability is common experience to every teacher in the society. Let me present to you my action research in project indoor towards improved decoding skills. This is Michelle Elmanta of Abasol and SPED Center, Lapuyan District 1. For the introduction and rationale, this study aimed to determine the performance level of pupils in their decoding skills after employing the intervention. A descriptive design utilizing oral reading was used in the study. The respondents of the study was aware given to 15 pupils, 6 or 40% belong to alphabet recognition, and 9 or 60% knows how to syllabicate. An important element of No Child Left Behind is the focus on research-based practices in the classroom. There are 4 skills in reading process: listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills. In this research, the writer will focus on reading skills, specifically the decoding skills. Thus, the researcher came up with this action research to come up with the intervention to help the decoding abilities of the pupils entitled Project Indoor Towards Improved Decoding Skills. Indoor means individual, daily, outside oral reading. For the statement of the problem, this study aims to determine the decoding skills of the 15 pupils of Antonio V. Apostol Senior Memorial Central Elementary School and SPED Center for the school year 2019-2020. Specifically, this study will be able to attend the answers to the following questions. What is the performance level of pupils in their decoding skills? Number 2, what intervention is conducted to improve the pupils' decoding skills? 3, what is the performance level of pupils in their decoding skills after employing the intervention? Number 4, what are the implications of this study in teaching? For the discussion and result, research has been conducted to discover performance level of pupils in their decoding skills. The skills of phonics and fluency are important to emphasize in kindergarten to 3rd grade. These skills lay an important foundation for reading at all other grades. The performance level of 15 pupils in their decoding skills are in frustration level. A learner who can read letters both quickly and accurately is more likely to master the skills of reading. Oral reading assessment adapted from Rescue L, Day 1. Six out of 15 are in alphabet recognition level or step 1, while 9 out of 15 pupils knows how to read syllables. As reflected in the graph, 4 pupils or 26.67% in step 4, 5 or 33 pupils in step 3, 4 or 26.67% pupils are in step 2, and 2 or 13.33% are in step 1. The performance level of pupils in their decoding skills after employing the intervention, Day 10 final result. The study shows that using Project Indoor is a great help to the pupils with poor in their decoding skills. It motivates and arouses the interest of pupils to read more because there are steps to follow in order that they can proceed to the next level. Finally, the implication of this intervention in teaching English is modifying instruction to accommodate the needs of the learners. As a teacher, it's important to recognize and know what to do to help struggling reader with poor in their decoding. Based on the findings and conclusion of the study, the following are recommended for an improved implementation of Project Indoor. 1. The teacher may have a space as the reading station and let their pupils read every day before and after class discussion. Number 2, for the institution, the head of the school may strictly monitor, evaluate, and assess the salient features of the reading program. Parents may also be included to take part in the discussion of Project Indoor and encourage them to have also a space for reading where they can display their reading material. For the references, they are on screen. Thank you very much.
To give you his comments and suggestions on the presentation, let us have Dr. Romeo Daligdig, sir.
Okay, good morning. Miss Michelle Banda, thank you for sharing your research to us. And we are really appreciative of what you have done in the past just to be with us today, like your investment in terms of resources, in terms of time and even space, and even setting aside some of your priorities because of this research journey. Congratulations, because conducting research is not a joke. You need to really invest even your patience and of course perseverance so that you can really make it today. Before I give my suggestions for improvement, I just like to, before I give my question, I'd like to suggest for the improvement of your manuscript. Number one, it's very good that you use the indoor. What is the your project is about indoor, and when you define the indoor, there is an irony because you're using the outside, right? You go against the literal meaning of indoor. That means outside oral reading. But anyway, part of the improvements, suggestions, I'd like to highlight that you make your table labels clear and understandable, because in your graphical presentation, there's no label as to what question in your statement on the problem is being addressed by the bar graph that you showed to us. So in your manuscript, make it clear and understandable. And then also, you mentioned about step 1, step 2, step 3. What do these steps mean to be? So that the reader who is very foreign to your study will easily understand the text that you cited in your presentation. Okay? So my question is, what specific finding or data in your study that you would like to highlight in your results and discussion part of your manuscript?
Thank you for that question, sir. I just want to discover or assess the performance of the pupils in their decoding skills.
Okay? And then in your recommendation, you mentioned 3 items. The teachers may adapt this intervention to have space as the reading station and let their pupils read every day. For the institution, the head of the school may strictly monitor, evaluate, and assess the salient features of the reading program. And parents may also be included to take part in the adapting project indoor and encourage them to have also a space for reading where they will display the reading materials. Now, what is your basis in coming up with this recommendation? Because in your conclusion is quite broad that it did not highlight the result of your study, like what are the specific areas that you would like to capitalize in your recommendation in as far as your action plan is also concerned. Okay, you mentioned about step 1, step 2, step 3. You mentioned about independent and then frustration. You mentioned about instructional level and then listening capacity. What do these items represent? What's the meaning of these items and what's the meaning of this step 1, step 2? This should be clearly explained in the text of your manuscript so that the readers will understand easily. Because our research manuscript should be for the readers to understand properly and easily after reading your study. So please specify in your research reflections and conclusion the things that you have found from conducting the research based on the statement of the problem. Your statement of the problem enumerates the following questions. What is the performance level of pupils in their decoding skills? What intervention is conducted to improve the pupils' decoding skills? And what is the performance level of pupils and their decoding skills after employing the intervention? And what are the implications of this study in teaching English? And when I look at your research reflections and conclusion, it's not highly specified as to the answers to these questions. So I'd like you to improve your research reflections and conclusion so that the reader will be convinced that you are all done with your investigation after reading this part. Okay? As I said, this part of your study, research reflections and conclusion, this is not so clear for a reader who is so foreigner from the conduct of your study. In other words, if I am from Luzon and this study was conducted in Zamboanga del Sur Division, so how could I be convinced that the researcher is all done and finished with the study? Because here in your conclusion, I'd like to really single out what are those things that you have discovered after the conduct of this study. So what I am saying is that improve this one by highlighting the specific findings that will prove that you are all done with your study. And then also in your graphical presentation of the results of the findings, please also provide us an information of what's the meaning of step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So I hope you have noted all my suggestions so that your manuscript would become meaty and understandable, especially that your topic is about decoding skills. So when we say decoding skills, the learners could easily understand if they have that skill, decoding skill, any text, any article, any reading line that they will encounter in any situation. So my congratulations to you, but I'd like to see much of the improvement when you submit the updated manuscript. highlighting the suggestions that I have given so that your manuscript will appear as scholarly as it is. Because I found some slim information from the presentation in your manuscript and even in your PowerPoint presentation. So I am convinced that you have the heart in putting in your interest, your dream, because as a researcher, our dream is expressed in the statement of the problem. Right? Do you agree with me? Our dream to solve the issue and concern is expressed and articulated in the statement of the problem. And the statement of the problem is our ultimate goal that at the end of our research journey, we can be able to provide answers to those questions. So that is why I am recommending my suggestions for improvement so that in the next manuscript that you will submit, it will become updated and it will become more meaty and more substantial. So to you, Miss Michelle, don't stop believing because you have the research power in you. So please improve more and also share your light to the other teachers within your reach so that more of you will come out research champions in the future. You are winner already in your own right, being recommended by your district research committee. So I salute to you. I salute to you, Miss Michelle, for your participation and for your brave heart of participating in this festival. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sir Romeo Daligdig, and congratulations to our researcher from Antonio Vera Apostol Senior Memorial Elementary School, Ma'am Michelle L. Manta.
Of course, congratulations to the first set of presenters this day. And we will be expecting more presenters this afternoon right after we declare lunch break.
So we have finished 14 presentations.
Yeah.
So this afternoon we still have 12 more to go.
And we would like to inform all our viewers in our YouTube channel and even those who have been participating here in our platform that we will be back at 12:30 in the afternoon. So we'll just be spending a very short time for the lunch so that we can accommodate the remaining 12 presenters this afternoon.
Yes. Enjoy your lunch, everyone.
And before we push the break, we would like to shout out Irish Fagian of Limason Elementary School with his husband celebrating the birthday yesterday. That is actually a high request. And to all the teachers of Limason Elementary School in the district of Vincento Sagon, good afternoon and please enjoy your lunch.
Okay.
DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled, School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled, Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher researching Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled, Numeracy Skills Development and Intervention to Fast Track Submission of Reports of the Advisors in this New Normal Time. With his action researching Baldwin J.G. DepEd Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action skills in application addressing teachers hindering grade 12 TVL cookery students researching researcher April M. Sangrenis of DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Researching section proudly compiled booklet. The following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled, School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled, Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled, Google Forms, An Intervention to Fast Track Submission of Reports of the Advisors in This New Normal Time. Researcher Baldwin J.G. DepEd of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled, Addressing Teachers Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lazel El Somenio Husi titled, Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilan C. Balaod of Molav East District with her basic researching titled, STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mahayag North District with her basic researching titled, Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic researching titled, Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality. And researchers Raljade El Saladega and Moralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action researching titled, Electronic Generated Form, a Tool to Ease the Difficulties of Teachers in the Preparation of School Forms. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Cres Lil S. and Daya of Mid-Salip District with her action researching titled, Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services Poster, an Aura in Enhancing Resiliency in the New Normal Time. And researcher Kramire Alika Y. of Molav West District with his basic researching titled, Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action researching titled, Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. Sumiaga of Tabina District with her action researching titled, Challenges in Child Protection, a Mediation of Interactive Learning Environment Towards the New Normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled Google Forums, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action researching titled Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilan C. Baload of Molav East District with her basic researching titled STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mahayag North District with her basic researching titled Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic researching titled Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality. And researchers Raljade El Saudega and Moralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action researching titled Electronic Generated Forum, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forums. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. and Daya of Midsolip District with her action researching titled Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services poster, an aura in enhancing resiliency in the new normal time. And researcher Kramire Alaka Y. of Molav West District with his basic researching titled Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action researching titled Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. Sumiaga of Tabina District with her action researching titled Challenges in Child Protection, a Mediation of Interactive Learning Environment Towards the New Normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled Google Forums, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action researching titled Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilin C. Balaod of Mola of East District with her basic research entitled STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Arlen B. Pauliner of Mohawk North District with her basic research entitled Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic research entitled Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality, and researchers Jade El Saudega and Moralina Y and A of Mola of East District with their action research entitled Electronic Generated Form, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forums. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. and Gaia of Mid-Salip District with her action research entitled Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services poster, an aura in enhancing resiliency in the new normal time. And researcher Kramire Alika Y of Mola of West District with his basic research entitled Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Mola of West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action research entitled Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. V. Sumiaga of Cabina District with her action research entitled Challenges in Child Protection, a Mediation of Interactive Learning Environment Towards the New Normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, held on June 14th to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the Governance theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic research entitled School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mohawk North District with her action research entitled Project Cores, Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action research entitled Google Forums, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action research entitled Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action research entitled Project Tabung, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilin C. Balaod of Mola of East District with her basic research entitled STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Arlen B. Pauliner of Mohawk North District with her basic research entitled Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic research entitled Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality, and researchers Jade El Saudega and Moralina Y and A of Mola of East District with their action research entitled Electronic Generated Form, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forums. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. and Dia of Mid-Salip District with her action research entitled Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services poster, an aura in enhancing resiliency in the new normal time. and researcher Kramire Alakawai of Molav West District with his basic researching titled Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the child protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action researching titled Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. V. Sumiaga of Tabina District with her action researching titled Challenges in Child Protection, a mediation of interactive learning environment towards the new normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled Google Forms, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action researching titled Project Tabung, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilyn C. Balaod of Molav East District with her basic researching titled STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mahayag North District with her basic researching titled Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, its implication to the delivery of services in the 21st century world of work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic researching titled Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality. And researchers Valjade El Saudega and Moralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action researching titled Electronic Generated Form, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forms. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. Andaya of Mid-Salip District with her action researching titled Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services poster, an aura in enhancing resiliency in the new normal time. And researcher Kramire Alakawai of Molav West District with his basic researching titled Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the child protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action researching titled Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. V. Sumiaga of Tabina District with her action researching titled Challenges in Child Protection, a mediation of interactive learning environment towards the new normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBF Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled, Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled, Google Forms, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled, Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action researching titled, Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilan C. Balaod of Molav East District with her basic researching titled, STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters, researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mahayag North District with her basic researching titled, Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic researching titled, Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality, and researchers Raljade El Saudega and Moralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action researching titled, Electronic Generated Forum, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forums. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Cres Lil S. Andaya of Mid-Salip District with her action researching titled, Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services Poster, an aura in enhancing resiliency in the new normal time. And researcher Kramire Alika Y of Molav West District with his basic researching titled, Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action researching titled, Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. V. Sumiaga of Tabina District with her action researching titled, Challenges in Child Protection, a Mediation of Interactive Learning Environment Towards the New Normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the Governance theme, the following are the presenters, researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled, School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled, Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled, Google Forms, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled, Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action researching titled, Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilan C. Balaod of Molav East District with her basic researching titled, STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters, researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mahayag North District with her basic researching titled, Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Kuanig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic research entitled Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality, and researchers Raljade El Saudega and Maralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action research entitled Electronic Generated Forum, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forums. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. and Dia of Mid-Salip District with her action research entitled Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services poster, and Aura in Enhancing Resiliency in the New Normal Time, and researcher Kramire Alika Y. of Molav West District with his basic research entitled Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action research entitled Child Protection Advocacy Toward New Normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic research entitled School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mohayag North District with her action research entitled Project Cores, Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action research entitled Google Forums, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action research entitled Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle El Someni of Husipina District with her action research entitled Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonil of Molav East District with her basic research entitled STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mohayag North District with her basic research entitled Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Kuanig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic research entitled Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality, and researchers Raljade El Saudega and Maralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action research entitled Electronic Generated Forum, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forums. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. and Dia of Mid-Salip District with her action research entitled Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services poster, and Aura in Enhancing Resiliency in the New Normal Time, and researcher Kramire Alika Y. of Molav West District with his basic research entitled Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action research entitled Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. Sumiaga of Tabina District with her action research entitled Challenges in Child Protection, a mediation of interactive learning environment towards the new normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, held on June 14th to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled, School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled, Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled, Google Forms, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled, Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action researching titled, Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilan C. Baload of Molav East District with her basic researching titled, STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mahayag North District with her basic researching titled, Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic researching titled, Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality. And researchers Raljade El Saudega and Moralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action researching titled, Electronic Generated Form, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forms. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. Andaya of Mid-Salip District with her action researching titled, Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services Poster, an aura in enhancing resiliency in the new normal time. And researcher Kramire Alika Y. of Molav West District with his basic researching titled, Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action researching titled, Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy. And researcher Jane V. V. Sumiag of Tabina District with her action researching titled, Challenges in Child Protection, a Mediation of Interactive Learning Environment Towards the New Normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, held on June 14th to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the governance theme, the following are the presenters. Researcher Joe Martianig of Dinas District with his basic researching titled, School Heads Challenges on the MOOE and SBFP Liquidation. Researcher Lazara L. Kapadingan of Mahayag North District with her action researching titled, Project Cores Its Relevance to Teachers' Task-Oriented Behavior Towards the Implementation of Blended Learning Modality. Researcher Relisa G. Gomez of Tigbao District with her action researching titled, Google Forms, an intervention to fast-track submission of reports of the advisors in this new normal time. Researcher Valdwin J. G. Dupin of Vincenzo S. Agon District with his action researching titled, Addressing Teachers' Hindering Factors in Making Action Research Through Action Research Enhancement. Researcher Lizelle L. Someni of Husipina District with her action researching titled, Project Tabang, School Program to Boost Parents' Participation in School Activities. And researcher Leonilan C. Balaod of Molav East District with her basic researching titled STEM Students' Attitude and Plagiarism Behavior, Implications to Pedagogy and Policy. For the Human Resource Management theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Arlen B. Polliner of Mohawk North District with her basic researching titled Literacy Level of Teachers and Technology-Based Instructions, Its Implication to the Delivery of Services in the 21st Century World of Work. Researchers Jean-Marie Q. Anig and Alma S. Ermac of Dinas District with their basic researching titled Hindering Factors Affecting the Teachers and Parents in Delivering Modular Modality, and researchers Raljade El Saladega and Moralina Y. and Dam of Molav East District with their action researching titled Electronic Generated Forum, a tool to ease the difficulties of teachers in the preparation of school forums. For the Disaster Risk Reduction Management theme, researcher Chris Lil S. and Dia of Mid-Salip District with her action researching titled Maximizing Mental Health and Psychological Support Services poster, an aura in enhancing resiliency in the new normal time, and researcher Kramire Alika Y. of Molav West District with his basic researching titled Disaster Risk Reduction Management Practices in Molav West District. For the Child Protection theme, researcher Jefferson M. Sanlao of Lapuyan District with his action researching titled Child Protection Advocacy Towards Improving Child Protection Policy, and researcher Jane V. Sumiag of Tabina District with her action researching titled Challenges in Child Protection, a mediation of interactive learning environment towards the new normal. DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section proudly presents the following research presenters in the 5th Division Research Festival with the theme DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, held on June 14 to 18, 2021 with the following research themes. For the Governance theme, the following are the presenters: researcher Joe Martianiga of Dinas District with his basic researching.
And we're back. Hello, Sir Bry.
Hello, ma'am.
How was your lunch?
I had really a very sumptuous lunch, courtesy of the division.
Thank you so much.
And of course, before we formally proceed to the presentation, we would like to give you time to greet your friends.
I have a very long list for our shout outs. Let's start with the teachers of Bitina National High School. Hi, hello, spearheaded by my very beautiful school head, Dr. Jocelyn Valdez. Hi, Satanan. And of course, from the other side of the province, from District 1, to my former colleagues of Molave Vocational Technical School. Hi, hello. With our school head, our former quality manager, Ma'am Neneng de los Santos, and special mention to the science department with engineer Marlene Daphne Garcia as our department head.
And of course, we would like to greet happy afternoon to the PSDS of Pitugo District, that's Maria Socorro Maninsay, who is still watching up to this moment. So also Ma'am Evelyn Ordihan, Sir Sustenes Arania, and Ma'am Yuzel T.P. Fernandez.
Also watching with us is Ma'am Melrose Saliot. Hello, Ma'am Melrose, our PSDS of Dumingag 3. And Dumingag 2, rather. Of course, we also have Ma'am Janela Calderon, Ma'am Edna Heronda, Ma'am Juanita Vasquez of Larang District.
All right, we have to read the message of Ma'am Juanita Vasquez of Kumalaran District, who is in full support to our research presenters, Principal Juliet Hinog and Ma'am Norhani Magindra. Go, 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 Kumsur is very proud of you.
Yeah, now we know that Ma'am Juliet is a principal. Okay, I think we are all set. So we will now call on our next researcher to present.
Continuing the list of presenters for the teaching and learning, presenter number 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome from Mahayag School of Arts and Trades, Sir Junel B. Amarilla. Go ahead, sir.
My salute to the judges, panelists, tabulators, and to the top management of planning and research team of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur.
Good morning, panelists, and to everyone as here in this virtual room. I am Mr. Junel B. Amarilla, a teacher from Mahayag School of Arts and Trades, Mahayag North District. And my study is entitled SSS, an aid in modular learning approach for students from families with low educational attainment in this new normal time. I know for sure that we are all aware with this COVID-19 pandemic that devastated the world last December 2019 until at present. Not just economically, but also it greatly affects the educational system. As described by Saavedra 2020, because of this pandemic, we are experiencing a global learning crisis. However, in response to this crisis, the Department of Education have devised a variety of learning modalities aimed at maintaining a delivery of high-quality education to Filipino learners, and one of which is the modular learning approach. But these adjustments made in our educational system is new to mostly of us. Furthermore, the researcher has looked at a scenario in which those students from families with low educational attainment would greatly struggle in seeking assistance to achieve better learning, especially through modular learning approach. Apparently, this problem was proven on the findings of Donggol and Samuang 2020 on their study on the implementation of modular distance learning in the public secondary schools in the Philippines, where they found out that students had difficulty with self-studying and parents lacked knowledge to academically guide their child or children. With this, it ignites the researchers' interest to come up with an intervention called Special Support Strategy, or SSS. It is a strategy that aims to help those students who are experiencing the same problem like what I've mentioned a while ago to have a better learning in their quest for knowledge in this new normal time. Moreover, this strategy has three forms: body system approach, teacher kapurok approach, and foster family approach. Whatever approach is convenient and applicable to each participants respectively with utmost consideration on health safety protocol, it is being implemented. The main purpose of this study is to establish claim about the impact of SSS to the students in modular distance modality in this new normal time. And these are the research questions of the study. First, what is the pre-test and the post-test score of the students in modular approach learning in the control and experimental group? Second, is there a significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test scores of the control and experimental group? Third, what is the participants' experience with regards to their learning through modular approach with a special support strategy? And fourth, based from the findings of the study, what is the impact of special support strategy to those students from families with low educational attainment? Maximizing mixed method concurrent triangulation research design with the 40 students that were chosen through a mixture of purposive and random sampling. These are the results of the gathered data. Table 1 displays the pre-test and the post-test scores of students in control and experimental group. It shows the mean and the standard deviation of the two groups. Table 2 shows the test of significant difference between the scores of students in the control and experimental group. By treating the data through analysis of covariance or ANCOVA, the table depicts 39 degrees of freedom a F ratio value of 11.947 with a p-value of 0.001. Statistically, the result vividly deduces a significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test scores of students in the control and experimental group. However, in the midst of this pandemic, data were gathered not in a face-to-face manner. Hence, the researcher is following the health safety protocol. A question of how reliable the students' post-test scores in this study is one of the struggles the researcher has met. To corroborate or further prove the quantitative findings of the study, research participants' perception with respect to their experience with the intervention were gathered. These are the themes that came out in the in-depth interview. First is learning struggle. Understanding the module or learning activity sheet individually is really a struggle to the learners. This was revealed in the study of Geta and Jenner 2020 as it emerged as one of the challenges met by the students concerning to modular distance learning, specifically to those learners from families with low educational attainment. However, it was found out that special support strategy had eased learning struggles of students as emphasized by participant 2. Mas pabor gyud ang pag-answer sa module kung naay makatabang nga nakabalo sa topic kay naramay mapangutan-an ko sa kuang mga kalibog. Next theme that came out in the in-depth interview is boost learners' interest. Special support strategy pushed learners to answer their module, though there were times that they feel like being lazy as participant 2 stressed out. Naagyoy panahon nga tapulan kayo ko mo answer sa module, pero kay namay nakatabang nako sa kuang kalibog, mao nga ganahan ko mo answer na lang gyud og i-grab ang opportunity mintras naay mo tabang. This emerging theme supported the idea of AMJA 2014. About right strategies in teaching. He emphasized that teachers have to find the right strategies in order for students to have interest in learning. Moreover, students' interest is one of the important elements to stimulate their learning. This is one of the clear facts that SSS is proving to be one of the right strategies in this new normal time. Lastly, relief on mental pressure came out as one of the emerging themes in the in-depth interview. Students are at a higher risk of social isolation and the development of mental health problems during this COVID-19 crisis, as stressed out by Elmir et al. 2020. Yet, struggling in understanding the modules added up in developing mental health problems to the learners. However, special support strategy gave positive mindset to learners from families with low educational attainment that they were not alone on fighting mental pressure brought by individually answering module, where of which you are not using it. This was proven on the statement of participant 4. May nalang gyud nga naaray joy makatabang nako nga makatubag sa akuang kalibog sa pag-answer sa module. Kay diri sa balay wala joy makatabang nako kay si mama ug papa elementary ra kutob. Nga si ate pa jud sir kay high school graduate pero wala daw siya kaagian ni sab sa una. Mura og mabuang atong una nga dili ko kasabot unya unsaon na lang nako ni. The results in the quantitative and the qualitative part of this study are undoubtedly in consonance with each other. Thus, it clearly shows that SSS has a big positive impact to the modular approach modality learners in this new normal time. These results conforms with the findings of Van de Pol et al. 2010 and the research about scaffolding in teacher-student interaction, where they concluded that scaffolding, like having a special support, it is very effective in the teaching learning process. Based on the outcome on the study, the following recommendations are forwarded. First, to the teachers, it is highly encouraged to apply special support strategy across subject areas and check its result. Second, to the educational experts, modification or unification of special support strategy is deeply in favor just to strengthen and obtain better result on the part of the students' learning. And lastly, to future researchers, doing this research again in a different setting would mean a lot to check whether it would come up with still positive result. And these are the references of my study. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Junel B. Amarilia of Mahayag School. Thank you so much, Sir Junel B. Amarilia of Mahayag School of Arts and Trades. Job well done, sir. Now to give you comments and suggestions, I give you Dr. Filma Catalan. Ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Sir Junel. Once again, I am facing another kababayan who is coming from Mahayag, whose school is very near to our residence in Mahayag. So it's again my pride and honor, no, to be asking questions that will somehow improve, if not improve, just to give justice to the efforts made in the conduct of research, especially in this pandemic time. So I would just like to, in your intervention, I would like to ask you simple questions about your intervention. Kasi I still have gray areas as of this time. How was the SSS conducted? Because there were 3 forms, no? As you mentioned in your presentation, there were 3 forms: body-body system, Purok system. Can you please elaborate further how this SSS done in your school?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for that question. So, this special support strategy, ma'am, it is true that it has 3 forms. First is the body system approach, or it is simply a co-grade learner special support. So what I did, ma'am, is when a co-grade learner, first, a struggling student, an identified struggling student who is part of a low educational attainment family is paired with an academically excelling student, ma'am, that is near, considering that that student, ma'am, is near to the residence of that struggling student. It simply means that those 2 students are never, ma'am, with each other. So what I did, ma'am, as far as
you have no internet connection, you are cutting out. Meaning to say you have done identification of the struggling learners.
yes, ma'am, including including the educational attainment of the family, ma'am.
So how is it done? Is it done virtually, or because there is no physical contact this time?
Actually, ma'am, through Messenger, I let the students, ma'am, to write what is the educational attainment of all the members of his or her family. Then out from it, ma'am, I determine who are those students who are coming from a low educational attainment family. Then after such, ma'am, is I determine who among those students are struggling and who among those students are excelling.
Have you started implementing this SSS in your school, or you are still ongoing?
I already started, ma'am, this SSS in my class.
In your class only. So your respondents, how many are your respondents?
My respondents, ma'am, are a mixture, are 40 students. It is a mixture of purposive and random sampling.
Okay, so I understand that you have already findings, no? You use statistical
Yes.
treatment on the data presented. Now, I would just like to capture some of the comments because based on experience, there are parents, there are parents in our locality particularly, no, are hiring tutors, paying tutors for their children. What is the implication on this as part of the experience?
Ma'am, with that experience, ma'am, I made use of those students as I learned and as I found out, ma'am, that those students with tutors are also excelling in the class. With it, ma'am, since they could afford, and there are those students who couldn't afford. So what I did, ma'am, is I drive my student to come up with a sense of responsibility, with a sense of camaraderie, ma'am, to help his or her classmate.
So they are using
Oh.
the social media or the messenger.
Actually, ma'am, in the student and the body and the struggling student, ma'am, I encourage to not to meet in a face-to-face manner. However, ma'am, if the student is just too near with that struggling student house, the body and the struggling students just too near with each other, so they could have some, ma'am, following that they will still follow the health safety protocol.
Considering that you have already the findings and recommendations, and you have pilot tested this in your own class with 40 students, what is your plan now as to the cascading of the result of your study within your school? What can you suggest, or what is your next plan, next step?
After having this result, ma'am, as I found out that it is really having a positive impact to the learners, so my plan, ma'am, is to disseminate this result in the last session if I am allowed. Then after such, if this strategy would be approved, so I would be having a webinar if given the chance to orient my co-teachers on how this special support strategy be done, and in order for them also, ma'am, to apply this in their teaching to the learners.
Okay, as part of my suggestion, may I suggest you to conduct further studies about the impact of this SSS on the learning of our students. Hopefully, by after a year, try to conduct impact study, no, on how on the impact of the SSS being applied to the students of MSAT, no, as you are going to share
Yes,
this
ma'am.
to your fellow
Noted.
teachers. Thank you very much for the initiative, and congratulations, Sir Junel.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, so
Also.
that's be all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma Catalan, and congratulations to you, Sir Junel B. Amaria. Before I give you the next researcher, I just would like to give a shout out to the shining, shimmering, splendid PSDS of Tukuran West, Basta Tuk West, the best, Dr. Jessie Estaniola. Thank you, Sir Jess, for tuning in. Moving on, I give you our next researcher from Eleuterio P. Bacaltos Elementary School. Let's give it up for Ma'am Nelsie J. Obihero with your research partner, Dr. Romeo Daligdig. Go ahead, ma'am.
My salute to the judges, panelists, tabulators, and to the top management of planning and research team of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur. Good day and keep the flags within. I have come up with this study to make sure that my risk access amidst COVID-19, that this quality of delivery learning traverse home. With this title, radio-based instruction, classical strategy, communicative competence in English. In fact, there are only 3 domains out of 14 language domains that our learners must develop and learn at the same time. I anchor this context and rationale with these issues and concerns that many teachers find problems every day due to a misunderstanding of lessons being taught to the learners who have not been immersed in the language used as the medium of instruction. With this low MPS in English 6 for the school year 2019-2020, which is 77.8%, which is lower from last school year's MPS of 79.35%. Among the language domains, writing and composition, oral reading fluency, and listening comprehension are the least learned competencies performed by the grade 6 pupils of Eleuterio Bacalcos Elementary School. Upon reflecting on these issues and concerns, the teacher researcher was urged to conduct this study to investigate the efficacy of radio-based instruction as a classical strategy in enhancing the communicative competence of English 6 in Eleuterio Bacalcos Elementary School, Mahayag South District Division of Zamboanga del Sur. With this action research questions, this study seeks to answer the following questions. First, what is the level of academic performance of the grade 6 pupils before the utilization of radio-based instruction based on the following communicative domains: oral reading fluency, listening comprehension, writing and composition? Second, what is the level of academic performance of the grade 6 pupils after being exposed to radio-based instruction based on the following communicative domains? Third, is there a significant difference to the performance of the pupils after they were subjected to the radio-based instruction? With this innovation, intervention, and strategy, this radio-delivered instruction is beneficial to the young learners who are not very accessible in internet connectivity, since they can bring these audio-formatted radio lessons at home. The processes of this strategy: write a script, create an audio from the script, and convert the audio from the music production software into MP3 format. Provide answer sheets with the following rubrics. Conduct quality assurance of the intervention associated with the answer sheets. Disseminate the audio lessons with the answer sheets, and bring this school on air when the pupils were inside or live near the school, and home on air by sharing the audio file via smartphones, flash drive, or laptop, or any computer. With this discussion and results of this study, as well as the recommendations, this presented the findings relative to the problems of the study. Pupils' academic performance before the exposure of radio-based instruction based on these 3 communicative domains, the pupils' academic performance after the utilization of this radio-based instruction, and significant difference to the pupils' performance after being subjected to the intervention. Before the exposure of the radio-based instruction, this was the tabular presentation with the scores based on the communicative domains. As to the result of pre-test was rated based on the rubrics. A total number of participants, 27, took the test. The average score was 20.59 for oral reading fluency, 13.44 for listening comprehension, and 18.07 for writing and composition. It indicated that grade 6 pupils were not able to attain 80% MPS and thus failed the test. Before the exposure of the radio-based instruction, this was the percentage of pupils' pre-test scores on these 3 communicative domains. And that figure showed the percentage of the pupil scores on the 3 communicative domains. As to oral reading fluency, got the MPS of 68.64, while listening comprehension had a percentage of 67.22. On the other side, writing and composition got the lowest MPS of 60.25. It revealed that the pupils failed the pre-test and thus needed to be unveiled to the intervention of the study. After the exposure of the RBI, this was the tabular presentation on the scores based on the 3 communicative domains. The table showed the posted scores of the pupils in communicative domains. The main score for oral reading fluency was 26.89, 17.81 for listening comprehension, and 25.78 for writing and composition. It denoted that grade 6 pupils were able to attain 80% NPS and thus pass the test. It signified the positive outcome of the strategy to the performance of the pupils in English 6, particularly in the 3 communicative domains. After the exposure of the RBI, this was the graphical representation. On that figure showed that the percentage of the pupils posted scores on the 3 communicative domains after they were subjected to the radio-based instruction. The average NPS for oral reading fluency was 89.30, 89.07 for listening comprehension, and 85.92 for writing and composition. It also revealed that average NPS was 88.04, which is above 80%. It denoted that the pupils passed the test with the help of the intervention program. Significant difference with the level of performance between the pre-test and post-test. That table showed the mean difference of 6.33 with a computed C-value of 10.74 and a p-value of 0.001. The result was significant at p-value was less than the significant level of 0.05. Thus, there was a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores on these 3 communicative domains. This compared to the findings of Bates. The use of radio lessons motivated the learners if they were used in such a way as to stimulate learning. Conclusions of this study. Based on the results, pupils had better performance on the post-test rather than the pre-test on the 3 communicative domains. There was a significant difference in the pupils' performance between pre-test and post-test. The utilization of radio-based instruction increased the scores of the pupils subjected to it, thus it was effective for it to achieve its intended goal. With these recommendations, that the radio-based instruction as the intervention to improve the pupils' performance on the 3 communicative domains can be utilized to all grade levels. Radio-based audio-formatted lessons can be well scrutinized by the Division English evaluators with the help of ICT team. Administer this intervention to other learners in need of remediation on this particular learning area. For references, I will no longer read them, for they are flashed on screen for my sources of this particular study. Thank you, and God bless everyone.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Nelsie J. Obejero, and congratulations.
And now to give the comments and the question, we would like to give you Dr. Romeo Daligdig for that part.
Okay, good afternoon, Miss Nelsie.
Good afternoon, sir.
And thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts for the sharing that you have just done. And I believe you're really a hero in your own field because of your heart for the learners. And you're having grade 6 because your respondents were grade 6 in your study. Before I give my question, actually I have 3 questions for you. I'd just like to give suggestions so that you will not be also in a state of a circus life while waiting for me to ask you a question. Number 1 suggestion, it has been mentioned several times that in action research, inferential method is discouraged. But what you use in your study is definitely an inferential method. But we will not discourage you, even if that is the statement that we would like to also bring into you. And we will just find a way on how to utilize your data, because we were convinced that you spent and invested time, effort, and even money just to finish your study. Then that's one, no? We will have to utilize your data the scores of the students so that you can submit a study that is aligned to the prescribed standard of action research. So, and then second, cite the specific issue or concern in the context and rationale as far as your study is concerned. Like, what is really the issue? Is it in the learning, or is it in the teaching, or is it in the method of teaching that gave you the challenge all throughout your teaching life? As far as we know that we will always meet the MPS of the NAT and even in the RAT and in the DAT and the SAT from the regional achievement test, division achievement test, and school achievement test. We have our own way of assessing the general performance of our learners in as much as our power as a teacher and a power as a school head would be there. So I'd like to know what specific issue and concern that you observed and you heard from other teachers regarding English 6 performance of the learners. And then third, specify in your study whether you are trying to embed the assessment in RBI in terms of the 3 domains that you have included. You have the oral reading fluency, and then listening. What is the other one? Listening competency. Right. And then you have the listening comprehension, and then writing and composition. So these are the 3 foci that you have included in your study. Then my question is, so you have to also specify your instrument used particularly in assessing or treating the scores of your learners. So there are 3 suggestions, major suggestions that I am giving you to give improvement to your research manuscript. No? So my first question, Ma'am Nelsie, I hope you are not overwhelmed by the suggestions.
Yes, sir.
Number 1, what is in the RBI that you think new? And what is in RBI that you would like to focus on in your study? Because RBI is one of the recommended regio-based instruction, is one of the recommended alternative learning delivery modalities. Actually, we have big 4. One is face-to-face, second is distance learning, and under distance learning, you have online, modular, and RBI TV-based instruction. And then the third one, blended learning, and the fourth one is the homeschooling modality. So RBI is already established, and others have already claimed that they authored because it's a classical strategy. It started very long time ago, even before our birth. RBI was already there, regio-based instruction. So my question is, what is in the RBI that you would like to highlight in your study?
Okay, sir, thank you.
It's already an established strategy. So it's no longer an innovation, it's no longer an intervention, especially in this pandemic. What is in the RBI that you would like to highlight in your study so that we can incorporate that in our manuscript?
Thank you so much, sir. Although the RBI or the radio-based instruction is a DepEd initiative, but I try to modify something that is owned by me because I actually made a script. I actually created an audio that is formatted lessons be transferred to an MP3. So that is why it is very accessible for me to make that strategy as my intervention because it actually brings out the best in this pandemic time because the audio formatted lessons can be brought to my targets home to home. Because actually the process of administering this RBI, which is becoming
Okay.
a classical
So
strategy.
capturing the items that you mentioned, I would like to propose a title, no? You can capture this strategy because you are making a way to prepare like video and then convert it into MP3,
Yes, sir, definitely.
right? So maybe
Yes.
you can capture the letters of your name, Nelsie, so that you will not anymore mention RBI because RBI is an common. It's a common commodity, no? It's already a commodity in the pandemic instruction because our educational system has been COVIDified for almost or more than a year. So we would like to, since it's already established, so there's nothing new. If I were the reader, I will not anymore be interested to open the pages of your manuscript because it's RBI. It's even known throughout the whole world that RBI is one of the strategies that we can apply in teaching learning process. So since you mentioned about you have the script and then you have the video and then you have the MP3, converting the video to MP3, just like what we are doing here in our presentation. You have the slide recording, and then after that, you're converted to MP3 for the video presentation so that you will not anymore click down, just to proceed, and follow the sequence that you have prepared beforehand. So I'd like to suggest that your title could be from the word Nelsie. You have new English learning competency intervention.
Yes, sir.
Or you can have new electronic learning competency intervention for English. So the last E in your name is English. English 6.
Yes, sir.
And that sounds very fantastic because you're bringing your name into your study rather than naming it RBI.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for that.
Did you get
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get my point?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so
I have
from
to
the
use
word
my
Nelsie,
name as an
from your
acronym.
name,
Yes, sir.
from your name Nelsie, because there is something new in your study aside from being an RBI instruction. So you can have new electronic learning competency intervention in English 6. And that's Nelsie, your name.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. I'm so amazed with that suggestion.
So that the readers will really be interested to read the content of your manuscript because there is something new, only to find out it's an RBI based inside. Okay. Second.
Thank you so much.
Second, what topic or lesson in grade 6 that you use in your study? I did not see any lesson that you also indicated in your manuscript where you use this RBI Nelsie.
Okay, sir. The lesson specifically, which is not manifested in the manuscript, is that language subject is being taken there in the 3 domains because I am focusing on these 3 that are oral reading fluency, the listening comprehension, and the writing and composition. So for these 2 domains, the oral reading fluency and the writing and composition, they are being administered through the performance task in the summative test. But in the listening comprehension skills of my learners, I gave them that is not performance but a written test in which I'm giving them activity sheets to be answered by my targets, by my learners. say for example, the pupils will listen a particular story and they will answer the questions based on the story. They will be given activity sheets right after. And for that listening comprehension. But for this, another domains, the two domains, the oral reading fluency and the writing and composition, they're given the answer sheets with the corresponding rubrics. Then, for that domain, there are criteria, or each criterion has to follow the rubrics. Just for example, the expression, the phrasing, the smoothness, the pace, and for that oral reading fluency. And for writing and composition, there will be focus on details, organization, word choice, sentence structure, grammar, and spelling. So those are the three domains that I am focusing, because actually there are 14 domains in language. But I see to it that these three domains are the least learned competencies in my subject in grade 6. So
okay, what were the lessons? What were the lessons you used? What were the lessons you used in teaching oral reading fluency, listening comprehension, and then the writing composition? Did you have any lesson that you integrated this taking and investigating the three communicative domains?
Sir, the story that I have integrated.
Okay, the story. So
yes,
what's the title of the story? You must have to indicate that in your gathering of data in specifying your instrument. That you covered. Okay, you indicate
yes, sir,
the title of the story.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question that I would like also to know from you, what type of test did you use in measuring and scoring? Is it objective or essay?
Sir, objective type of test in the summative test.
Okay, objective.
Yes, sir. Under oral reading fluency, the lesson mainly focus on the learning competency taken from the second quarter, particularly, and read aloud grade level appropriate text with an accuracy rate of 95 to 100%. Under this domain of listening comprehension, I have that taken from the third quarter for noting significant details. And for the last communicative domain is writing and composition. The least mastered competencies of this domain taken from the fourth quarter.
Okay, so you must have to indicate that in your gathering of data, that in the scoring of the oral reading fluency, you use objective type of test, because there is always that confusion whether you're using rubric in the objective, because you mentioned only rubric. How did you use rubric in checking the objective test answers of the learners?
Sir, the rubrics that are given corresponding with the answer sheets upon administering this, together with the audio formatted lessons, bringing to my pupils through MP3, through any audio or any gadget, because we have created GC with our parents. So that is why it is very accessible for me to transport information to my targets, because we have.
So oral reading fluency, the instrument that you use or the type of test that you use is objective test.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct? And then listening comprehension, this is rubric.
Listening comprehension, sir, since that is a written test, so there is no rubric, but an activity sheet.
Open-ended or multiple choice?
Open-ended, sir, and an activity sheet given to the learners. because that listening comprehension is not a performance task based. It is a written test.
Okay.
Written test in which the pupils can be able to listen to the particular story that I'm going to tell them, and they try to answer the corresponding questions based on the given questions in the activity sheets.
Okay, you must also indicate that in your gathering of data.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because actually, Sir Canning, I have a little problem in this uploading because actually, in the first protocol, in the first instruction of our division coordinator, it was 10 minutes video presentation. But I actually changed it to 7 minutes because of some changes.
Okay.
So that is why
yes,
slides,
I
my video
understand that because
presentation.
of time constraint and the time
Yes, sir.
element given to you, you reduce some of the slides perhaps
Yes,
so
sir.
that you will
I
meet
reduce
the
some of
time
the
allotment.
slides.
But
Yes, sir,
I'm looking at the manuscript. I'm looking at the manuscript, so I found it very insufficient that you did not indicate the lesson where the study was anchored. You did not also indicate you only mentioned pre-test and what type of test, what type of pre-test should be there, or did you use in your study. That should be also explained and articulated in your manuscript, because to give a clearer understanding on the part of the readers later on, especially those readers outside division of Zamboanga del Sur.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the meat of your gathering of data should be improved. You have answered my questions already. And what are to be improved in the data gathering methods? You need to indicate what is the pre-test you conducted, because you mentioned rubric in the later part, and I guess at that addressed to the writing composition part of your activity in the RBI. So that's also important. And then, because inferential method is discouraged in action research, I'd like you to put in more details or facts on the reflections or emotions of the learners. What were their feelings, so that you can articulate in your statement of the problem number 1, what were the feelings of the learners during the pretest? Did they have the feeling of hungry of improving their competence, improving their performance? And that should be also highlighted, so that to give vouch on your intention to conduct the study. And then in the second question regarding the performance of the students after the RBI intervention, you can convert that to the reflections of the learners after experiencing the RBI that you introduced, which we baptized now as NELSI.
Yes, sir.
Intervention. So that is why you ask them about their feelings, so that from the database that you have gathered, you can also gather some reflections from the learners, like asking them in vernacular, dong unsa man imuhang na nakatunan, unsa man imuhang kanang nalingaw ba ka o nakakaton ba ka, because our target in teaching learning is to make our students smart and happy, just like our target also in research, like happy ra gyud ang mga bata, no? They learned something from the experience, because this RBI carries an intervention NELSI. So what did they enjoy in the NELSI intervention? So you ask them, anyway, there are only 27.
Yes,
you can
sir.
text them, unsa man imo na unsa man nakatunan ato dong gatong nangkuang tag RBI. So you can gather 10 responses which you can also include in your presentation of the manuscript because your method is very much inferential in nature because you're asking the performance and then you also test the significant difference. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
That is my suggestion. These are just additional parts of your statement of the problem number 1 and statement of the problem number 2. Just to erase and overrule the inferential element in your study so that we can really have that mixed method. No need to determine the significant difference because it will always appear like experimental and inferential.
Yes, sir.
So that's just my suggestion. And then you specify also in your recommendation the topics where you can apply the RBI NELC.
Yes,
So
sir.
RBI NELC can be your title and then basis for so on and so forth. Okay, so RBI NELC, what is that? A strategy enhancing communicative competence in English 6. So you can remove the word classical. You can insert a new irrelevant word to make it appear that this is something new under RBI. So RBI NELC can be your, RBI does NELC strategy. This basis in enhancing communicative competence in English 6. Or a gateway. You can capture the gateway in enhancing communicative competence in the English 6. So that the readers will find it like interesting because there is an attached NELC. What is this NELC? Is this a title of the song? Something like that. But you have to also specify later on in your gathering of data methods the steps, number 1, number 2, number 3. You have to number it so that we can, you have to number the steps like step 1, step 2, step 3 for emphasis under the data gathering methods. Because your presentation is really narrative and we cannot anymore single out which of these specifies the steps that you followed in the walkthrough or in the piloting or rolling out of your intervention RBI NELC. You can have another name. If you like the name of your husband, just give meaning to its letter of the name, then that's fine. So that there is something novelty in your title.
I prefer to have my own name.
Okay, very good. So that's all, Miss Nelsie. Thank you very much and congratulations. You are a hero in your school.
Thank you so much, Sir Romeo Daligdig, for sharing some insights. And I have realized that this is another journey for my research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Romeo Daligdig, for your very generous and rich comments and suggestions to the presentation. Partner?
Yes, let's now call on the next researcher to present from Nilo National High School, Tibao District. Let's give it up for Sir Kent G. Dongalio. Sir?
Good day, everyone, especially to our panelists as well as my co-researchers. Today, I'm going to present my action research entitled Comparative Study on Effectiveness between Printed Module and ebook in Teaching. Between Printed Module and ebook in Teaching TLE Handicraft Grade 10. I am your researcher, Kent G. Dongallo from Nilo National High School, Tigbao District. Context and rationale. Printed module, which is the current state in Nilo National High School, which adopted modular distance learning as one of the available learning modalities prescribed in DepEd Order number 12, Series 2020, where teachers provide learners with printed self-learning modules or SLMs. Ebook, which is the desired state, is backed up by a study conducted in the rural schools in Indonesia, show that the learning outcomes of students who used ebooks were higher than those using printed books. It is also backed up in another study in the University of Batangas, Batangas City, Philippines, determined that the usefulness of ebook in improving students' achievement, study habits, and acquired skills. In this action research, the researcher compared the effectivity between printed module and ebook on students' learning outcome in TLE Handicraft Fashion Accessories, Grade 10. Action research questions. First question, what is the level of learning outcome of TLE Handicraft Fashion Accessories Grade 10 students during pre-test in terms of A, printed module, B, ebook? Second question, what is the level of learning outcome of TLE Handicraft Fashion Accessories Grade 10 students in terms of post-test in terms of A, printed module, B, ebook? Third question, is there a significant difference between the learning outcomes between students using printed module and students using ebook? And the null hypothesis is there is no significant difference between the learning outcomes of the two groups of respondents. Results and discussions. Table 2 shows pretest MPS of the two groups of respondents. This will answer the first question in our action research. Table 2 presents the MPS of Group A, which used printed module, and Group B, which used ebook, composed of 30 students each. Results show that the average pretest MPS of Group A is 65.83%, while Group B is 67.17%, which are both below the standard of 75%. Table 3 shows the post-test NPS of the two groups of respondents. This table will answer the second question of our action research. Table 3 shows the post-test NPS of Group A, which used printed module, and Group B, which used ebook. It shows that the average post-test of Group A is 92%, while Group B is 92.59%. The result indicates that Group B, which is the ebook, is 0.59% higher than the Group A, which used printed module. Table number 4, which shows the comparison and the results of the post-test between groups, will answer the third question of our action research. Table 4 reveals the comparison and the results of the average post-test MPS between the two groups of respondents. The calculated t-value of negative 0.2713 is lesser than the tabular value of 1.6716 at an alpha level or level of significance of 0.05 with 58 degrees of freedom. Also, the p-value is higher than the alpha level, which is 0.05 at 0.3935. Hence, the null hypothesis is accepted. Therefore, there is no significant difference between the learning outcomes of the two groups of respondents. The results indicated that the average pretest mean percentage score of both groups are below the 75% standard. Furthermore, the average post-test mean percentage score of Group B, which used ebook, is 0.59% higher than Group A, which used a printed module. However, the statistical test, or t-test, revealed that the t-value is lesser than the tabular value, and the p-value is higher than the alpha level of significance. Hence, it can be inferred that there is no significant difference between the use of printed module and ebook on the level of learning outcomes of students in TLE Handicraft Fashion Accessories, Grade 10 in Nilo National High School. Recommendations. It is recommended that the study be conducted again when face-to-face learning modality is allowed by the Department of Education to further validate the results. Furthermore, the use of ebook is also encouraged to offer another means of learning for our students who are considered as digital natives. And here are my references. And here is an example of the ebook that I made using Photobi Author. This can be accessed on the students' smartphones, and the ebook also contains what is found on the printed module counterpart. It also includes the pretest, the lesson proper, the discussion, another discussion, the performance task, with an added bonus because we can include videos so that students won't be having problems on how to perform their outputs or make their projects, and as well as the post-test. And students can just browse or scroll anytime they want in the convenience of their smartphones. That ends my presentation, and thank you so much for listening. I'm now ready to entertain your questions.
Thank you so much, Sir Kent G. Dongalio of Nilo National High School, and congratulations for a job well done.
All right, and now because some of our judges aren't around yet, and of course because we have our resident judge who is really very familiar and very master maybe on the crafts about research, he can really help you about this. Let's welcome Dr. Romeo Daligdig, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good
Sir
afternoon, sir.
Dongalo.
Yes,
How
sir.
are
Good
you?
afternoon. I'm fine.
Happy,
Thank you, sir. How about you? Yes, sir. It's okay.
Sir Kent,
Hello,
Mr.
sir.
Kent.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm here.
Mr. Kent, congratulations that you have shared your findings to us in the division office, and always appreciate your journey because you invested your effort, time, and even resources just to make way for your presentation today. And before I go to my questions, I'd like to suggest the following. Number one, looking at your manuscript and your slides, there's no mentioning of a specific topic where you use a specific topic that you use in your study. You only mention about the general lesson on daily handicraft, fashion accessories. I think there are also subtopics under fashion accessories that you can include. So
Yes, sir.
please specify also that as part of your coverage of the pre-test and the post-test.
Okay,
In
sir.
using, in terms of printed module and ebook. Now, there is always that difference because printed module is static, while ebook is something like dynamic because there is an interaction between the technology. So my question is, and that's just a suggestion, no? And
Yes,
then
sir.
maybe you can also, before I go to my question, because inferential method is discouraged in action research. That's why we have this reflection part of the completed manuscript. But I do not like you to just discard your data because as our mantra that says we will never kill a proposal, how much more the completed research. But in the purposes of baseline data, we can still use your data presented under table 1 and then table 2 and then you have table 3 because definitely your line of thinking and your intention was just to answer the questions under statement of the problem, and that's a good research skill that you need also to promote and share to others. But since there's a line that says inferential method in action research is discouraged, so we will now convert your data to more qualitative presentation. So I'd like to know how many respondents do you have?
I have 30 respondents for each group, sir, so a total of 60 respondents.
30?
60
I'm sorry,
respondents all in all,
30?
sir. 60 respondents, sir. 30 for each group.
30, so more or less 60, no?
Yes, sir. Two groups.
60
Two
participants,
groups of.
or
Yes,
60
sir.
respondents that you have involved in your study. So just to have an additional input, just to give justice to the inferential method that you have included in your study, because we really want to appear that your manuscript should be more on the qualitative aspect since inferential method is discouraged in action research. So I'd like you to also ask your respondents through text or through group chat, if you have them in your group chat, about
Yes, I
their
have, sir.
about their foresight. We start with foresight or impression with the ebook and the modular printed module. You just ask them, how do you perceive answering modular and then answering ebook? So that's one question, no? Before, you can attach the answers to the first statement of the problem answer, pre-test results. And after the pre-test data, you can follow it up with the answers to that reflective question. What was your feeling before the post-test? Something like that. Okay?
Okay, sir.
So then you can ask also question. You can start with the foresight and then experiences. What did they experience? What was the significant experience that they can also share to you as the researcher? You can just text them, ask them, reach out with them, just to make your presentation in the manuscript appear like really qualitative, so that the data under inferential method will be overruled by the inputs from the answers of the participants or respondents. So you have three sets of answers. You have the foresight of the impression. What was the impression of the student or the participants or the respondents over modular and ebook? So you can attach these answers to the table that answers question number 1. And then answers also on their experiences. What was your experience? How would you describe your experience in your modular and then in the ebook? So yon. So first, you just select one word to be a keyword in your question, follow-up question to that question number 1 that you have here originally in your study. You can have what was the impression, or what is the impression of the participants towards modular printed and ebook, and then their experiences as they use printed and ebook. So you have the pre, the proper, and the post. So that should be the categories of your answers. So you have the pre-feeling, proper feeling, because they already experienced that, ebook and printed, and then the post feelings after the conduct of the post test. So we can cluster them as the impression, experience, and then insights afterwards. Just to decorate more your manuscript, to make it appear as really qualitative. I mean, there should be an element of emotions, element of feelings of the learners as the journey in your pre-test and then ebook and printed modular engagement, and then after that post-test. Okay?
Okay, sir.
So that we can add more to just to make it appear that there is really a qualitative element in your study. We can retain the data, but we can forego with a significant difference because it will sound like inferential and experimental. Okay?
Yes,
sir. So that we will have it converted to what is really expected of an action research. And then try to also use a title, because you have here the intervention part of your manuscript. What is that specific or distinct intervention that you also employed in the conduct of teaching learning using printed and using ebook. So you have their integration of SLMs, well, the alternative learning delivery modalities, modular, television, radio-based instruction, blended and online. And then the electronic books are becoming increasingly popular. Maybe problem and reduce them into 1 to 4, 1 to 3, and then add in. You have to add in asking the impression of the learners during the conduct of the pretest, and then also their experiences. What are their experiences during the journey of the guide card, activity card, and then you have the assessment card, the enrichment card, and the reference card. Tell them to narrate their own experiences and you will learn so many things from them. That's why the teachers have always the challenge because they only look at the students outside, outwardly. They miss to see what is really the inside of the learner, and that is our purpose in action research. We need to know the interior portion of the learner, what is in their heart, and you will discover it when you gather their reflections and experiences that they have done while journeying in your guide card, assessment card, activity card, and all these cards that they are facing during the research undertaking. So, and then you also ask them, what were their insights from the experiences? So, experiences are by the things they encountered. And then insights, what's their plan? What's their aspirations after answering the post-test from the activities that they underwent during the process? Okay? So it's more about impression, experiences, actual experiences, and insights afterwards. And that is what the reader would like to be interested in when they read manuscripts on action research, because they wanted to know whether you as the teachers have this predicament as you deliver the lesson to the learners. Okay? So from the statement of the problem, I will now proceed to the title. So the effectiveness of strategic intervention material in improving the least learned competencies in General Physics 1. How did you identify? Okay, later on I will ask that, but I just like to decorate more the title that you have presented. So since this is an action research, we can always benchmark on the innovation and intervention and strategy title that you use in your study. I not believe, but I am sure SIM and this guide card and all are standards under SIM. So the SIM all over the land in the Philippines has these types of cards. Ang wala lang dito is load card. Maybe that is the intervention that you wish to introduce. Okay? So what is new in the SIM? Authored by Dr. Gemma and Mr. Lindon and Miss May Faith. What is in the SIM that you will introduce that is something new to the readers in the field? Did you reduce the guide card to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 kinds of cards are there in the SIM, and that is already established. These 5 cards are already established. So what is something new in your research that the audience and the readers would be interested to know? And that is what I was waiting when I was listening to your presentation. What's new in your SIM? Okay? And that is something that you have to ponder. Maybe you can have the type of questions. maybe in the standard cards, we will be using multiple choice type in the assessment, and now you're using open-ended. Maybe that's something new under the SIM. Okay? If you use the template, the original template of the guide card, the assessment card, activity card, assessment card, what is in the activity card that you introduce that is authored and originated by the researchers? That is something that I wish to also see in your manuscript. If there is something, then please indicate what is that something new apart from the common guide card, activity card, assessment card, and then we have the enrichment card and the reference card. What is that? You do not need anymore the assessment card because you will proceed right away to the what is that? Enforcement card. So that's one. That's one no that we have to settle. That's one that we have to settle later on. I'm not saying that this is not a good research. This is a good research because it will answer the problem. So you just only implemented the standard guide card, activity card, assessment card, enrichment card, and reference card. So how many cards are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cards. If you want to continue with another card, so that is tantamount to what is something new in your SIM. Or maybe you will reverse the SIM. Instead of the standard SIM, you can have MIS. So what is that MIS? So you can have another name, you can have another innovation, another intervention that you can insert to make your topic more interesting. Okay? But be that as it may, we shall proceed, but don't get discouraged because we want you to also input some novelty element in your research manuscript. Okay? Again, be that as it may, I'd like to also suggest that you will include in your data gathering methods the topics involved in your study, because you only mentioned general physics 1. What is there in the general physics 1 that you extracted to be included in your study? Okay, Miss Gemma, Lindon, and Faith, are you with me? Okay, I hope you took down note of my suggestions because we will be expecting this when you submit your updated copy after today. Okay? So you can have this one as is, but my major recommendations is that to insert questions as to the feelings, as to the challenges that the participants encountered. You can start with opportunities and challenges as your last question, because we want to convert your study into a qualitative one. But it's a mixed method will do. A mixed method will do. You can retain your data as to answer to the first and the second question, and then we will have another gathering of data as to the experiences to be narrated by the respondents and also their feelings during the conduct of the pre-test. I know you will learn more, many more things if you do this. Okay? And then map also your completed research anatomy with the standard completed research, because you are still using the word plan when this is not anymore a plan because you have already executed. So please change you can have only data analysis as part of the completed research manuscript. Okay? So my question now, so those are just suggestions, and I also appreciate your recommendations because your recommendations are very healthy, very sufficient, because you inform the specific offices and groups of concerned people so that they will also help you solve the problem. But my question now is, because some of the questions were already answered in my suggestions, so I am now compressing my questions into one. Okay, here it is now. Do you think the identified gap was addressed in your action research? Do you think the identified gap was addressed in your research?
And everyone for the classroom. Yes, we address the problem in our study.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Then we get that the team or SIM to student
Okay, because of the results of the significant difference between the two, so it has been already proven that SIM using the guide card, activity card, assessment card, and enrichment card, and then reference card, they are already effective. That's why they are promoted all over the land. That this is really the SIM that we need to follow. So what is to be excited about is is the the one that is something new that you can also insert in your study. The result is really, even without conducting research, you can already predict that the result will be that way. That is why SIM is highly recommended by the Department of Education because of the effect that was already identified in the past to be effective in the integration in the lesson. So that is why there's no doubt that you can really achieve your intention to seek that significant difference between the two, between the pre-test and the post-test. And common sense will tell us that that is the way. That is the way SIM works in the system. But anyway, just take note of my recommendations so that we can convert your action research, which is very experimental and very inferential in nature, into something qualitative so that we can really single out what are those topics that you involve in your study extracted from General Physics 1 so that later on we will know what intervention is specific to the topic that we will recommend. Okay? So you miss to indicate the topics that you use in your study, like pre-test part 1 is about what are the topics in general physics, thermodynamics, neutron, proton, electron. Is it about kinetic energy, potential energy, thermodynamics? Is it about speed, velocity, vector, resultant vector? So these are the topics in general physics 1. So which of these topics was captured in your study that was articulated in your pre-test and post-test? So indicate that in your manuscript when you submit the updated copy, because we will forward your research to the region and to the national. For all you know, your research will be chosen by the region and the national to be included in their research o'clock activity. So that's all. I hope the other members of the team have taken note of my suggestions so that when you submit your updated manuscript, you can already capture and incorporate my suggestions for improvement. So to you, Ma'am Gemma, you have answered my question very well. And Lyndon and Faith, congratulations for coming up a team to focus on physics, unlearned or less learned skills. And we need more teachers like you to be heroes in the Division Research Festival. In your own right, you are already winners, being representatives from the district. And I salute you for that, because seldom we can find science teachers to get out of their way to conduct research, because that is a proof that we are a professional teacher. Once a teacher, forever a researcher. Thank you. God bless and good luck, Miss Gemma. Best regards to Sir Matt. Okay, thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Sir Romeo, and congratulations to our researchers from Cabata National High School, Vincenzo Sagon District.
And now we will proceed immediately to our next presenter, Sir Gabriel Ramerick P. Lindo of Alfredo G. Apao Elementary School. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I am here today to present to you my action research entitled The Use of Kindergarten Home Facilitators Guide, Its Impact to Kindergarten Pupils' Learning Performance. By the way, I am Gabriel Ramerick Pinataan Lindo, a teacher 1 of Alfredo J. Apao Elementary School, Tambulig District. Education must continue. No one is left behind. Those are the words of our beloved DepEd Secretary when she sentimentally emphasized the need for everyone to education, even in this time of pandemic. The Department of Education opted to innovate and change its means of learning delivery, thus accommodating every learner, even in these no-contact times. In fact, people believe that learning takes place everywhere. Creating a learning avenue at home is a necessity. Children could not go to school. The role now of education is to bring the light of quality education from school to every home. There is a need for someone who can facilitate learning. Thus, parents become facilitators of learning at home. This study determined the impact of Home Facilitators Guide to kindergarten learning performance of the kindergarten children of Alfredo J. Apao Elementary School, and specifically aimed to answer the following questions. Number 1. What is the profile of the kindergarten pupils in terms of family monthly income, educational attainment of parents, occupation of parents, and number of family members? Number 2. What is the learning performance of kinder pupils in class using the Home Facilitators Guide? Number 3. What is the impact of the Home Facilitators Guide to kindergarten learning performance? The data gathered from the interviews and questionnaires were used to describe the impact of the Home Facilitators Guide on kindergarten learning performance. There were interviews solicited to give more information the parents wanted to share to us. Now let's go to the results of the study. For the first question, what is the profile of the respondents? Now the table showed us there were only 4 or 8.7% of the pupils who had a family who can earn 20,000 pesos in a month. This can tell us that our kindergarten pupils' families needed to work for food. home learning might be an additional load in their daily struggles. Now let's proceed to the profile of the respondents in terms of educational attainment. The table can tell us that most of the parents were under high school level. In fact, 29 parents with elementary educational background only. It would be a burden for those parents to facilitate learning, especially to kindergarten children without proper training. Now, how about the profile of the respondents in terms of their occupation of their parents? Among the 46 kindergarten pupils, there are 40 of those parents who are farmers. That constitute 86.96%. And there are 2 or the 4.35% of those parents were carpenters. It showed that most of the parents were farmers. This could mean that most of our parents had no teaching inclinations. This table will tell us the profile of the respondents in terms of number of family members in their household. The table showed us that majority or 24 of the pupils had 6 to 9 family members. In concerns with modular learning, the number of family members can be both beneficial and disadvantageous. It is advantageous because the more members are there, the more there are who can assist learners with their HFG. On the other hand, this would be disadvantageous because the number would also mean distraction and disturbance. Now let us proceed to the question, what is the learning performance of the kindergarten pupils using the Kindergarten Home Learning Facilitators Guide? This table showed a fair presentation of the weighted means of kindergarten pupils' progress as observed by their parents. You can observe that there was a positive difference between the paired presentation of the weighted means of kindergarten progress. The receptive domain ranked first in terms of an increase of weighted means. This might be because during distance learning, children needed to hone their listening skills with the use of the HFG with the help of their parents. On the other hand, parents confirmed the impact of the guide on kindergarten performance by rating the statements with 1 for disagree, 2 for agree, and 3 for strongly agree. As the table will tell us, parents found the positive impact of HFG or the Home Facilitators Guide on the kindergarten children. Among the 7 statements, statement number 6 ranked first with a weighted mean of 2.76. It talked about the openness of children to learn with the HFG because they can interact more openly with the facilitator who was their mother or father or a family member. This result affirmed the study of Van Voorhis et al. Of 2013. Accordingly, family participation positively connected learning activities. Aside from the intellectual benefits, the Home Facilitators Guide offers children to grow with the kindest values of time management, sense of responsibility and accountability, sense of ownership, love of culture, bonding with family, and self-empowerment. Thus, the Home Facilitators Guide became an avenue for children to develop more and never stagnate during the pandemic times. Thus, there is a need to enhance more the Home Facilitators Guide, like more colored illustrations, good paper quality, hardcover, and other technical improvements. These improvements could ignite interest for learners and could add more comfort for parents as facilitators. It is also necessary to recommend to teachers and all other school personnel to show more understanding and be more patient to our parents. And also, give technical support, extending patience to parent facilitators who cheer them up, and constant follow-ups make them on track. It is also recommended to innovate the HFG to be valuable also in the normal situation after the pandemic. Administrators and curriculum makers may invite the teachers to enrich the Home Facilitators Guide to be one of the prime instructional materials even in the face-to-face classes. Therefore, there is no stopping in education. Education is for all and for all times. Education must continue and no one should be left behind. Thank you and God bless.
Congratulations, Sir Lindo of Alfredo J. Apo Elementary School for a job well done.
to give you the comments for your presentation, we will give you our ESDS, Dr. Romeo Daligdig. Sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Gabriel Ramiric Lindo.
Yes, sir. Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Ramiric, your name sounds so unique as Ramiric. Is it a
Thank you,
combination
sir.
of your parents' names?
Grandparents' name, sir.
Grandparents' names. So you are really a banner in your family.
Thank you,
So
sir.
congratulations and thank you for sharing to us the output of your research. And this is what I always give to the presenters, that research is never a joke, that you need really time. And the number one enemy in research is time. And I considered you as a superman because you were able to budget your time, work, family, and then research. So include research as one of your pillars in the spectrum of a teaching life. And once a teacher, always a researcher, because every night, if you are preparing your lesson plan, you need to also open other books, because we do not like to only contain in one book, because the presentation of our lesson may appear like very common already because the pupils have the book in themselves. But nevertheless, I'd like to give my suggestions before I'll give my question. First, I'd like to suggest that in your title, you can already remove the use of kindergarten. You can already remove the word use of. You can go straight to kindergarten home facilitators guide, because we have no other thing to do for this home facilitators guide except using it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm taking note of
Right?
it, sir. Yes, sir.
So there's no other purpose in this world for this home facilitators guide except to use. Of course, kindergarten pupils will never eat and consume it. Right?
Yes, sir.
So its common sense will tell you that it is going to be used. So that means it's understood. So
Yes, sir.
that's one. Kindergarten. You can go straight to kindergarten home facilitators guide KSFG. You include already the K. That stands
Gotcha.
for kindergarten.
Okay.
Okay. Its
Yes,
impact
sir.
to kindergarten pupils' learning performance. So you can already remove the kindergarten because it's already there. So
Okay.
impact to pupils' learning performance.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So that's one suggestion for improvement.
Thank you, sir.
So
I'm taking note of it.
okay, thank you. You can also ask somebody there in your side to also help you take down notes.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Basically
sir.
that I need really your attention for my suggestions for improvement. Okay? I
Yes,
want you to include one incident in your observation or from the comments from the other teachers that there is really a need or a gap or a problem to be addressed in terms of handling kindergarten in this pandemic time. Have you, or
Okay,
this is just like your perception or anticipation that problem may arise if you will not inject this kind of innovation. So injecting this kind of innovation should be also caused by an observation, a phenomenon, a problem, a gap, so that you want to solve the gap by introducing this innovation. Okay? So one incident or some data that will show that this is really an area for improvement as far as your delivery of teaching learning is concerned, because that will give teeth to pursue your aspiration and desire to find solution by investing your thinking, acting, and feeling domains as you conduct the study. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So find out what are those observations that you heard from teachers that we need to provide supplemental materials aside from the modules that we are providing them. As young as kindergarten, they need also some supervision and some connection between the family and the teacher. And I am sure you are a teacher in the kindergarten.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because your interest is in the kindergarten level.
Yes, sir.
Looking at your innovation, intervention, and strategy, there was also research that I know about facilitators guide and their components are different from what you have enumerated in your intervention, innovation, strategy part of your manuscript. I know your home facilitators guide includes meaningful activities, contextualized materials, comprehensible stories, and very engaging learning experiences. Okay? We have learning competencies in kindergarten, and that's found in the learning competencies from kindergarten to senior high school book of DepEd. I just like you to also insert in this part of innovation, intervention, and strategy of your manuscript,
Yes, sir.
the topics where these activities are being undertaken. In other words, specify the quarter where the topics were taken as your basis in coming up with meaningful activities, contextualized materials, comprehensible stories, and very engaging learning experiences as components of Home Facilitators Guide. So this is no longer HFG but KHFG.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Because you can remove already the use of.
Ah, yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes,
So
sir.
map your activities with the topics and quarter where this study was anchored. Okay? That's under innovation, intervention, and strategy. I hope this is your original concept, not
Yes, sir.
adapted. Because if
Yes.
it was adapted, you have to acknowledge the author to
Yes, sir.
avoid conflict of interest and ethical issues
Yes,
when
sir.
you publish your work, when you publish your work and paper. Okay? That's
Yes,
what
sir.
I wanted to see under innovation, intervention, and strategy. What topic or lesson, if you are if you conducted this one in the first quarter, second quarter, or third quarter, or fourth quarter, then indicate that in your chapter 2. Okay? So what is the profile of the kindergarten pupils in terms of family income, educational attainment, occupation, and number of family members? So it should be number of family members, not numbers. It should be
Yes, sir.
number only. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So what is the learning performance of kindergarten pupils in class using the Home Facilitators Guide? What is the impact of the Home Facilitators Guide on kindergarten performance? So your research questions are already good,
Thank
but
you, sir.
I'd like you to make your action research methods robust by including the components of your Home Facilitators Guide, maybe in this part, and then how the contact of the kindergarten pupils and you was done.
Ah, yes, sir.
Okay? Indicate
Yes,
that
sir.
in your manuscript. So
Yes,
that
sir.
your action research methods will be also more understandable and more sufficient. So informations can be given to the readers,
Yes, sir. Copy,
especially
sir.
on the data gathering methods. Okay?
Yes,
And
sir.
then
Copy.
also specify in your data gathering or sources of data and information your respondents. Do you think the kindergarten pupils can manage to answer educational attainment?
Nah.
Are you also request? Did you also request the assistance of the parents to answer to click the choices?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, the parents were the key informants of in this study, sir.
Okay,
They are
but
key.
did you mention that in your profile of
Yes,
the
sir.
profile of the participants? Because what I saw,
The data gathering,
I
sir,
saw your participants, all kindergarten pupils enrolled. And there were 46 kindergarten pupils participants. This is the only thing that I see in this copy of your presentation. No mention of parents.
I have written it in the data gathering method, sir. I'm gonna transfer it in the participants or other sources of data, sir.
Okay, very good.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
just
sir. Thank you.
transfer it so that the reader can already see that it's the parents who supervise the pupils to answer, or it's really the parents who answered.
It's the parents who answered the survey question, sir.
Okay, so you have to specify that in this part of your manuscript. Am I clear, Sir
Yes,
Gabriel?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's very clear, sir. I'm taking note of those suggestions, sir. Thank you, sir.
Because all these facts should be incorporated in the participants and sources of data,
Yes,
so
sir.
that it will support the articulation of the parents in the data gathering methods.
Yeah, okay. Yes,
Okay?
sir. Copy, sir.
Because it
Thank
will
you, sir.
always be assumed that all your participants are the pupils, because that was not specified in the participants part.
Copy, sir.
Okay? So,
Yes.
learning performance of the kindergarten pupils, you have developing, before and then after, developing, and then from beginning to developing. So you have to also spell this out in your discussion, that there is one, especially on self-help domain, from beginning to developing. So that means there is an improvement.
Yes,
And
sir.
then here, the learning from kindergarten pupils, table 6. Table 6 answered. What's the difference between table 5 and table 6?
And table 5, sir, is the it just present the weighted means of the kindergarten, sir, and the table 6, sir, actually give us the idea or show us that our that the weighted means of the kindergarten pupils from before and after has been presented, sir. It's a pair comparison, sir. So it's just a summary. Yes, sir.
You extracted the values in table 5
Yes, sir.
to be nearer to the values of the after, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that you can establish the difference.
Between the two weighted means, sir. two group
between
of
the
weighted
two
mean.
weighted mean. And you
Yes,
are
sir.
now concluding that there is a positive difference, right?
Yes, sir. Exactly, sir.
Okay. So this is arithmetical analysis, no? Not the statistical analysis. Because you
Not
just
incorrect, sir.
only subtract the after by the before. I think
Ah,
that's
yes,
how
sir.
you computed it.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
just a description, sir, of the answer.
Okay. So this is arithmetical identification of significant difference. But we need statistics to do this. But anyway, I appreciate your being heroic because you made a comparison out of your arithmetical thinking and basis. Okay, that's good. Okay.
Okay.
Research reflections and conclusion. Did you also interview parents about their feelings?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've done that part, sir.
Where are they?
Actually, sir, example for that, sir, is this result, sir, on page 9, paragraph number 2, aside from intellectual benefits, then there are kindness values
Page 9, aside from offers children to grow with the kindest values of time management, sense of responsibility,
yeah.
and accountability,
However,
sense of leadership. Okay.
however,
Are these
yes,
really
sir.
the statements or expressions from parents? Or you
Yes, sir.
just only articulated this because
I have just
based on the
only
way you understood their
earlier.
What is that? Unexpressed feeling.
No, yes, in the questionnaire, sir, there's a part 3, which is they're going to write their extra feelings about the home facilitators guides, which are not been written in the questionnaires or in the statements being presented, sir, in the
Okay.
questionnaire. So, yes,
That
sir.
is the most important part of your questionnaire that you need also to include in your
Yes, sir.
discussion, no?
Okay.
Because those statements are coming from their heart.
Yes, sir.
If you have that copy within your graphs, you can include them. Maybe 5 of them to
Yes.
be in italic printing. So
In
that
moderate.
the
Yeah,
researchers,
sige.
I mean the readers will really appreciate, because even pandemic time, you were able to also gather these sentiments, aspirations, hopes, and dreams of the parents. So from that, you can already have the reflection, no? Parents and you as a researcher could also be could also share your reflections,
Yes,
and
sir.
then
Yes, sir.
also establish the supervisory role of the parents as your co-facilitator in learning.
Copy, sir.
Diba? Because
Yes, sir.
the learner has the learning community. And this learning community includes the parents, the siblings, and even the significant others living inside them.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So that
Thank you, sir.
your reflections and the conclusion will be that meaty, no? The, the statements from the parents and your experiences can be put into one to make your research reflections and conclusion part more substantial.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you for that
So,
suggestion.
which of these statements in your table 7 has the lowest?
the lowest, the
The
lowest
lowest
witted
is
means, sir, is
makes
stage
children
more empowered over their learning, sir.
okay
It's number
more
one, sir.
empowered over their learning, and then you also brainstorm why this noted to be 2.46, the lowest among the statements. What should be the reason behind that?
Yes.
When children are more empowered over their learning, the respondents have the reservation to answer strongly agree because the description is just agree. Why? Do they not like to empower their children? They want
Maybe
to,
they have
oh, they want to study also side by side with their children.
their children. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Maybe the interpretation here is they do not like that because FHG makes children more empowered over their learning. So they do not like the idea of leaving all to the learner. I think that's the reason. Di ba? Because SFG is telling the parents to just rely on your guide in the delivery of the instruction. And that is what they do not like. Because otherwise, they wanted to get a share of your salary. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sige, sir.
Okay. And then this is the one that you will highlight in your recommendation, the lowest. What will you
Copy, sir.
recommend? So there's no problem with the inclusion of your SFG, but the problem, the challenge is in the making pupils, kindergarten pupils more empowered by just only relying on the SFG, being you afar and apart from them. So that is the study that you have all about. That is what your study is all about, Mr. Gabriel or Gabriel.
Yes, yes, sir.
And
Thank you,
that
sir.
is what you will capture in your action plan. How are you going to cure that challenge that parents do not like to just leave everything to the home facilitators guide for their children to answer on their own?
Yes, sir.
So just have a seminar or presentation on learner agency in the new normal. Learner agency is a concept that will allow the learners to study, to learn, and to assess themselves, all by themselves. That is the one.
Okay, sir.
So, Sir Gabriel, thank you and
Thank you, sir.
congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
I will not anymore
Thank you
ask
po.
questions because some questions and the question that I have also formulated was already answered through our discussion of the suggestions for improvement.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I hope you took down note of the suggestions for improvement so that
Yes.
when you submit your updated manuscript, all these are already incorporated. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you, sir.
congrats.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Mabuhay po, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
Good morning, lovers of wisdom,
ASDS, Dr.
presenting to you
Romeo
the
Daligdig,
seed,
for
which
your very rich
symbolizes our
comments and
pupils.
suggestions
Teaching
to the
isn't about
presentation.
waiting for the storm to
And
pass.
we
It's
are
about
still
learning how
having
to
7
dance in the
presenters
rain
left,
amidst
and it's
COVID-19.
3:22 in the afternoon. And we will try to actually shorten our comments and suggestions so that we can really beat the time before 5 in the afternoon.
All right, let's now call on our next researcher from Blansha Central School, Malawi District. Let's give it up for Ma'am Sheila Faith R. Kalunod. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, lovers of wisdom, presenting to you the seed, which symbolizes our pupils. Teaching isn't about waiting for the storm to pass, it's about learning how to dance in the rain amidst COVID-19. Intervention is the key through action research.
Since our Kalunod Master Teacher 1 in Blansha Central School, Malawi West District, my completed study is all about enhancing pupils' performance in reading comprehension through providing a strategic modular resource material. Spotlighting my interventions toward my end focus, and that is enhancing pupils' performance in reading comprehension. It was administered orally via phone calls or video calls with parent or peer-assisted learning strategy and by having reading kamustahan for the implementation of my intervention.
Today is Valentine's Day. Johnny is so excited.
The 2018 NAT results of Zamboanga del Sur, which English garnered the NPS score of 34%, which is lower than the DepEd target of 75%. Lack of reading skills and comprehension have been found to be one of the primary factors why grade 6 adopted pupils in Blansha Central School had an alarming reading comprehension test results during the post-test reading evaluation that was conducted last February 2020. In the test, it was found out that out of 21 pupils, 3 or 14.29% belong to independent level, and 8 or 38.9% belong to instructional level, and 10 or 47.62% belong to frustration level. As pointed out by Kalani in the year 2012, that reading is essential as the venue of effective learning and comprehension. He believes reading is the identification and comprehension. This prompted the researcher to conduct a study enhancing pupils' performance in reading comprehension through providing a strategic modular resource material. This research aimed to enhance pupils' performance in reading comprehension through providing a strategic modular resource material. Specifically, it seeks to answer the following questions. What reading difficulties incurred by grade 6 adopted pupils? To the following survey questions in terms of the following indicators: vocabulary, comprehension, work study skill, literary skill acquisition. What is the reading comprehension level of grade 6 adopted pupils based on the reading comprehension test after employing the intervention? Is there a significant difference between the pupils' performance in reading before and after interventions are being employed? Study included 21 grade 6 adult pupils in Blansha Central School, Blansha Malawi, Zamboanga del Sur. The target respondents were chosen because they were the actual pupils of the researcher that need intervention to enhance their level of reading performance. The basis for selecting the respondents was the reading performance test conducted to the respondents last February 2020 during the conduct of post-test reading evaluation. They were assessed using the selected stories and questionnaires from the Philippine Informal Reading for the field year 2010. Learners were given pre-test before the intervention was employed and post-test after the implementation using similar set of questionnaires. The questionnaire was composed of the Dole Cyclers inventory as the part 1, aiming enhancing their vocabulary skills. Part 2 contains short passages from DepEd Erie for oral reading tests and comprehension check questions. In determining the reading speed, the number of words per minute the learners can perform within a specific time were taken. Frequency and percentage distribution are used to characterize the reading comprehension level of the respondents. T-test was undertaken to identify the significant difference in pupils' performance in reading comprehension before and after the interventions were being employed. For the ethical issues, respondents' full consent and respect for dignity were given importance. Pupils' responses. It revealed that they have difficulties in 4 indicators such as vocabulary, comprehension, work study skill, and literary skill at the same time. Table 1 conforms to the idea of three lens, who said that students who had trouble learning to decode and recognize words often would have difficulty with reading comprehension. Students who struggle with decoding rarely have a chance to interact with more challenging text and often learn to dislike reading. That is why intervention should be designed based on the data gathered before the dissemination of the learning materials. It revealed that out of 21 pupils in the class, 3 or 14.29% belong to independent, however 8 or 38.9% belong to instructional, and 10 or 47.62% belong to frustration. It proved that grade 6 Abaca pupils have deficient performance in reading. After disseminating the learning materials, the data revealed a significant change, wherein 4 or 19.5% of the pupils are independent, 17 or 80.95% of the pupils are instructional readers, and no one belongs to frustration readers. In in accordance with this by 2012, successful comprehension requires coordination of skills at many levels to extract construct meaning. Analysis of the findings in Table 2.1 revealed that all clinical respondents in the pretest generally occasional to minimal competence with an average mean of 1.90, while on the post-test, the response category is frequent competence with an average mean of 2.83. It connects with the study of O'Malley in the year 2016, stressing that reading is a multifaceted process that develops only with practice for competence in addressing reading comprehension. The t-test shows signifies that the use of the reading intervention module as remediation to enhance pupils' performance in reading comprehension was effective, as manifested by a significant increase of 48.95% between the pre-test and post-test scores. This is in accordance in a South African context. The need for a reading strategy instruction should be seen against the poor reading performance of the learners. This study may be a good source of information for further researchers conducting the same type of study. And here are my references.
And now, thank you so much for your presentation. It's about time to give you the comments and the question from our ASDS, Romeo Daligdig. Sir?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Miss Sheila.
Yes, sir.
How are you? Happy ra?
Yes, sir. Happy ra. Basta research.
Okay. Congratulations for coming this far in your research journey, and you have reached the Division Research Festival this year, 2021. And I believe you spend so much time, resources, and even money just to finish all these intricacies in the conduct of research, from the conceptualizing of the proposal up to the final whole paper that you submitted. But banking on the continuous improvement of the Department of Education, it is also applied in our research programs and activities. I'd like to also remind you that action research discourages the inferential method, but
Yes, sir.
we are here to save your data because they are also equally essential. And from our mantra that we will never kill a proposal, that is why how much more the completed research, that the length of time and the magnitude of resources you have spent would really matter. But I'd like to tell you in advance that you are one of the researchers identified by the district and also identified by the division and soon to be identified by the region and the central office. After our submission of the results of this research festival, your research will be also evaluated by the central office. We do not know that your research will be one of the entries in the research o'clock activity in the central office, and you will be invited virtually to also present.
Actually, sir.
But anchoring on the action research guidelines and standard, since your manuscript or your presentation, your paper itself is using differential method, so we have to also decorate your data presentation with some element of the qualitative, like aside from determining the reading difficulties incurred by grade 6 Adelpha pupils in terms of the following indicators: vocabulary difficulties. That's correct. You are already in the right track in formulating this question. But for the purposes of improvement, you do not need to determine the significant difference between pupils' performance in reading and after the interventions, because we are here to discover the sentiments, the feelings, the plight of our participants so that we can use this as feedback to the management, especially in the district and then in the division. And if you're a teacher, of course, the management of the school and to the region and the central office as a whole.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
aside from gathering the data, the quantitative data, you can also ask the participants. Anyway, you only have 21,
Yes,
and
sir.
I know majority of them can be within reach from your station and location, so that you can also add on some flavor on qualitative. Like you ask them what's their feeling when they were subjected to this kind of study. So you
Yes, sir.
can also insert what are the challenges perhaps or the opportunities that your respondents gained from the conduct of this study, and then also the impact. No, the impact is very different. Is very important. You can focus on the impact or their insights as
Yes,
to their
sir.
reading performance. So that one, no, and that's one way of improving your statement of the problem, rather than staying as is and sounding like very experimental and very inferential.
Yes, sir.
So that's the one, no? You
Yes,
add
sir.
on as part of your flavor, qualitative flavor in your study. You can insert two questions. What are the challenges and difficulties encountered by the students in the conduct of this study? Because that is what we would like to know. Because this one, the data that you will gather from question number 1 would sound like external. But we want to know deep inside the learners what are their really aspirations. So you can use any word of your choice as
Yes,
to the
sir.
keyword in the second question, just to provide qualitative flavor to your study.
Opo.
But I'm not saying you that this is not correct. Ours is just to help you improve your manuscript.
Yes,
And
sir, I
then,
will take it.
oh, you can also put your computation in the significant difference part of your annexes. At least you know already the effect of your module in the conduct of teaching and learning process with your grade 6 Adelpha pupils. Whether you succeeded or not succeeded, you still need what is that? More heart element in your management of the pupils in the classroom. I believe this was done before the pandemic or during the pandemic.
Before the pandemic,
Okay,
I was
so that's
able
good.
to, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay, and then just contact these 21 pupils. I am not telling that you will visit the pupils. Just only try them to reach out through phone and through group chat if you have a group chat with your pupils during this time.
I have
And
support
then,
group, sir. Through
okay,
contact, yes, via phone calls or video calls. That is my support
okay.
mechanism.
So even through text, you can ask them, what
Yes,
was
sir.
your feeling when you were part of the research on module, strategic module? Okay. And
I
then
am very happy.
I'd like you also to indicate what are the topics that you involved in your study.
Yes, sir. The topics that I have involved in my study, because this is a combination of a SIM and an SLM, having the code of English 6 reading comprehension under the third quarter learning competency number 3, which is identifying the purpose of having case structural, the various types of informational text. That
Okay.
is my purpose.
Was it included in your manuscript?
Yes, sir, in my intervention module.
Intervention.
Yes, sir, it is
So
part. It's part
intervention
of the
module.
objective.
What I have here in your intervention module,
Is the
only
part.
the researcher designed an intervention that helped to enhance pupils' performance in reading comprehension, and this intervention is helpful to the pupils who have low account in reading. This study uses strategic modular resource material wherein the strategic intervention is in the form of reading intervention module. The intervention program of the study help pupils. I did not say any topic.
Yes, sir, I will
This
include
one, the
that
module
thought.
has the following parts and corresponding icons. Did you only use one module?
Sir?
Did you only use
Yes,
one
sir, but
module?
yes, sir, only one module, but it has two parts.
Okay. I was thinking that the module, what I need to know, what I know, what's new, is just an example, no? Just to give the readers a picture of how the module looks like. But this is already the module itself that you included. Am I
Yes, sir,
correct?
it is a combination. Yes, sir, it is a combination of a strategic intervention material wherein it achieves a certain learning competency and a
Okay.
self-learning module wherein they are going to learn at their own pace independently or by having the PAL strategy or the parent or peer learning strategy or the parental support.
Okay, very good. Very good. How is this different from the K to 12 module? The regular
It is
modules that you use?
different from a K to 12
This was done no before the pandemic.
before and after the intervention, sir. So before the first week of October and then November
During
the
the pandemic or before pandemic? May I hear it again?
before, sir.
Before. So that means this module was the model module where the modules of DepEd were patterned.
Before pandemic, sir, identified reading difficulties po. Those reading difficulties were my basis in designing a strategic
Okay.
modular resource
So
material.
I guess you wish also to present this before pandemic.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you contributed to the decision of DepEd to use modules because this is all about modules in the teaching learning, right?
Yes, sir.
So the implementation was already done before your presentation. I hope this was articulated and communicated to central office so that we can also recognize you as a contributor of the decision of DepEd to use modules during the pandemic.
Yes, sir. This is one of my best strategies because during my CO, I have used my intervention as one of my best strategies, crafting this strategy in my lesson plan.
Okay, very good. Very good. So that's why DepEd is using now modular approach because maybe because of this output that
Yes,
you
sir.
have, no?
Thank you, po.
So how I wish we had this presentation before the pandemic so that we can attribute to your study the decision of DepEd to use modular. Did you get my point?
Yes, sir. This is a very necessary and essential for the current situation. Addresses the solution on how we are going to come up with the reading remediation that will be done remotely.
Okay, so you only use one topic, one lesson.
But various reading passages, sir, that will help them to be an active learning. Reading passages. Yes, po. It
So very
contains
good,
part
no?
2 po. It contains part 2 wherein those sight words will help them enhance their vocabulary skills. And then for the part 2, there are reading passages and then the reading comprehension test that will enhance their reading comprehension as well. Then reading per minute, then there is a time frame in when they are going to have the reading time.
Okay, I know your recommendations were formulated also before the pandemic. Am I right?
After the implementation of my study.
So before the pandemic or during the pandemic, you formulated your recommendations
During.
During the pandemic.
Yes, po.
So you are really campaigning that to continue using the module because it's really effective when you tried it in your study. But I just like to also consider the life of the modules
Yes,
at present time.
Yes,
Maybe
sir.
you have already your personal assessment in the present time that we are in modular learning system that you will also include in your recommendations. Being a teacher in the pandemic period, you can also suggest and you can also identify what are the good recommendations because we cannot really tailor your recommendations based on the results of the study because you only have one topic used in your module. How I wish we will have more modules during this time in the conduct of your study so that we can
Hopefully,
really
sir.
see what remains to be poor among the skills that you wish to investigate in your study.
Yes, sir.
Word
That is
study
why,
skill,
sir,
comprehension.
during in our yes, sir. That is why during in our district research congress, teachers were involved in the convergence, and they asked that my study will be their future references, especially for the next year to come, because this reading intervention module is really of great help when they are going to have the reading remediation that will be done remotely.
Okay, thank you. And then we found out in your data that there is a low frequency and the lowest of them all, the independent comprehension level. So what is your recommendation to address this lowest or independent? How can we increase the percentage of the pupils under reading comprehension level to be independent? Because congratulations, because in your class you have 0% for what is this
Yes, sir.
0%? Wala na yung frustration, no?
Frustration.
The
Yes, sir.
frustration was already addressed.
Yes.
Nawala na siya.
From 10 to 0 po.
Okay? So
Yes,
0 and then pause. And then you still have independent that is very low 4. So what is your suggestion now? No problem with frustration because it was already addressed during the post evaluation. I wanted to know your recommendation on how to improve the number of learners in the independent reading comprehension level. So I want to see it in your recommendation.
It is highly recommended, sir, that those independent learners will constantly read other reading materials to have the love, to develop the love of reading.
Okay? So you
Then
can
we
also
use other.
suggest activities so that we can increase the percentage of the independent level. And I want to see it in your recommendation. Am I
Yes, sir.
clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because that is based on the finding. And also here in your action plan, highlight your plan to increase the independent level among your learners.
Yes, sir.
So you have to specify that because your action plan shows generic intervention. So there should be an activity specific to address the independent level gap.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So
thank
aside
you and
from-
congratulations.
Thank you po.
Sheila?
Yes, sir. That is why, sir, in my introduction, I have said that teaching isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning how to dance in the rain.
Okay.
That would end my presentation.
God will not give us a life that is free of storm, but He will give us a life with storms and teach us how to stand still and to become resilient during the storm.
Yes, sir. And
So let us just
innovation is
keep
the
the
key.
faith and be faithful all the time because
Thank
God
you
is
po.
good all the time, Michela. Thank you. You're one of the heroes in your district for
Thank you.
research power and research capacity. Thank you and congratulations. God bless. Just take note of my
Yes, sir. Yes, I've taken
recommendations.
down notes.
Okay, so that you will also improve your manuscript. By the time you submit a new one, it's already updated because we are also to check what we have suggested today. Thank you and congrats.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Sir Romeo Daligdig, for your comments and suggestions, and of course, for your words of wisdom. And congratulations to you, Ma'am Sheila Faith Kalunod. Now, let's call on the next researcher from New Labangan National High School. Let's welcome Sir Modesir A. Balatukal.
Good day, everyone. A comparative study of K-12 MELC and BEC learning competencies in modular modality in relation to students' quality learning.
Let's welcome our next presenter from Sominot National High School, Ma'am Jovelyn S. Estaniero. Take it away, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. A comparative study of K-12 milk and Beck learning competencies in modular modality in relation to students' quality learning. I am Jovelyn S. Estaniero from Sominot National High School, Sominot District. For my context and rationale, educators need to deal with this great challenge to facilitate learning at great cost in order to achieve the effectiveness of teaching and learning process. Before the outbreak of COVID-19, teachers used basic education curriculum competencies back in teaching. Its main features aims to make learners master the concepts and skills that will help them develop lifelong learnings. Due to the crisis experienced by our country, the Department of Education created most essential learning competencies MELC nationwide to all field implementers in order to respond to the timely phenomenon that will help teachers to address learning gaps delivery. In order to determine the level of abilities, skills, and knowledge manifested by students from teachers teaching, a comparative study using the MELC and BEC competencies are conducted in all grade 9 tele students during the first quarter. For this statement of the problem, first, how effective is MELC and BEC competencies in the teaching learning process in terms of assessing knowledge and performances using pre-test and post-test? This further implies that the post-test scores of the learners significantly differ using BEC competencies and MELC. Moreover, the positive value of the Mann-Whitney U-test statistics in the post-test indicates that the scores of the learners using MELC is significantly higher than using BEC competencies. Second, what is the extent of effectiveness between MELC and BEC competencies? It denotes that MELC and BEC competencies were effective to learners in terms of assessing their knowledge and performances. Third, does the effectiveness between MELC and BEC competencies differ significantly? Indeed, the effectiveness between BEC competencies and MELC differ significantly. In fact, MELC is better than the former in terms of scores of the learners. For the results and discussion, Table 1, Mann-Whitney U-test statistics to differentiate MELC and BEC in the pre-test and post-test. They suggest that the scores of grade 9 learners of Sominot National High School in their technical livelihood education, daily subject in the pre-test does not differ using BEC competencies and MELC. Notably, the probability value of 0.002 in the post-test is significant at 1% level of significance. This further implies that the post-test scores of the learners significantly differ using BEC competencies and MELC. Table 2, Wilkinson sign rank test statistics to measure effectiveness of MELC and BEC. To know the effectiveness between MELC and BEC competencies, Wilkinson sign rank test statistic was utilized. Both test statistics using MELC and BEC competencies yield the same significant probability value of 0.005 at 1% significant level. This means that both MELC and BEC competencies have significant effect on the scores of grade 9 learners of SNHS in their TLE subject. Moreover, the positive value of test statistics, which were 2.809 and 2.821 in MELC and BEC competencies respectively, signify that the score of the learners after introducing both curriculum competencies were significantly becomes higher. Table 3, Men with new test statistics to differentiate the effectiveness of milk and Beck. The test statistics reveal the value of 19 with a probability value of 0.018, which is significant at 5% level of significance. Thus, the researcher has enough evidence to conclude that Beck competencies on milk differ from each other based on the scores of the learners. Therefore, the data obtained by the researcher implied that the change to milk from Beck has positive effect on the TL9 output of the learners. Furthermore, this means that the score of the learners in grade 9 in their TL subject using the basic education curriculum competencies is lower than using the most essential learning competencies. Indeed, the effectiveness between Beck competencies and milk differs significantly. In fact, milk is better than the former in terms of scores of the learners. Based on the generated results, milk competencies is effective in assessing knowledge and performances from Beck. Thus, teachers must do the strengthening and revisiting of the former to attain quality learning in the modular modality. For the recommendations, based from the results, the study offers the following. First, strengthen the use of milk in teacher strategies to address students' learning needs. Second, apply milk in making learning modules to facilitate learning of students. Third, check the competencies used by teachers in modules to determine alignment and veracity. Fourth, motivate teachers on the correct use of milk in making learning activities. Fifth, organize teachers' trainings and workshops for teachers to adopt correct use of milk. And last, encourage teachers to make instructional materials aligned in milk. For my references, these are the following links and websites.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Jovelyn S. Estaniero, and congratulations for a job well done. Now, to give you comments and suggestions, I give you your research partner, Dr. Romeo Dalide. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, Miss Jubilin. Where are you? Are you off screen? Miss Jubilin, are you in the web? If Jubilin is not in the web, we can proceed to the next presenter in the interest of time. And we will get back to her when she is already inside the platform. Jubilin, no show. No show man siya.
And now let's proceed to our next presenter. We will have a teacher coming from Zamboanga Elementary School, Ma'am Bebelin G. Hemina.
And we will get back to Ms.
I move to believe that mathematics may not only teach us the different fundamental of operations to be used in our daily lives, but it gives us hope that in every problem in our pupils' performance has a solution. May I respect comparable and brilliant panelists, lovers of wisdom, and to everyone who are joining in this platform, a pleasant morning to everyone. I am Bebelin Himina of Zamboanga Elementary School, humbly presenting to you this study titled Enhancing Pupils' Performance in Solving Real-Life Problems Involving GCF and LCM through Strategic Intervention Material. For the introduction, the context and rationale, Problem solving is an activity applied in real-life context, yet it is one of the most prevailing problems in terms of pupils' performance and a major source of great concern not only in our country but also throughout the world. Nidia et al. In 2015 and Simamura et al. In 2017 observed and found out the same issue: Indonesian students' low mathematical problem-solving abilities. There are mathematics assessments that show the Philippines does not perform well in mathematics, as evidence based in the Philippines Star article by Juan in 2019. Program for International Student Assessment in 2018 showed that the Philippines scored second lowest in mathematics. Albano in 2019 reported also that the grade 6 notch scores for the past 3 years continued to go downward 37.44%. This is the weakest performance in the history of the standardized examination of the Department of Education. Last school year, 2019-2020, the result of mathematics diagnostic test in grade 5 Zamboanga Elementary School garnered the mean percentage of 47.59%. Furthermore, the grade 5 pupils of this school year obtained the average of mean percentage score of 53.69%, which is below the standard criterion set by the Department of Education. This proved that pupils had real difficulty in solving problems. This study aimed to enhance pupils' performance in solving real-life problems involving GCF and LCM. The reason why this aim was crafted and designed to bridge the gap towards attaining the educational goal to learn the concept and master the skill. This study aimed to answer the following questions. Number 1, what is the academic performance in the experimental and the control group in the pre-test? Number 2, what is the academic performance in the problem solving of the experimental group using SIM and the control group without using SIM in the post-test? Number 3, is there significant difference between the academic performance of the experimental and the control group? Number 4, what is the student's perception on the use of strategic intervention material in problem solving involving GCF and LCM? Methods. This study employed a quasi-experimental design and a survey method. The experimental part of the study was the performance level of the students, and the survey part of the study was the students' perception survey. 12 pupils from the Section A and another 12 pupils from Section B who underwent termination. This study used the non-equivalent pre-test and post-test researcher-made test, passed through necessary procedures to establish its validity. The researcher conducted the pre-test to the experimental and the control group. The experimental group exposed the strategic intervention material. After the intervention, both groups answered the post-test. The data were gathered and served as the basis to determine the effect of strategic intervention material. Experimental group answered the Students' Perception Survey or SPS adapted by Cinco to determine the perceived effect of the SIM. The data were gathered, tallied, tabulated, and analyzed. These are the results of the study. This graph answers question number 1. Based on the graph presented in the pre-test results, the experimental group obtained the mean of 6.42 with the MPS of 44.77, having the standard deviation of 2.64. The control group, the mean of 7.33, having the MPS of 48.88 with the standard deviation of 1.61. This recent study is similar to Alboroto in 2017, where the pre-test results are below the passing standard. Post-test. This graph answers question number 2. The post-test results show that the experimental group had achieved a greater mean of 12.5 and posted the MPS of 83.33 with the standard deviation of 1 and the normalized gain score of 0.71. The control group had a slight increase of their mean of 9.17 and got the MPS of 61.11 with the standard deviation of 2.44 and the normalized gain score of 0.24. This means that the utilization of SIM in remediating solving real-life problems involving GCF and LCM raised their scores evidently after the utilization of SIM. Suarez et al. Affirmed that the experimental group was exposed to intervention material greatly improved compared to the control group. Today's table answer question number 3. Based on the table presented, the T ratio is 4.38, which is higher than the critical value of 2.074 at a 5% significance level. The null hypothesis is rejected. Therefore, there is a significant difference between the academic performance of the experimental group and the control group. This graph answers question number 4. The overall mean rating in the said perception survey of the research participants is 4.75 with a verbal description of strongly agree, which is equivalent to very high. This implied that the same enhanced pupils' performance and deepened their knowledge and skills of the topic. Discussions. For the conclusions, based on the findings of the study, the following are hereby presented. The pretest academic performance of the experimental and the control group show that pupils' scores are below the passing standards and thereby achieve poor performance. The academic performance of both groups of the post-tests revealed that the experimental group performed better than those of the control group. The utilization of SIM in solving real-life problems involving GCF and LCM significantly improved pupils' performance. The pupils had commendatory remarks of the utilization of SIM in a way that they were motivated, enjoyed, and boosted their interest in learning. Recommendations. For the recommendations, teachers may utilize SIM to reinforce pupils with the least mastered skills in mathematics and save the academically at rest. Mathematics teachers may develop SIM for their learners to deepen and enliven their pupils' understanding even the learning was done at home in this new normal time. Researchers may conduct studies on SIM and other least mastered competencies in Mathematics 5 to further validate the result of the study. And these are the references of the study. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Deberlin G. Jimena of Biswangan Elementary School. Congratulations, ma'am, for a job well done.
And to give you your comments, questions, and suggestions, we would like to give you our research partner from the regional office, Dr. Filma Catalan. Do we have Dr. Catalan in the platform?
Okay, on behalf of Dr. Filma Catalan, let's welcome our research partner, Dr. Chuchi Garganera. Ma'am?
All right, so to give the comments for our presenter, we would like to give you our ASDS, Dr. Romeo Deligdig, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Bibilin.
Good afternoon,
I would
sir.
like to commend your research enthusiasm and your journey in research was not a joke, because doing research is really a heroic activity. I'd like to believe that you also want your learners to succeed in their academic endeavor, as well as their future undertaking will also be successful, because you help them, guided them, and you have supervised them all throughout and all along the way. Again, I'm happy that you shared and presented your findings of your research entitled Enhancing Pupils' Performance in Solving Real-Life Problems Involving GCF and LCM through Strategic Intervention Material. So this intervention is not new in DepEd, because it has been established to help teachers deliver the instruction in a more supervised manner, considering that SIM includes guide card, activity card, assessment card, enrichment card, and reference card. All these cards are in the package of the strategic intervention material. So since it's always mentioned that an action research discourages inferential method, so to help you save your data, good, you have this baseline data on the pre-test and post-test results and scores of the participants. But I'd like to add on in your question, so that we can capture the qualitative element in an action research. I'd like you to insert one question between number 1 and number 2. Maybe you can have what are the challenges that the students encountered in the conduct of the study, because we want also to know their feelings, their impressions, and their insights and experiences during the conduct of the study. And then in number 3 question, you can forego with the significant difference testing. Just replace it with the impact, so that we can save your study and make use of the data that you have successfully gathered. So one question between 1 and 2. So more or less, you will have 4 questions. You will ask about, anyway, your number of participants is just
24, sir.
number of participants.
24, sir. 24.
How many?
24, sir. 24.
24. So you can just text them and ask them about the additional about the answers to that additional question or questions that we will insert, because this is really absolutely experimental and inferential. So we need the data, but we need also to back it up with some qualitative flavor in the presentation of your manuscript, because our intention is not also that the central office or the regional office will not also consider your research, action research in the regional level and central office level. So the national level will also conduct their own way of qualifying our researches submitted by the division. So we do not like that your research will also go to vain. So we need also, we like that all researches will be considered in the region and in the national. So that is why putting into more decoration and more substance in your paper, please consider the 2 questions that I suggested, so that you can be able to at least have decoration, no, to make it more substantial. And then please also specify what are the topics that you involved in your pre-test and post-test. Data gathering, teacher made test pass-through necessary, and then you no mentioning about the topics.
Problem solving involving GCF and LCM.
Problem solving involving GCF and LCM. And this is in what grade?
Grade 5, sir.
Grade 5. So mathematics grade 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's already indicated here, so no need to also obey that suggestion. So my question now is, have you addressed the gap that you identified prior to the conduct of the study?
Yes, sir. This study is addressed to the pupils who were low-performing learners. The 12 pupils from Tanggap, Section A, and 12 pupils from another Section B, who are the low-performing learners. So that is why to test, or in order for me to know that their performance enhance or improve, I tried this study for me to know also that this SIM is effective, that will enhance and enliven their knowledge and skills of this topic.
Okay. I found out that in your data, specifically table number 3, pupils' responses on students' perception survey. I'll try to check if you have this one. Okay. You included this table number 3. This data, I want to know what particular question in your statement of the problem does this data answer?
Number 4, sir, what is the perception survey of the students? That question.
That's found in the upper part of page 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have already found it. But my next question is, how did you address the lowest among these table number 3 perception responses? And the lowest among these statements is 4.58, which says, I can't set up my own space in learning without feeling pressured about time. And after using the SAM, I understood the concepts that were not fully understood in the SLM. What happened? Why this became the lowest among the strongly agreed statements?
Okay, sir. This survey,
what is your recommendation for this data? That's my question.
Okay. For this, sir, I give another interventions that will enhance or improve their knowledge about this topic, sir.
Okay, is that intervention found in your action plan?
Statements, sir, because these statements, sir, are the survey of the pupils. Since I cannot have face-to-face communication with the pupils, that is why I incorporated this SPS or Students Perception Survey to the pupils, since they cannot, I cannot personally ask them what can they say about the SIM, and what are their perceptions on the utilization of SIM.
Okay. So you want to gather also their feelings over what they have been doing apart and afar from you, right?
Yes, sir. Since their parents is I can only contact personally to their parents when they got their module, sir. So I cannot ask personally to the pupils. That is why I give this
SPS or Student Perception Survey for me to know what are their opinions, what are their perception towards this strategic intervention material regarding with the solving problem involving GCF and LCM.
Okay? So you specify in your intervention what kind of intervention, and design intervention material. Is it about another version of SIM? Is that what you mean? And then also,
Okay, sir.
I found like using distribution of the design intervention material, and then utilization of SIM to the experimental group. What kind of SIM that you would like to utilize for the experimental group? Is it the same SIM or another version of SIM to answer their very low statements on number 6 and number 8? So I want you to capture in your recommendation your recommendations towards achieving and improving number 6 and number 7. And this will help you specify the features of the SIM as an offshoot of this 4.58 and 4.58 ratings for number 6 and number 8. I could not see the connection from your recommendations to this data in your table number 3. So what should be your action to be articulated in your action plan to address the lowest of them all? So how are you going to address 4.58 and 4.58, number 6 and number 8 in your table number 3? These are significant findings that will be dealt with extra care because this is based on the data that you have gathered. And another thing is, if you can already gather answers to the 2 questions that I suggested, you will also analyze and synthesize the answers, and then also include that in your action plan so that you can really identify what is to be addressed in your action plan, is specific activity that will answer, and that will help you overcome number 6 and number 8 weighted mean values. Okay? That's just my suggestion.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your comments and suggestions for the refinement study, sir.
Okay? And then I would like to also congratulate you. And this is not telling you that you are doing the wrong thing in your research. You are still doing the right thing. And only that in any activity that we do, there is always that room for improvement. And the biggest room for improvement is the biggest room in this world is the room for improvement. So just put in the 2 questions that I suggested, and then gather the answers, and then analyze the answers, and whatever is the summary, you are going to include that in your reflections and discussions. And out of the reflections and discussions part, you can already add more in your recommendations and in your action plan. So thank you, and you are included in the Heroes in Research of the Zamboanga del Sur Division because out of your busy network and time, you were able to manage to finish your research. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you po, sir.
Okay, so congratulations. You are one of the teachers that matter in this world.
Thank you very much, sir.
So much, Sir Romeo Daligdig, and congratulations to you, Ma'am Himina.
Now let's have our next presenter. It's Sir Montesor A. Balatukal from New Labangan National High School. And we will request Dr. Filma Catalan of the regional office as the research partner.
Good day, everyone. I am Modesor A. Balatukal, teacher 2 at New Labangan National High School, and my study is about enhancing students' performance in evaluating function through interactive electronic self-learning module. Knowledge of mathematics is extremely significant in the daily life of human activities. Modern society as we know it now owes it greatly to mathematics, for it serves as the foundation of science to which the technology depends, which in turn sustain our modern world. Being one of the vital concepts in mathematics, a function is a rule that directs a number to another unique number. As a teacher of general mathematics in New Labangan National High School, I must know that for 3 consecutive school years, the MPS in general mathematics for the first quarter is quite low. To mention, it was 43% in the school year 2017-2018, 44% in school year 2018-2019, and 50% last school year. With this, researcher yours truly is motivated to conduct a study in search of possibly effective intervention to further improve students' performance in evaluating function. Thus, an interactive electronic self-learning module or e-module was utilized in this study in attempt to enhance the performance of grade 11 students in evaluation of function. E-module or electronic module is an e-learning platform in digital media format. The advantages of its use have been proven by other studies, including that of Dankbar and others in 2017, and Jainodin also in 2017. The digital contents and features that I integrated in this tool are tutorial video, audio, badges and images, interactive tests, interactive buttons, and being reflowable. As to the action research question, this research was conducted to determine the impact of interactive electronic self-learning module on the performance and evaluation of function of grade 11 students of New Labangan National High School, Labangan 1 District Division of Zamboanga del Sur for the school year 2020-2021. Specifically, it sought to investigate the following inquiries. What is the student's level of performance in evaluating function before the use of interactive electronic self-learning module as a learning tool? Second, what is the student's level of performance in evaluating function after the use of interactive electronic self-learning module as a learning tool? Third, what is the student's level of performance in evaluating function after the use of printed module as a learning tool? And fourth, is there significant difference in the level of performance in evaluating function of students who use interactive electronic self-learning module as a learning tool and those who use printed module as learning material? As to the methodology, a quasi-experimental research design was used in this study to find out the answers to the research question. The participants in this study were 28 grade 11 students who were all performing low in general mathematics, specifically in evaluating functions. For us to have a better understanding of the results to be presented later, let me give you a glance on the procedure that this study had followed. Initially, all grade 11 students were given a module published by the Department of Education. And then they were given a pretest, and their scores in the pretest were transformed into percentage score and transmuted according to the standards of DepEd. This is to determine their level of mastery or performance. All of those who did not meet the expectations were identified. I have identified 28 students in this case. These 28 students were equally divided into 2 groups. 14 of them were assigned into control group, and another 14 were assigned in the experimental group. Those under control group were given printed module as a learning aid, while those under experimental group were given a module as a learning aid. After that, after the intervention, both of those under the control group and the experimental group were given post-test. And their scores in the post-test were again transformed into percentage score and transmuted according to the standards of DepEd to determine their level of mastery or performance. Now let me present to you the results. Table 1 presents the student's level of performance in evaluation of function before the use of e-module and another printed module. Now, because this study involves only those who did not meet the expectations in evaluation of function, all of the 28 participants fell under this level of performance before the implementation of the intervention. This answer research question number 1. Table 2 presents the student's level of performance in evaluating function after the utilization of e-module and another printed module. As to the performance of the group who used printed module as a learning aid, 1 of them attained a performance level of satisfactory, 5 attained fairly satisfactory, 8 still did not meet the expectations. And then as to the performance of the students who use e-module, 1 of them even reached a performance level of very satisfactory, 3 attained satisfactory, 6 attained fairly satisfactory, and 4 still did not meet the expectation. This answer research question number 2 and number 3. Now, what this data is telling us, the data disclosed that there is a remarkable improvement in the performance of the students under the experimental group in evaluation of function. This can be attributed to the digital features of the e-module, and it's being accessible anytime, anywhere, right at their very hands. Table 3 presents the test of significant difference in the performance of the students in evaluation of function after the utilization of e-module and printed module. With the aid of independent sample t-test, it was revealed that the computed value of 2.159 is greater than the critical value of 2.056 at 0.05 level of significance and with 26 degrees of freedom. Also, the p-value of 0.047 is less than the alpha level 0.05. This implies that the performance of the two groups of students are statistically different. This answers research question number 4. Now, what all of these data are telling us? This study revealed a significant difference in the performance of the students who utilized printed modules as a learning material and those who were provided with interactive electronic self-learning module as a training aid in evaluation of function. The data implies that the interactive electronic self-learning module is more effective in improving a student's performance in evaluating function. This can be attributed to the digital features of e-module that can trigger the interest of the learners and provide new and meaningful learning experience by integrating the power of technology with the concepts of learning. From the salient finding of this study, the researcher, yours truly, recommends to senior high school mathematics teacher the use of interactive electronic self-learning module in imparting knowledge among those who have low performance in evaluation of function when face-to-face learning process is not possible. As a material for alternative learning modality, then an e-module may provide a significant positive impact on the performance of the students. Yours truly have cited these studies and journals in the present study. Here's a glance on the e-module that the researcher, yours truly, have used. It has all the essential parts, including the pretest, in which the student can just stick right on their screen to answer. It also have that interactive button to go to another part.
Replace them all.
It has audio instructions.
Conversation between James and Marie and in a sheet of paper. Answer the
interactive buttons, and it also has a tutorial video to make the learning of the students more meaningful. Other activities were also integrated. There are also activities that are integrated in this e-module so that the student can further deepen their learning
Here are the
in
important learnings
evaluation
that you
of
must have.
function.
Activity 3. Small lots. Instruction. Perform the tasks below and answer the questions.
And then the assessment on the last part so that the student can determine their level of learning and also the answer key. Thank you very much for the kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. And I am now ready to entertain queries.
Done. Good afternoon, Sir Mudanes Balatakan? Mudanes? Mudazur, sorry. Mudazur Balatukal.
Balatukal.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Congratulations for a very good study. No, this is based on the presentations starting yesterday until today. I counted, I think, 5 similar studies on intervention of with the use of technology. But this is something unique. Also, your study is so unique, and congratulations. But I have just few clarifications and personal questions, no, regarding the conduct of the study. Okay, so I am side by side with the meeting with our director, assistant regional director. I have my cell phone in my side. Okay. There are factors to be considered in the implementation of your in your study. Number one, you should also to consider the availability of cell phone, availability of gadgets, and internet connectivity of our learners. Are all your learners have the gadgets already, or can this be accessed offline or online?
Offline, ma'am.
Just online.
This can be accessed
Yeah.
offline. Yes, ma'am.
So-
Anytime, anywhere, right on their cell phones.
So all your students have cell phones as part of the requirement.
Among the 28 respondents, there's only one who doesn't have, and for that one, I let him borrow a tablet actually of my child.
Wow, very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I noticed in your study that congratulations, no? I noticed that you made a gap analysis in 3 years time, no? Why have you decided to use the grade 11 as your respondent?
Because the main topic of this study is the evaluation of function, and evaluation of function is in one of the learning competency in general mathematics, and it is being delivered in the first quarter of grade 11. So they're having difficulty in this for the previous 3 years. And I have observed that I was giving them other intervention when face-to-face was still possible, right? Peer tutorial, one-on-one tutorial, and it was effective. But at this time, with the pandemic, it is not anymore possible to do those face-to-face interventions. So I end up with the e-module as another intervention to compensate with the pandemic.
Okay. So in your data presentation, you are using the tape tests in
Yes, ma'am.
getting the significant difference, no? So did not meet expectations all the 28. So there is really a
Yes,
need
ma'am.
to use the electronic, no, self-learning modules. I was so
That's correct, ma'am.
appreciative of how you presented the procedure, because your procedure is so clear, no? I can already see how is it done. Congratulations.
Thank you
Now,
very much, ma'am.
have you already pilot tested this kind of intervention to your 28 grade 11 students?
I have not done a pilot testing of this to other students, but the contents of the e-module has been quality assured in the school level, district level, and has been submitted to the mathematics supervisor, Ma'am Nena Abahon, for the division quality assurance.
Okay, thank you. Now, what were challenges encountered in the conduct of your study? Yeah, considering this pandemic time, so are your
Yes, ma'am.
students 100%?
One student has to be monitored well because actually out of 28, only one has a far a place from our school. So I have to do multiple home visitation in order to monitor his performance or his progress in the intervention that is being given. Even the provision of the e-module, I have sent him the e-module via wireless sharing from cell phone to cell phone at their house because they don't have internet connectivity at their place. So I have to do multiple home visitation with the observance, of course, of the proper health protocols.
Okay, it's good of you. Congratulations. Sana
Thank you
maraming
very
guro
much.
na kagaya mo, no? With
Thank you
your
very much, ma'am.
initiative, your intention really is for the learner, no? Para sa bata, para sa bayan. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir,
Thank you.
sir, for a very unique intervention presented, no? So I
Thank you, ma'am.
also uh, you also articulated in your recommendation to cascade this intervention to your fellow mathematics teacher. How is it done?
It will be
How is
through
to be
a
done?
last section. Actually, ma'am, I have already asked our school head to give me some time in our last session so that I could share to other mathematics teachers the effect of the e-module on the learners, and so that they can also utilize it. And if possible, we may also formulate a certain capacity building for the teachers since I also have background on IT, being also a computer science graduate, so I can also help them in making their own e-module in their own subject.
Sir, are you willing that this intervention will be cascaded to other schools in your district or even to be presented to the schools division office of Zamboanga del Sur?
Very much willing, ma'am. I'm very much willing.
Okay, sir,
It's an
congratulations. I
honor.
salute you for that. Ano. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po.
Sir Modezer, just a little additional suggestion. Just add more on your I forgot to
Yes, ma'am.
just add more related studies. Add more
I will, ma'am.
attribution to just add. That's what I found
Noted
out
po,
that
ma'am.
you do not have enough of the related studies. Okay, thank
Noted,
you.
ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma Catalan, and congratulations to you, Sir Modesor A. Balatukal. And finally, we are down to the last three presentations. Partner?
And of course, time check, it's 4:44 in the afternoon, and I hope we're gonna have really these three finish their presentations because we still have with us our research partners, of course, coming from the regional office in our ASDS. And now let's proceed to our next presenter. That's Ma'am Esmeralda R. Dino of Kumpayan ES, the PWAC extension, with her research partner, still Dr. Filma Catalan.
Gambiagandaw Didlananta. Good day to all of us. This is Esmeralda Ardino of Kumpayan Elementary School, the Piwak Extension, Dumingag 2 District, and I am humbly presenting my completed action research entitled Contextualizing Short Stories in the Sabanan Language, Strategy in Enhancing the Reading Comprehension of Sabanan Learners. In this research, one of the problems encountered by Kumpayan ES is the difficulty of the pupils in understanding English and Bisaya as medium of instruction. 8 pupils out of 53, or 15% of the total learners in school, use the Sabanan language as their mother tongue at home and in the community. Teachers find difficulty in dealing with pupils because they themselves could not comprehend the Sabanan dialect. They oftentimes misinterpret what are being said by these pupils, which leads to confusion, misunderstanding, and low learning performance, not only in English, but to all other subjects that uses English as medium of instruction. In this time of pandemic posed by COVID-19, where education is through modular learning, these pupils lack motivation and eagerness to study because of their poor reading comprehension skills. They even return modules without answers. This situation resulted to withdrawal of parents in getting the self-learning modules and consequently lead to dropouts if not properly addressed. This is the very reason why the researcher is opted to conduct this study. By reviewing and analyzing my action research, I thought of 4 questions that could work in this type of study. The first question that I came up with is, what is the reading comprehension level of Sabanan pupils using English as medium of instruction? The second question that I came up with is, what are the factors that affect the reading performance of the pupils? The third question is, what is the reading comprehension level of Sabanan pupils using Sabanan as medium of instruction? And the last question is there a significant difference between the test results before and after contextualization of short stories? At this point, allow me to present to you the different tables and data that I have gathered throughout this action research. Table 1 presents the reading comprehension level of Sabanan pupils using English as medium of instruction. As reflected on the table, 8 or 100% of the pupil respondents got below 75% or did not meet expectations. This shows that all of the pupils cannot comprehend the story given using English as medium of instruction. Table 2 presents the factors that affect the reading performance of the pupils. I have here 3 major factors being considered. First is the prior knowledge, second is the parental support, and the last one is the teaching strategies. As shown, prior knowledge has the highest overall WAM of 3 and 6300. It has the adjectival equivalent of strongly agree and has the extremely affected response from the respondents. It signifies that prior knowledge affects adversely on the overall reading performance of the learners. Table 3 presents the reading comprehension level of Sabanan pupils using Sabanan as medium of instruction. As presented on the table, 6 or 75% of the pupil respondents got satisfactory rating, thus passed the given test. This indicates that the learners understand better the message because they can interpret, analyze, elaborate, and think critically in order to digest the meaning and the ideas conveyed by the story. Table 4 presents the significant difference between the test results before and after contextualization of short stories. The computed value of 8 and 2600 is greater than the critical value of 2 and 365 thousandths with 7 degrees of freedom at 500th level of significance. Therefore, the null hypothesis is rejected. The test results before and after contextualization significantly differ. Contextualizing short stories into Sabanan language facilitates the learning of the pupils. Out from the findings and conclusion of this study, the following recommendations are hereby offered. First, that Compliant the PWAC extension teachers simplify and contextualize the lessons using Sabanan as medium of instruction to facilitate comprehension. Second, that scholarships or sponsorships be offered to deserving elementary Sabanan learners, especially to those who belong to low family income and to whose parents are illiterates. Third, that teachers and school heads assigned in DepEd schools of the Zamboanga District 2 contextualize their lessons using Sabana language as medium of instruction. Fourth, that certificate of recognition or any forms of reward be given to the deserving Sabanan learner or learners who pass the series of reading comprehension tests given by the teacher. Fifth, that the Sabanan reading booklet be quality assured by the division office to be used as reference by other researchers. And the last, that similar study be conducted by other IPED schools of the district to determine the effectiveness of the intervention. My dear panelists, here are my references. Thank you very much. And once again, this is Esmeralda Ardino of Dominguez 2 District.
Come.
Bita sir. Ay, kani. Ay, basi gumit.
Okay. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am Esmeralda Dino. Good
Hi.
afternoon and congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, ma'am, for the conduct of your study. Now, let me just ask, who are your respondents?
Yes, ma'am. My respondents are pupils coming from grade 2 to grade 5 pupils, ma'am.
So, what is your congratulations because you have made gap analysis in your context and rational. It was perceived that there was only 15%, no, among your students. Now you have four variables in the presentation. You have four variables: the level of comprehension. They were all answered using data presentation of the result of the finding, no. So I would just like to clarify on the level of comprehension as part of my suggestion, because it is not found in the tabular presentation, the segregation of grades, no, grades level.
Yes, ma'am. I will
Grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5. Your respondents. So may I suggest to segregate the three grade levels, no, in terms of the level of comprehension. Now, what were the factors affecting the reading comprehension of your learners or your students?
There were three factors. Yes, ma'am. We have the first one, the prior knowledge, then the teaching strategies, and the prior knowledge, the teaching strategies, and the parental support of the parents, ma'am. Those are the three factors being considered in my study.
Okay. Just for the reason of consistency, ma'am, your title is contextualizing short stories into Subanin, and your questions are more on the factors affecting reading comprehension. How can you reconcile this, ma'am? I cannot really see the consistency of your title is contextualizing short stories into Subanin. Language. Subanin language. It's more on the level. Okay, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Let me hear from you.
It is stated in the table 4, ma'am, in the significant difference before and after.
Of your recommendation, are they aligned from your findings?
Yes, from the result of the findings from the analysis and study, I base their recommendations, which is to contextualize not only the short stories, if possible, in our school, because I felt the hardship or the difficulty of the learners in understanding Bisaya, because I myself is a Sobanin teacher, and I am also the TIC of the school. So that is why I came up with that intervention to help the Sobanin pupils to really understand the lessons, because not only contextualizing English short stories, we can also contextualize the lessons or the competencies from other subjects like mathematics, say for instance, the problem solving, we can use the Subanin language in stating the problem and asking the different questions about the problem. So it can be used, contextualizing can be used not only in English subject, but also to other subjects that uses English as medium of instruction.
So congratulations, ma'am, because you are doing dual role as a teacher and at the same time the school head in your school. Congratulations. Did you slice a portion of your MOE for the procurement of the supplies intended for your learners?
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for that question. Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, our school is an extension of the Piwak Elementary School, and we don't have MOE yet because our supplies and materials will depend, or the budget depend on the mother school because we don't have school ID yet, ma'am. Then the process of having the school ID is ongoing, po, ma'am.
So did your mother school give you a portion or did not give you portion of the MOE or?
We will just request our school head, ma'am, if we need some supplies and materials or whatever kind of projects we want to impose in our school, but not all of our requests were granted because there were also many priorities of the mother school that they need to cater.
Okay. I understand that your school really needs support, no, from our stakeholders. So your next, what will be your action plan as part of your action plan to implement your study, the result of your study?
Part of my action plan, ma'am, is to orient or conduct LAC session or in-service training with my fellow teachers at first for them to know the effectiveness of the intervention and for them also to contextualize their lessons so that these Sobanin learners will be motivated and will not stop schooling because of the difficulty of understanding the Bisaya language, ma'am. Because our school is located in a mountainous part wherein there is no electricity connection, there is no road opening, and that is why the pupils and the community there are not influenced with the modern products of technology, products of modern technologies like televisions, cell phones, and they don't have that opportunity to enjoy that gadgets and the mga the things, ma'am.
Okay, I appreciate you for all your initiatives. Congratulations, ma'am, and I hope that you will never stop doing research in your district or even participating research in the division level. So my suggestion is just to share what you have in your school to your neighboring school, especially that you're assigned in the barangay schools, no?
Yes, ma'am, barangay
Please
school.
share. And also express your experience to your mother school regarding your present situation right now. Your school really needs support coming from your mother school. Thank you very much and congratulations, Ma'am Esmeralda Dino.
Thank you
God
so
bless.
much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Ayaw na dong. Ayaw na dong.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma Catalan, for giving your very wise, sound, and rich comments and suggestions for our presenter.
Moving on, let's call the next presenters from Dumingag National High School. Let's give it up for Sanjumar P. Salapan and Roland C. Orsunal with the research partner, Sir Romeo Daligdig. Go ahead.
Oprah Winfrey once said that the greatest discovery of all time is that a person can change his future by merely changing his attitude. My profound acknowledgement to our modest and self-effacing Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Marani S. Jacinto, to our adept of research team and numbers, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romeo Daligdig, to our very global thinker, Chief CID, Dr. Juliet M. Magallanes, and of course, our thorough and innovative Division Research Coordinator, Dr. Lito Tibayan, Division Notables and Dignitaries, fellow lovers of wisdom, to the Diminag 1 District team, especially to our very kind and endearing Public School District Supervisor, Dr. Maria S. Bagalanon. A nice and great day to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, to the Division Research Committee, and to the panel members, I'm proud to present to you our study, The Perceptions of Stakeholders of the Effects of Modular Learning Approach in Students' Academic Performance. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Sanjumar Federico Salapan, and my counterpart is Roland C. Orsunal from Dumingag National High School, and we are proud to represent the Dumingag 1 District. To establish the context of the study and to summarize the current understanding and background information of the topic, let me read to you, let me present to you the context and rationale of the study. This situates the Filipino learners to learn in the comfort of their homes, limited contact with teachers and parents or guardians as the learner's model. The second concept is this envisions strengthen this alternative mode of learning in order to increase the student's performance, especially in the English subject. And third one, as the proponent Vygotsky proposed, that human learning is a social process. A learner may or may not learn alone, but will learn better with more knowledgeable others. This study seeks to answer the following questions. Number one, what is the student's academic performance in English and modular learning approach? The second one, what are the perceptions of the stakeholders on modular learning approach? The third focus of the study, what are the common problems identified by the stakeholders? And our contribution are the proposed solutions to resolve the problems encountered. Our methodology for our research design, we have used the descriptive survey in looking into the perceptions of the stakeholders on the effects of modular learning approach. And through the summative test, we're able to get the academic performance of our students. And we have used the stratified random sampling to identify our population, our participants of this study, to provide equal opportunity for the students in grade 7 in the Dumingag National High School. And our proposed solutions based from the problem and the perception that we have collected and gathered from our respondents.
Thank you so much, Sir Salawan, for that. To continue this presentation, I will present to you the results and the discussions. Now, graph number 1. The summative test revealed that only 4% of the participants performed above expectations, while 78% of them did not meet the expectation. Pairs and its equals stated the potential obstacles that parents and guardians will face various challenges in fulfilling their roles. Graph number 2. Perceptions of the stakeholders, parents, and students. The average weighted mean of 2.41 of the stakeholders, majority interpreted as disagree. It elucidates that the participants are unfavorable of the statements provided the modular learning approach. However, there were 3 statements that are favorable or interpreted as agree. As presented, the data shows that statement number 2, it's a learner-centered approach. Statement number 11, its contents are clear and challenging. And 15, helps learners spend more time studying to acquire practical skills. It signifies that modular learning approach is still essential and useful in this new normal. Graph number 3. The common problems identified by the stakeholders on the modular learning approach. The result revealed the common problems identified by the stakeholders on modular learning approach. Out of the 10 problems identified, problem number 1, which is inadequate or academic or learning support and guidance, obtained the highest weighted average mean of 3.31, categorized as very serious. Generally, the overall mean of 3.14, interpreted as serious, denotes that the participants experience serious learning conditions. As Doce explains that modular learning approach, most important consideration is the student. Graph number 4. Proposed solutions to the problems. Now, out of 10 proposed solutions, number 8, which is parental involvement, assessment and monitoring, obtained the highest weighted average mean of 3.40, which with the equivalent of very effective. According to Khan, has found success in creating and offering modular packages to help students to become a master in multitude subjects. Now, in the light of the findings, the following conclusions are drawn. Number 1, the majority of the participants did not perform well. Number 2, stakeholders have an uncomplimentary attitude towards modular learning approach. Number 3, participants experience serious problems. The last one, number 4, stakeholders assess the proposed solutions as effective in solving the problems encountered. Now, let's go to the recommendations. Number 1, that the institution, stakeholders, and community can actively assist our learners in assessing the importance of ongoing quality education. Number 2, that the stronger communities are needed more than ever. The school and the community may take responsibility about the child's education. And these are our references. To end this presentation, I will leave to you this very simple premise that says, Every day the clock resets. But according to Mahatma Gandhi, be the change that you want to see in the world. Thank you so much for being with us. God bless and have a nice day to all.
Thank you so much, Sir Salapan and Sir Ursunal, and congratulations for a job well done.
And now we will give you your research partner, Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, for the question.
Unmute.
Hello, Doc. Good,
Afternoon,
good, af-
researchers.
good afternoon, Doc.
I salute to Sandumar and Roland for coming up this research despite of the pandemic and being busy with the distribution of the modules, collection of the modules, and even taking care of your family and yourselves to be always healthy and safe in any time, anywhere. And that's
Yes.
the major challenge that we are facing at the moment. And you have additional challenge that you face because early on you were in an anxiety while you
Yes.
are while you were waiting for your turn to present. But
Yes, that's Doc.
nonetheless, you are already considered winners because being a representative from your school and the district and coming at this far, I know you have paid off your investment of time, money, resources, and even effort. So that's one thing that I salute you all,
Thank you.
researchers and presenters in this 5th Division Research Festival. Congratulations to the two of you. I just have
Thank
some suggestions before I go to my question.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. May I suggest that your title can be improved by just using, please take note of my suggestion, by just using modular learning approach and learners' academic performance in the lens of the stakeholders. You can have that
Okay.
title. Instead of mentioning the perceptions of the stakeholders on the effects of modular learning approach on students' academic performance. And it's no longer a perception because you already have the data. Maybe we can convert that to modular learning approach and learners' academic performance in the lens of the stakeholders because you ask your students and you also ask the
Parents.
parents, no, in your questionnaire.
Yes,
And that's
Doc.
very good because you have the check and balance approach between the students and the parents.
Thank you, Doc.
So that's very good. I also give you an accolade for that because you took time, no? Because sometimes parents are beyond our control. We cannot
Yes, yes,
control
Doc.
their
That's true.
time. We cannot control their response to our questionnaire.
Yes,
So
Doc.
I am very appreciative of your power to do that. Okay. Now in your data, I found out that parents disagreed on the use of the module based on your
Uh,
table number 2. The
okay.
response of the students and parents both they belong to the disagree level. So that means to
Yes, Doc.
say they are
Mm.
not really that convinced that modular
Yes,
learning system is really effective. So
yes,
that's
Doc.
one problem that you need to solve at the end of your research journey in this particular study. So majority of your statements were responded disagree by your parents and students based on the average value. So that's a challenge, no, on your part as a teacher. Okay, next, in your table number 3, I found out that there are 2 statements accounted as very serious problem. Another problem to face and to solve.
Yes, that's true, Doc.
Have you realized that?
Yes,
And
yes.
then in table
Yes,
number
Doc.
4, you have the proposed solutions, and number 5 and number 8 were noted to be very effective.
Yes, Doc.
Actually, your study created 3 challenges after the journey in this particular investigation. So I'd like to know from you, what is your solution? What is that specific assistance do you expect from the stakeholders to address these challenges? Number 1 challenge, majority of the parents and the students disagreed the module. How can you convince these stakeholders to really accommodate or to really accept, just like the vaccine, no? The level, the
Yes.
percentage of acceptance of the modular learning system. And
Yes,
that one needs a solution that you need also to communicate in your write-ups, and in which I did not see in your conclusion. So what should be the possible solution specifically? Although 2 of the statements were noted as very effective, but these 2 statements are generic per se.
Yes. Yes.
So you really have to also design a program that will address or that will support number
Yes, Doc.
5 and number 8. Okay? That will support number 5, number 8 specific programs as a solution to this problem. Okay, that's one that I need to see in your future recommendation when you submit your updated manuscript. Because your study does not only end in this festival. We will still forward this study to region and to central office. Who knows in the future that your study will be chosen by these 2 higher levels.
Okay,
So
thank you,
we
Doc.
want also to present there the most updated and improved manuscript. Okay?
Okay, Doc. Thank you,
Another
Doc.
recommendation that I would like to see in your recommendation list is, how did you address these problems that were accounted as very serious, inadequate academic learning support and guidance? Are you willing to do overtime during the weekend to visit, something like that? So
Yes.
remediation, no? So that this problem that they have noted as serious can be also mitigated later.
Yes, Doc.
Okay? And then dependent on the answer key, how are you going to troubleshoot this when this is an essential part of the module? At the back page or last page of the module, the key answers are there in all the modules that we distributed or that we are going to distribute. So how can we troubleshoot this one? With your brilliant heart and brilliant mind, I know you can always brainstorm with your partner to troubleshoot this very serious problem so that you can also suggest a solution in your recommendation.
Okay.
So that's another challenge, no? We have already answered that.
Yes, Doc.
Okay, another challenge is the whole thing, modular learning system. What should we do as a teacher with the backup of the school principal and the district to ease this stigma of the parents and the students of not liking the modular learning system? Imagine a majority of your statements were disagreed by the respondents.
Yes.
So I want to see all of this in your updated manuscript under recommendations.
Okay, Doc.
Cite some specific control mechanisms that all this will be in place, and the stakeholders that we involved in this study will enjoy the modular learning system as a whole.
Okay, Doc.
Okay? And then another suggestion for improvement, you have listed a basket of literature pieces in your review of literature, but I noticed that only few were used in your findings as far as cross-referencing is concerned. You count how many literature pieces in your review of literature, and also count the number of literature pieces that you have used in your findings.
Okay.
Okay? That's one way of checking balance, whether the review of related literature entries were really important or significant in your study.
Yes, Doc.
Okay? So thank you, and I salute the two of you for having that enthusiasm and staying alive, alert in terms of research. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you so much, Sir Romeo Daligdig, and congratulations to both of you, Sir Salapan and Sir Orsunao.
And now to complete all the 26 presenters of the day, we will give you Ruel A. Gomintad from Layasan Elementary School.
Honored, respected, and serious Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, sharp and exceptional Eastern Schools Division Superintendent, at the same time, our Division Research Chairperson, Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, to the man of confidence and action, the Division Research Coordinator, Dr. Lito P. Bahian, to all the insightful and highly spirited Division Research Selection Committee, productive and eagle-soaring researchers from the districts in the entire Zamboanga del Sur Division, to all the people who are watching right now, have a wonderful day, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your Action Research Presenter, Ruel A. Gomintad of Liasan Elementary School, Pitogo District. Research plays a pivotal role in all segments of teaching and learning. Thus, I am motivated to study this action research entitled Enhancing the Reading Skills of Frustration Level Readers through Marunko Approach. The context and rationale of this study, that based on the consolidated monthly reading report of grade 2 pupils in Liasan Elementary School last school year 2019-2020, that out of 41 enrolled pupils, 15 of them cannot read, where 3 of the pupils are in alphabet knowledge level, 3 of them are in syllable readers, 3 pupils are in CBC readers level, 9 are few sentence phrase readers, and 9 only can read level. This represents that the grade 2 pupils are not good readers, resulting to a domino effect of poor reading comprehension and low mean percentage score, or MPS. This motivates the researcher to conduct the study to address the cause of the problem and to implement effective innovation strategies. For the statement of the problem, this study aimed to determine the reading skills of grade 3 pupils in Liasan Elementary School by means of individual reading through home visitation using the Marunko approach. So, normally, if this is the design of the study, the first set of questions will be about the descriptive levels of the variables before and after the intervention. Then the second one is to test if there is significant improvement on the variables. Then the succeeding questions could be qualitative investigations. So the questions are structured this way. Number one, what is the level of the phonetic awareness and letter knowledge, phonics and decoding, and fluency and proficiency of the grade 3 pupils before and after the implementation of the Marunko approach? Number two, is there a significant difference or improvement on the phonetic awareness and letter knowledge, phonics and decoding, and fluency and proficiency after they were using the Marunko approach? Number three, Purdue employs Marunko approach as an intervention to develop pupils' reading skills. Number four, what recommendations of effective strategies can be drawn to enhance the reading skills of grade 3 pupils of Liasan Elementary School? This time, I am going to reveal the results and discussions of the study. So, in this segment, I would measure the levels of the 42 pupils' mastery on the three categories, which are: number one, phonetic awareness and letter knowledge; number two, phonics and decoding; and the number three, fluency and proficiency before and after the implementation of Marunko approach as indicated in statement of the problem question number one. The tables one shows the descriptive levels of pupils' mastery on phonetic awareness and letter knowledge before and after the implementation of the Marunko approach. The grade 3 pupils manifested moving towards mastery reading performance for both uppercase guessing and lowercase recognition, while average mastery performing in sound recognition before the implementation. This is understandable that the pupils were not yet exposed to any lecture nor intervention. After implementation of the Marunko approach, the pupils' performance substantially improved to mastered for both sound recognition and lowercase recognition, while attaining closely approximating mastery for uppercase guessing. These results indicate that most of the pupils have gained knowledge of the uppercase and lowercase of the alphabet, attributable to their exposures to the Marunko approach implemented during the conduct of the study. According to the standard deviation of the scores, visibly narrowed down to 1.26 for uppercase guessing, 0.81 for sound recognition, and 0.88 for lowercase recognition, revealing less dispersed scores about the mean after the implementation. This also indicates that almost the pupils obtain scores which are close to the mean after the implementation, with less variability above and below the mean score. This result of improved performance suggests further that most of the grade 3 pupils were able to understand the lesson imparted to them using the Marunko approach. Well, the table 2 demonstrates the descriptive levels of pupils' mastery on phonics and decoding before and after the implementation of the Marunko approach. Based on the findings, before the implementation of the Marunko approach, results in the 3 areas. The first one, beginning sound letter recognition. The second one is letter pairing and sound blending. And the third one is word recognition. Revealed in average mastery level. This could be attributable to the acquired knowledge from the exposures in the previous activities of phonetic awareness and letter recognition. With respect to standard deviation, before the implementation of the intervention, results were still spread about the mean as indicated by large standard deviations of 2.12 for the word recognition, 1.14 for letter pairing and sound blending, and for beginning sound recognition is 1.42. This means that some of the pupil scores obtained far below the mean, while some scored above the mean. However, the pupils' performance improved to closely approximating mastery in the 3 areas after the implementation of the intervention. These results indicated that their ability to comprehend of the concepts in those areas has improved after being exposed to the Marunko approach of teaching reading. This could imply that the pupils were able to know the sound recognition of the letters and that can blend the sounds and read the words as how the teacher done the teaching after using the intervention. As shown in Table 3, the descriptive levels of pupils' mastery on fluency and proficiency, where the result manifested that the pupils' performance was stimulated by the previous activities following the Marunko content, were enabling them to get closely approximating mastery level. This impressive performance of the pupils strongly suggests high improvement after the implementation of Marunko approach, indicating high acquisition of knowledge employing the Marunko approach. As presented in Table 4, the test of difference on the phonetic awareness and letter knowledge, phonics and decoding, and fluency and proficiency before and after implementation of Marunko approach of grade 3 pupils yielded to t-values of -35.061, -34.369, -22.607, -34.404, -29.997, -35.044, and -36.871 respectively, with p-values all equal to 0.000, implied to reject the null hypothesis and establish highly significant difference at 0.05 level of significance. Moreover, the negative t-values signified that the reading skills of the pupils after using Marunko approach were significantly higher than their reading performance without applying the said intervention. Therefore, it can be concluded from the results that the reading skills of grade 3 pupils in the areas of phonetic awareness and letter knowledge, phonics and decoding, and fluency and proficiency improved significantly after using Marunko approach. Grounded on the findings and conclusions drawn from the study, the researcher recommends that first, teachers may instill to the pupils the importance of reading as it sharpens their academic capabilities. Second, teachers may strongly use the Marunko approach as reading intervention to facilitate and help pupils' reading problems. And the third one, teachers may prioritize capacitating the pupils with reading problems in school and may allot 30-minute teaching remedial reading after the regular class to effectively assess and maintain quality reading skills. And the fourth one, have a regular training workshop for reading teachers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is your Action Research Presenter, Ruel A. Gumintad, an advocate of education of Liasan Elementary School, Pitugo District. Thank you, and may the floodgates of heaven pour upon us.
Thank you, Sir Gomintad, and congratulations for a job well done.
Now we would like to give you our research partner, Dr. Filma Catalan, for the comments and the question.
Good afternoon, Sir Roel.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Congratulations for the job well done.
Yes,
Sir, let
ma'am.
me ask you, how long have you been in the Department of Education?
6 years po, ma'am. 6 years.
So you are teaching in the same grade level, and that is grade 3.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I really appreciate you rather for, because it is basic that when you conduct a study, you should have conducted gap analysis. And I found in your introduction and context and rationale, that you conducted gap analysis based on the baseline of consolidated monthly report, reading monthly report. Now, this, you are talking about enhancing the reading skills, and you presented the data, based on the variables. You have only 4 questions, so you treated them statistically,
Yes, ma'am.
Now, may I suggest in your presentation of data to place it in a tabular form, so that it is very easy for us to read at a glance.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That is just my suggestion. Put your data in a tabular form so that we can see the comparison. So,
yes, ma'am. I will try to do.
Based on your recommendations, or based on the data presented, what is the implication of the data presented?
The implication, ma'am, of this study, as the data presented, the reading skills of the grade 3 pupils has been improved. Yes, ma'am, it has been improved because of employing the Marunko approach during the implementation.
Okay. So in this pandemic time, is Marunko approach still used?
Yes, ma'am. In grade 1, ma'am, it has been also used.
Now that the learners use the module, how can this be done?
Hello, ma'am. The Marunko approach, ma'am, I provided materials to the success in teaching reading. So I went there I went their houses, in their houses, of course. I introduced them the Marunko approach, of course, and it starts with letter sounds rather than name, because there are certain comical yes, ma'am, comical stories of letter to signify its sounds are being introduced instead of the usual arrangement or order of letters in the alphabet. It starts with yung M, S, A, and L, and O. So, yun ang tinuro ko, ma'am, during the implementation of this study.
So meaning to say this has been implemented already, but during the pandemic, I think it's difficult to apply the Marongko approach during pandemic time.
Yes, ma'am, but you know what? The houses of my pupils, because that is my advisory, of course, it's only near to my house, ma'am. Their
The
houses, ma'am.
43,
Yes,
the
silingan
43
lang mo
pupils. Really?
I am currently teaching in Liasan Elementary School. At the same time, my residence is at Liasan, Barangay Liasan o Pitogo. And the Purok 1, Purok 2, Purok 3, 4, 5, 6, it's only near to my house, ma'am.
Okay, I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
you for that, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So, good job. I really
Yes,
appreciate your effort considering with this 43 pupils and you spend much of your time, no? Roaming around just to see to it that your learners are doing the activities of the module, no? So I appreciate you for that. How we wish we could have more teachers like you in in the division of Zamboanga del Sur, no?
Yes,
So
ma'am. Thank you.
based on your findings and recommendation, I mean, what is the basis of your recommendation? What is your recommend? Kindly enumerate the recommendations that you cited in your manuscript.
The first one, ma'am, the first recommendation, because I got the recommendation from the conclusion or the findings, right?
Yeah.
So, of course, the first one here is teacher may instill to the pupils the importance of reading as it sharpens their academic capability. So, the teacher, of course, should give importance on reading. Then the second one here is teacher may strongly use the Marunko approach as reading intervention to facilitate and help pupils reading problems, because this is very important. So I am certain that if the teacher would really use or employ this Marunko approach, that this intervention, and I know that there will be an improvement or development of their reading skills. And the number 3 is teachers may prioritize capacitating the pupils with reading problems in school and may allot 30-minute teaching remedial reading after the regular class to effectively assess and maintain quality reading skills. And the last one here is, ma'am, there must be a regular training workshop for reading teachers in order to enhance the competence of the teachers in reading so that they can teach the students or the pupils effectively with this intervention. That would
Okay,
be all,
how
ma'am,
will
for
you
the
do that?
recommendations.
I really appreciate that recommendation to conduct training, no? How will you do that to your fellow teachers in your
First
school?
and foremost, ma'am, I will send a letter to the school's division superintendent. After the approval, I will ask permission to the public schools district supervisor. After acquiring a favor from her, I will assure of a close collaboration of our school head to implement the study in the school, and of course to the teachers as well. So we will have our orientation on the process of my action plan during last session. So as attached in my action plan there, ma'am, as you can see that we have the first thing that I need to do for the activity is we have selection and classification of pupils who will undergo the 1-week remedial reading class. Then the second one here is information, dissemination, and orientation of parents and pupils through letters and personal conversation. So I also included the parents, ma'am. Why? Because they are also involved in this learning process of our pupils, right?
So of course, the third one here, the thing that I need to do this to implement the study, first, the third one is assessment of pupils' reading level by giving pre-test. Then the adoption of reading intervention about Marunko reading materials, ma'am. So then embracing
Okay.
reading
Thank
again at
you.
home.
Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
sir.
Yes,
Were you
ma'am.
provided support by your school head in terms of the provision of materials?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have their bond papers and some cartulinas and another other instructional materials to be used for the making of the Marunko approach process. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
May I suggest that you will include in your action plan the request for supplies and materials as part
Yes,
of
ma'am.
the
Noted, ma'am.
plan of the school, no? As part
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
support, no, coming from the school. Okay, thank you and congratulations, sir. Never
Thank you
stop
very much,
doing
ma'am.
research. Okay, congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We would like to ask if we still have in the platform Ma'am Juvelin Estanero. Ma'am Juvelin, are you in the platform?
Hi, Sir Brian. I'm done.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are done with the questions coming from
Can I turn
Ma'am
off
Katab.
my microphone and camera? Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. All right. We don't have any more Estanero, so we will now proceed to the awarding of our Board of Judges.
Plaque of recognition is awarded to Dr. Chuchi P. Garganera, Director of Philippine Science High School Soc Sargent Campus, in grateful recognition for her enduring commitment to exceptional service rendered as research panelist, which contributed immensely to the success of the 5th Virtual Division Research Festival with the theme DepEd Zamboanga del Sur, Gateway to Research, Productivity, and Publication on June 14 to 18, 2021 via Microsoft Teams platform. Her dauntless passion, dedication, and expertise in research helped sharpen the minds of the research enthusiasts and lovers of wisdom, thus strengthening the culture of research in the school's division. Given this 18th day of June 2021 at DepEd Zamboanga del Sur Schools Division Office, PGC, Dao, Pagadian City. Signed, Maharani M. Jacinto Seso 6, OIC Schools Division Superintendent. The same citation is given to Congratulations, ma'am. The same citation is given to Ma'am Filma B. Catalan, OIC Chief, PPRD Region 9. Congratulations, Ma'am Filma, and thank you so much.
And of course, we would like to give this plaque of recognition for being the resource speaker about Jamovie, Jonathan A. Madronero, Special Science Teacher 5 in Pisay, Sargent Region. Judges, you will be invited again for our awarding ceremonies on Thursday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon next week.
So I think that concludes the Research Festival for this year, 2021.
Again, we would like to inform the public that our awarding ceremonies will be on Thursday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
On behalf of the Division Office Planning and Research Section, we would like to say thank you all for gracing this momentous event. Thank you for your involvement and indulgence. These have been your hosts, Kathleen Joy Padilla.
And I am Brian Telembros saying,
Once a teacher, always a researcher. Mabuhay ang DepEd Zamboanga del Sur!